Well, here we are. My first review of Doctor Who Series 14, or Season 1, whatever you want to call it. I really didn't think the first full series written by RTD I'd review would be this one, but hey, here we are. And despite my aspirations to actually review RTD's real Series 1, it seems like it's gonna have to wait, because I think I can add a lot more to the discussion on this new era of the show as opposed to the old one. And honestly, I have to use the first era as good examples of writing so often that I might as well have already reviewed it. But alas, its time will come eventually, but today we'll be going through the Church on Ruby Road and discussing why, honestly, it's just not that good. I've sat on this episode for over 6 months now at the time of this being written, and truth be told, I've never really been a fan of it. Not to say it's devoid of quality or anything, but I just remember the episode itself didn't really leave much of an impact on me, despite probably being a fair warning that this new series of Doctor Who isn't going to be that good. And was it? Well, let's find out at the beginning of the newest era of Doctor Who, and let's review The Church on Mid-Space Baba. So this episode starts with this cringe voiceover from the Doctor explaining that Ruby was left on the church door by her mother, and for me, this immediately fails at introducing supposed new viewers to Doctor Who. I'd sort of touched on in my Giggle review that I think the idea of this fresh reboot was kind of stupid in and of itself, but I think if they really wanted to do it this way, they shouldn't have the Doctor be the one giving this monologue, and this should have all been from Ruby's perspective. I think this would have been way more effective had the monologue just not been included and we simply heard the TARDIS start to land and then the title sequence hits. I mean, obviously this scene is recontextualized later and sets up one of the many series arcs that completely suck, but if this series was really trying to be a fresh start to a new era of Doctor Who, then you need the Doctor to be a mystery and not outright have him say his own name in a voiceover. The reason the other Doctor's first stories besides this one work at keeping the audience engaged and introducing us to the show is because we see the Doctor through the eyes of the companion, which makes sense because they're the audience surrogate. A role which the companion is tailor-made for, not the Doctor, especially not the Doctor straight away. Because the Doctor is practically the immortal genius who explains all of the interesting stuff to us, and if you just start the new era like that right off the bat, it immediately makes you feel disengaged. And if you really wanted to include this stupid voiceover, then you should have just cut out the part where the Doctor is mentioned and have Ruby be the one to deliver it. Rewrite it in a way to sound more like her and have it recontextualized after the title sequence to her explaining this to Davina McCall. We're off to a great start. Speaking of great starts, they somehow managed to mess up the title sequence for this series immediately. Despite adding this shot which looks gorgeous and fixing the cheap looking spinning logo, somehow when changing the names from David Tennant and Catherine Tate to Ncuti Gatwa and Millie Gibson, they managed to mess up the tracking on the TARDIS when it reveals their names. It's hard to notice at first, but once you see it, it's impossible to unsee. How, in the name of all that's holy and sane, has Doctor Who been back on the air for nearly 20 years, yet they still managed to make such glaring mistakes in the opening sequence is a mystery to me. At this point, we haven't had a perfect title sequence since the 11th Doctor, and even his got ruined in Series 7. I know that not many of you, besides this fun man, watching this are editors as well, but this seriously is such an easy thing to fix. It's absolutely insane that no one noticed this during production. All you'd have to do to fix this is move the tracking on the TARDIS over by a couple frames. I could do that! Have you seen me? I'm stupid! And I've been editing on this crappy little laptop for over 4 years now. The thing's basically kaput, and yet I don't have millions of dollars and the BBC and Disney behind us. In fact, the BBC seem to actively hate me, but still. So we cut to our new companion, Ruby Sunday, who I definitely don't find outrageously attractive on this show with Davina McCall, who I definitely knew existed before I had to ask my mum who she was. If I, a proud Brit, doesn't even know who she is, I'm sure the international viewers the show is apparently trying to appeal to now felt very outcasted by this scene. But apparently she does this show where orphans find their biological parents, and this can lead to some natural exposition to explore some of Ruby's character traits. A blonde 19-year-old just sort of going through the motions and waiting for her life to properly start?
I am. I was found old.
I wouldn't say that if I were you. So we see a bunch of what later turns out to be goblins messing with Ruby repeatedly, while also showing the Doctor stalking her. Glad that this story establishes that Ruby has friends and is musically talented, and this is only relevant once in episode 2, then never again. But then, yet again, we get more complete disconnect for the audience here, because it really just makes us wonder why he's doing this. The Doctor's first scene really should have been him catching the glass, because not only does it introduce the audience to him naturally with mystery, but it's also better because we see him through Ruby's perspective, instead of already knowing who he is and eventually what he'll do. I must say though, the Doctor dancing in a kilt at the function, yeah, this is my Doctor Who. Also, I don't know what it's like down south, but up here in the north, this is the exact reason that nightclubs give you plastic cups. So we see the goblins try to kill Ruby outside this very familiar looking building. And the Doctor saves her before we get some absolutely brilliant lines from the Doctor. Ncuti delivers all these lines with such amazing charisma and timing, you'd be convinced he'd been playing the Doctor for 3 series at this point.
Okay. Name, the Doctor. Occupation, not a doctor. Current status, just passing by. Employer, myself. Address, that blue box over there. Now, if you don't mind, I just got snowman, and I would like to go home.
Seriously, the absolute insane jump in delivery from 13 to 15 is astounding. Ncuti just feels so much like the Doctor already. He does a fantastic job throughout this story. He's great.
But how do you know she'll say yes?
Because the sales start on Tuesday, and you just couldn't wait. And that's why she loves you. Merry Christmas.
How is he just so good already, man? Unfortunately, one thing that's not good about this Doctor is his sonic screwdriver. This thing absolutely fucking sucks, and there's no denying it. Especially after the 14th Doctor's one, which admittedly I wasn't a fan of at first, but it did really grow on me, despite how disgustingly OP it was. But this thing just looks daft. Sky remote, Homo sapien remote looking at trash. Why did Russell change the iconic shape of the sonic screwdriver after 50 years? Well, unfortunately, a very similar reason as to why he retconned Davros' origin in that stupid kids special. Essentially, damage control for issues that no one with a brain is really complaining about. I mean, more so this than Davros, because Moffat did really make Davros look worse by having the Doctor do something so insanely out of character like this in his last appearance. But whoever in the history of forever who isn't an absolute fish has complained that the sonic screwdriver looked like a gun? In what reality does this and this look remotely similar? And considering besides a few stupid scenes dotted through New Who, the Sonic never shoots anything out of it besides a light, I have no idea where he's got this alleged complaint from and why he decided to make this change. And it really doesn't help how ugly the new Sonic is. And funnily enough, because of its extended width, it actually looks more like a gun than it ever has before in this series. Absolutely senseless schlock. So we get our first scene with Mrs. Flood, which immediately sets up the tone of this strange character, who we still don't actually have an answer for who she is. Hopefully series 15, but honestly given how Russell resolved some of the story arcs in this series, I really can't get my hopes up for anything too interesting anymore. Which is a shame, because all of her scenes this series are very intriguing, and Anita Dobson plays this mysterious character very well, and extremely effectively in some stories. So while I will still compliment the scene she's in, don't be surprised if by the time I review the series where the reveal is, that I'll end up saying they're all a bit retroactively shit. Which is why I'm very glad I waited until this series was over before I started reviewing it. Because if I'd spent 8 videos saying how much the snow interested me, only to end up with that being the payoff in the finale, I'd be 10 times more pissed off than I am right now. And it's at this point in the story where I have to point out how naff the directing in this story is. And it's really noticeable how poor it is after all of the specials were beautifully done through and through. This episode is riddled with those awful uncomfortable close-ups and the inability to keep the camera still that plagued the Chibnall era for years and was part of the reason it was so unwatchable. And to the surprise of absolutely no one, this episode was directed by a director from the Chibnall era. Explains a lot, really. And I'm just saying, all the directors from the 60th were right there. None of them have even had any work since they did those episodes, so would bringing them back for one more story really have been too much to ask for? So we meet Ruby's mum Carla, and this scene introduces her quite well and makes her a believable and likeable character, showing off her loving and caring nature, especially at the excitement of getting to foster another child. Immediately setting up the feeling of family and home that this series should hopefully explore really well. And we even get something the last era was lacking so much of. Good jokes!
She's called Lulu Bell.
A terrible name.
Oh, an absolutely terrible name.
Isn't it awful?
I am not going anywhere. Shackle me to this bed. And where is my cup of tea?
I can't say we're so incredibly back anymore because I know as a fact that that's not true, but at least we're still leagues above the previous era, so I'll take the few small victories I can get. So Davina calls Ruby to tell her there's no trace of her parents, and retroactively, this is something that doesn't really make a lick of sense. So there's no trace of either of Ruby's parents on any database in the world, despite the fact they're two just normal people. Yeah, I'm not buying that. There's no way that two normal-ass people haven't at least been to the doctors or the dentist at any point in their lives. Surely they must have jobs, properties under their name, credit or debit cards, fucking anything! It's very clear looking back that Russell just put these lines in to keep the audience invested in the mystery of the series, but this just fails once you know the answer, and the answer is just a load of bollocks anyway. But we'll get to that when I review Empire of Death. You ever wondered why Series 6 is such a slog to rewatch once you know all the answers? Same reason as this. Millie Gibson's performance is at least very standout in this scene, but that's then undermined when Davina McCall, while trying to remind the audience this episode is meant to have a plot, is killed by a Christmas tree. Excuse me, but what the fuck? How on fucking earth is that a scene I just witnessed and experienced in the year of our Lord 2023? Are you fucking kidding me? Ignoring the fact that this is played off as serious despite how inherently funny this is, how on earth is anyone on the planet going to die from a cheap plastic Christmas tree decoration? You know these things are usually just a piece of plastic or foam crap, which later with that much glitter you'll look like a tree just after holding one? It would have to be going so much faster than falling velocity speed to even properly hurt someone, let alone kill them! Why did Russell have so much more self-awareness writing goofy shit in the 2000s compared to now? Don't get me wrong, Doctor Who has always been filled with goofy shit. It's just as much a part of the show's character as bad effects and the TARDIS. But when it reaches the point of unrealism to the point where characters can see something hurtling towards their face and don't even attempt to shield their eyes, that's when my immersion shattered. And trust me, as an avid classic Who hater, who gave it as many chances as humanly possible, it takes a lot to break my immersion. But nonsense like this, especially in the new show, takes me out of it immediately. So Ruby hears the baby with the terrible name get kidnapped by goblins in this terribly edited sequence before she climbs on the roof and eventually gets on the ladder. And then we get another scene which could have been the Doctor's first and would be so much more effective had we not already seen him multiple times in the story. Seriously, imagine how much more impactful it would have been, and honestly just funny, if we hadn't directly seen the Doctor in the story properly until right now. Ruby does the voiceover at the beginning, but we still hear the TARDIS land. The Doctor still catches her drink, but after that he just walks away. And instead of showing the Doctor save Ruby from the snowman, we see the devastation about to be caused, and we just get a low angle shot of the Sonic fixing the lights before walking off. And then after a few subtle hints and moments such as those, nodding to us who already know the show that the Doctor's the one doing this, but then for new viewers, this is the first thing they see the Doctor say or even really properly do.
What the hell are you doing?
I'm just
Well, what did you do that for? Who sees the ladder and just pops on?
How much more impactful would that have been over awkwardly edited shots of the Doctor in the same room, but because of the lack of establishing this location, we have no clue where he is compared to her, and him saving her because he's just watching her for seemingly no reason at this point. As good as the scene with the policeman is, I'd be perfectly willing to sacrifice it if it means we get a better introduction to the Doctor as a character for new and old audiences. Since, lest we forget, this episode is meant to be the 2023 equivalent of Rose, which it's already majorly failing at. And since the Doctor is technically pre-established, we could have got a scene more like this one, with an actual conflict after.
Because I was just travelling past, I swear. I was just wandering. I wasn't looking for trouble. Honestly, I wasn't, but I noticed these plasma cores around the hospital. That lightning, that's a plasma core. It's been building up for 2 days now, so I checked in. I thought something was going on inside. Turns out the plasma coils with the Jadoon up above.
Like, yeah, we get a teeny tiny scene of the two conflicting after this, but it just wasn't enough. So the goat jumps on the ladder and shoves on these intelligent gloves that take all your weight, and I'm glad they at least introduced these here. Not only because they play a key part in the finale, but also in this story. Even if the finale is absolutely fucking goddamn awful, but don't worry, we'll get there eventually.
Do you know why they call them goblins? Because they like to gobble you up.
And what would they do to us?
Oh, they'll eat us too.
He's already got the mannerisms of the Doctor down to a key, man. I really hope Russell gives him some great character work to go with as well. I'm not gonna scream this time. So they don't eat them for some reason and tie them up for some reason, and the Doctor explains how the goblins feed off coincidence and chance. This is actually a fairly interesting and creative concept for a villain, which I do actually quite like, but unfortunately because the goblins are, well, just goblins, I feel like this creative idea was kind of wasted in this story. As despite being the crux for the plot, the goblins feel very useless and underwhelming in this story. Like, they have such a non-threatened presence that honestly, until I started writing this review 6 months after the episode came out, I completely forgot that they were in this story.
expert in time traveling goblins and
They are not time travelers. Excuse me. Time travelers are great. Like the best. Like, wow.
Guys, like, you don't understand how good he is. Like, wow, this is refreshing after the last 6 years. So the Doctor frees them and we get a brilliant scene of him deducting the language of rope so that he can escape. Great way of establishing the Doctor's intelligence to new audience, and just a great scene on its own as well. So they find the goblins again and we get the most unserious, goofy, unexpected thing imaginable. The goblins start singing the creatively titled Goblin Song, and I'm not gonna lie, I fucking love this scene. Not only is it made 10 times funnier by the reactions of the Doctor and Ruby, but I can't lie, I do quite like this song. Like, it is very obvious that it's ADR, which does break the immersion slightly, but also it cannot be understated how well this builds to the reveal of the absolute munter Goblin King. Like, the song builds up so well to the reveal of this brilliantly realized villain, but it's weird how the first villain of 15's tenure is a big, ugly blob that doesn't speak. I know this might appear contradictory since a lot of this review I've been criticizing this episode for not being like Rose, but it's at this point that the parallels and lazy copying are hard to go unnoticed. A 19-year-old wanderer who just so happens to be bad as fuck, looking for something to do in life. The Doctor saves their life. They then meet with the Doctor properly because the aliens are fucking with them. They have to save someone they care about with the Doctor. And now, the villain is just a big, voiceless blob of a threat. And you might be wondering, if Rose is being used as a positive example all of this time, then what makes the church on Ruby Road so mid? Well, it's because this is Russell lazily rehashing his old work with a new coat of paint, but missing out key parts that made Rose such an effective reopening to the show. And also, truth be told, as much as I am using Rose as a positive example, the episode really isn't that good. But it was good for what it had to do at the time. It was the perfect sort of episode to bring Doctor Who back from the dead and re-establish it to old viewers. This isn't going to be that cheesy pantomime dog shit from the 80s, and it's going to be some new, real grap sauce. However, despite this era supposedly being a soft reboot, and even rebranding to renumber the series, it really isn't. So this story doesn't work at reintroducing the show to old viewers, or introducing it to new viewers, because this type of structured story isn't really anything new at this point. Rose came out in 2005, and even then, the story it was telling wasn't amazing, but it worked well enough to establish the characters and bring the show back. This episode came out in 2023, so this type of story is 1,000 times less compelling on its own, and is nowhere near as interesting because it doesn't make use of the advantages it has, and seems more focused on shit that ultimately doesn't matter. And I think this song is a perfect example of that. The Goblin song was all over the marketing for this story, instead of, oh, you know, the Doctor or Ruby, the characters we're meant to be interested in and following for 8 weeks. But nah, let's just focus on the ultimately pointless and nonsensical spectacle instead of focusing on the characters we're meant to care about and watch through the series, because that's such a better use of everyone's time, you absolutely obtuse ham! And as if this wasn't in and of itself emblematic of how dull the Doctor and Ruby go on to be. So the Doctor cleverly ensures their safety and they put the baby back. God only knows why the goblins didn't just cut the rope and kill them both, but logical consistency clearly wasn't the goal with this story. Or this series, for a matter of fact. So fuck knows why I even care. So 15 shows that he's a god of Riz, more on that much later, and we get a scene of the Doctor and Ruby trying to make the house safe. We then see how many children Carla has fostered, which is quite nice, and we see the first of how the Doctor's rest has affected 15, with him not seeming upset or down about the Time Lords being dead, but he's still suitably melancholic when discussing it. And I'm glad here that Russell didn't make a big fuss about it, because the whole point of the 60th was to remove this burden from the Doctor, and a lot of inconsistent character beats are written in because he seems to forget about it in a lot of this series. But I'm glad it was at least acknowledged here in a natural way.
Shame it happens 3 episodes in a row.
So Carla comes back and Ruby tells her about the call, and I do like how this scene establishes the themes of family and love for the series, which they hopefully reinforce a lot through the series, as Ruby and Carla's relationship is set up to be really strong and wholesome, and Carla should be an important recurring character in the series, and her dynamic with Ruby is just so enjoyable to watch, and ties her back down to earth,
naturally and effectively.
So glad to finally be having a family dynamic that feels important again, for the first time since Donna fucking Noble in 2008. Now, if only I didn't say all of that full well knowing that this series completely underutilizes her and her character has a little to no bearing or presence in any future story in this season so far. Which unfortunately, unless Series 15 fixes, which at this very moment I doubt it will, makes a lot of scenes like this feel very pointless overall. Which then brings up my next complaint with this episode, which I'm sure you might have picked up on by now given how much I've had to say about the last 5 minutes of the story. And that's that the pacing in this story is absolutely fucking awful. Seriously, we are now more than halfway through this episode and practically nothing has happened. Why the fuck did you write it this way? The plot is so extremely paper thin that we've only really just had one chunk of the story focus on it so far, and not even for very long. Just over 10 minutes of this story so far has focused on the goblins, and they're so paper thin and dull that the only thing memorable about them is that stupid corny song. The rest of the episode has been spent establishing character beats and narratives to explore through the series. But having seen the full series, I know a lot of this shit doesn't really go anywhere, making this episode incredibly boring to rewatch.
15 and Ruby.
Alright, yeah!
So Carla points out a bunch of coincidences which give the goblins more power before the Doctor tells her to stop, before stupidly pointing out a coincidence himself, leading to a shockwave sent through the flat, and Ruby disappears. Damn, if only that could have been easily prevented, you sexy idiot. We then get this really long, drawn out scene, establishing that Ruby disappeared and how much her being gone has affected Carla's life. While it is a nice sentiment showing how much Ruby has changed her life and her as a person for the better, this scene just goes on and 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 on, and it never fucking ends! Oh my god, we get it! At this point, the plot has already taken a seat further back than Danny DeVito's hairline, so at this point, I don't see how or why the episode didn't spend more time on the Doctor and Ruby's relationship to make this moment more impactful instead of just cutting out some of the time-wasting scenes this story has. Because while this scene is good on first-time viewings, on rewatches, it's so dull, and it then begs the question as to why this makes the Doctor cry. As someone who sounds like me but isn't me said in this video, I don't have an issue with the Doctor crying. Of course I don't. That would be a fucking ridiculous thing to say. But one part of 15 that makes a lot of his heavier scenes way less impactful is that he cries in almost every episode he's in. And for a lot of the reasons that wouldn't make the Doctor cry. Like, yes, here, he is losing someone that he cares about and knows a lot of foster children likely have lived without a home, but when you really deep it, he doesn't know who Ruby is, at least that well. He has no reason to be this upset that it would make him cry. The Doctor crying is something that should be saved for huge moments of loss or grief or anger in the show, because watching the Doctor holding back his emotions can be way more impactful a lot of the time. And then when he eventually does cry, it has a billion times the impact, because we so rarely see him do it. But here, this almost feels out of character because of how sudden it is. This scene would have been way more effective had we seen Carla crying without knowing why, as opposed to seeing her and the Doctor crying. Not only would this be a nice subtle callback to Series 5 in the best episode of Series 5, by the way, but it would also further strengthen the Doctor's character. Like, imagine how much less impactful Rory's death in Series 5 would be if 11 was crying about it. It's way more compelling seeing how upset he is, but knowing that he isn't gonna cry about it. It's way more impactful just seeing how much it upsets him without him crying. I have no problems with the Doctor being more vulnerable and emotional. My favourite Doctor, and coincidentally the best written Doctor, is the first one to cry at a companion departure because he was so emotionally attached to her. But arguably sometimes seeing him holding back the sadness would hit a lot harder than the times he did cry. Not always though, like sometimes seeing him cry could just straight up destroy your soul.
I could do so much more! So much more!
The culmination of events built up through 4 series leading to the Doctor's biggest mental breakdown ever is how you effectively write something like this. If the 15th Doctor ever has a scene like this, it'll never be as impactful, since we've known since day 2 that he's prone to crying over things that wouldn't upset the Doctor that much, and the rest of the series really doesn't help that either. So the Doctor goes to Ruby Road 2004. No idea how he knows when Ruby was born, or when for that fact, since no mention of Ruby's age or that she was left at a church was made to him, but hey, accept it, don't question it, don't think about it. As if it doesn't make the already poor opening of this episode 100 times less impactful as well. You stupid, hefty plastic licking scrub! So the goblins take baby Ruby and the Doctor does something which I find insanely out of character and stupid, no matter which way you look at it. So he uses the Super Mario gloves to pull the ship down so he can rescue baby Ruby. While I like that there's a nice setup and payoff for the gloves in this episode alone, the way he does this really makes no sense when you think about it properly. Okay, so first of all, how does the Doctor know exactly where to pull down to kill the Goblin King, and not just impale baby Ruby? Bear in mind, he has no idea where she is, and she's actually extremely close to the Goblin King, and if this was literally just a couple of feet off, he would have killed her. 2. Why does the Doctor go straight to killing the Goblin King instead of at least trying to reason with him? I get that he's on a time crunch, but considering he has the super gloves, he can climb really quickly, and it just seems a bit out of character for the Doctor's first resort to be murder, and murder in such a violent way. I'm not opposed to the Doctor killing people because it usually gives us some of the most interesting dilemmas and scenes that the show and the character has to offer, but as a first resort? Yeah, that's kind of fucked. And funnily enough, despite this episode blatantly ripping off Rosa points, that episode managed to kill the alien threat in a much more natural and character-fitting way.
That was just insurance, I wasn't going to use it.
And in this episode, despite seemingly doing this on purpose, the Doctor doesn't show any remorse or regret for what he did, and just happily moves on afterwards. 3rd, how the fuck did the Doctor perfectly catch Ruby? He had no way of knowing exactly where she was, but she just so happens to coincidentally land exactly where he was. Coincidence? I like to call it contrivance. And remember how I said this ruins the already shit opening before? Well, here's 4th. Another way this episode could have opened more effectively. Maybe instead of hearing or seeing the TARDIS land, we have an establishing shot of the church, with the Doctor waiting nearby, obscured in the frame, waiting for the goblins to arrive. This not only keeps up the mystery of the story and why he's here for the old viewers, but new viewers would immediately find him mysterious and interesting. And if he's just fiddling around with some gloves with no explanation until now, what a way to hook people in! And it would also naturally lead the Doctor to find the church better instead of him just knowing where it is and exactly when to be somehow. 5th, why did the Doctor put all of his faith and hope that 3% of battery power would be enough to pull this entire ship down?
You know why? Because they have faith.
Shut up!
Faith! The magic word that keeps you never having to think for yourself.
Insane bit of wishful thinking from the Doctor. He's just very lucky that this stupid story was bad enough to have him luckily succeed with this. Also, the goblins just conveniently disappear and all is resolved after that. Wow, that was definitely a satisfying ending and didn't feel rushed and contrived at all. What an absolute schlocky pile of contrived, half-baked, undercooked, raw, gormless shite. That was... wow. Colour me considerably unimpressed, to say the least. Colour this episode ruined, to say the most. So the Doctor sees Ruby's mum and doesn't say or do anything to her because he's a twat. Fully missed opportunity to show the Doctor as a flawed person by confronting her here, but no. We need stakes and interest for the finale, when we inevitably find out who Ruby is because plot. Don't worry, we'll get to that fucking garbage eventually, just give it time. So this overly happy, annoying Christmas music plays and Ruby is back. The Doctor then saves Davina McCall from being attacked by a Christmas tree, then returns only to not question Mrs. Flood obviously having seen the TARDIS disappear and reappear, because of course he wouldn't do that. Before we properly cut back to Ruby and her family, and I do like that Ruby on her own figures out that the Doctor is a time traveller, as it sets up her character as very proactive and can actually think for herself, and actually has her own opinion and thoughts. I know that sounds like a very low bar praise, but don't forget that despite having 4 companions over the last 5 years, they were all boiled down just one entity that only exists to ask questions and not really do anything else of note, ever. It is nice to have a believable person as the companion again, and this naturally sets up how Ruby is smart and capable, despite having a sad backstory. A rare character beat for the Doctor and or Ruby that is consistent through the series. Holy shit, it's almost as if Russell T Davies wrote this. Well, he did, but I mean like the goat, not the washed. However, the scene of her seeing the TARDIS is unfortunately another one that feels very dragged out just for the sake of it. Like, wouldn't it have been better had we only got the Mrs. Flood scene of her breaking the fourth wall, instead of having Ruby relying on her to find the TARDIS, then her going in and doing the basic 360 of the TARDIS? Wow. 2 scenes in this story that feel extremely dragged out and poorly paced. If only there were other things in this story that time could have been spent on, instead of this shite.
Who are you?
I'm the Doctor.
Shooty, I love you with all of my cold, dead black heart for your portrayal of the Doctor, but even you couldn't save this shit. So, that was the church on Ruby Road. And unfortunately, this episode doesn't hold up very well on rewatch, and with further context for the rest of the series, it makes it even worse. While I never really was a big fan of this episode, I did watch it blasted mortal on Christmas Day, so I did get quite a bit of enjoyment out of it. But unfortunately, it really isn't that good. In fact, it's quite mid. While the Doctor and Ruby are both introduced quite well, it could have been done so much better in so much more effective and impactful ways than it was. And I think the lack of the two having any real conflict with each other in this story is emblematic of a bigger issue that plagues this series as a whole. That being that the Doctor and Ruby just immediately get along and don't really conflict, leaving them both being nowhere near as interesting as they should be, despite the amazing potential they both obviously have. But with this being their first appearance together, they're fine in this episode. Despite the fact that them meeting and immediately being friends is very unrealistic, especially given the circumstances that they meet under. Like, I don't honestly think I've ever seen more forced, fake hugs in my life. Millie Gibson, however, gives an absolutely brilliant performance throughout, which is really impressive given her age and the material she's been given. Seriously, if you gave this character to a much less talented individual, she would not work nearly as effectively as she does, and that cannot be understated. Just look to Series 7 Clara as an example. The Doctor, on the other hand, is a much different story. While for the most part he's written really well, getting in a lot of funny and charming lines throughout the story, and like I said before, Shooty is amazing in this role. This episode immediately makes you interested in his portrayal of the Doctor, and he's very likeable and charismatic throughout. But for some reason, much like the Star Beast, The Doctor himself is written very out of character in parts of this episode, particularly just the way he kills the Goblin King, and the way he cries in Carla's flat. While one is obviously much more egregious than the other, it cannot be understated how the Doctor just did not need to do this in this way, and the fact it seems to bear no weight on his conscience whatsoever even more amplifies how poor this moment is. Is it just tradition for the RTD2 era to have the Doctor's first story include them acting out of character? Speaking of acting out of character, though at this point he's 1 to 4, so it's not really out of character anymore, but why did Russell give this episode pretty much no plot whatsoever? I mean seriously, Russell isn't known for the best plots to stories. Most of the time he excels at amazing character work and drama and tackling deep political themes with thoughtful commentary in his stories, while the plot usually takes a bit of a back seat. But it's very clear, or at least it was very clear, in the past, that he has a very creative and brilliant mind capable of telling amazing stories with amazing characters. But here, this episode's plot is so incredibly paper thin, dull and deficient that even the decent character work can't distract you from how underwhelming this story is. I mean seriously, the plot is that the goblins are attracted to Ruby because she had some bad luck, and then a bunch of coincidences keep drawing them in until the Doctor and Ruby converge, escape, then the goblins eat Ruby in the past and the Doctor goes back in time and kills them. Then Ruby joins the TARDIS. Seriously, that is it. And this episode goes on for almost a fucking hour with this nothing plot. If the character work was stronger, then this wouldn't be nearly as egregious, but without it, it just makes this episode very hollow and uninteresting, especially with the hindsight of the rest of the series making this episode pretty disappointing, and a pretty disappointing way to start this new era of the show. And I think the lack of depth this story has is even further amplified by how much better Rose, the Christmas Invasion, and the 11th Hour introduces its characters, and gives them all depth from the start, while this story just doesn't. I don't remember for the life of me, but I'm sure even Deep Breath does this better. It also doesn't help that this story is incredibly juvenile and childish, making some parts of it really embarrassing to watch. Something that also applies to the next episode, because up next is Earth Babies. I don't want to say the name of the episode yet because I know I'm probably going to end up hearing it 100,000 times in that next review and it's going to drive me insane. Wish me luck because that shit is awful. Wow. I mean, wow. Seriously, wow. This is honestly quite impressive. How do you even manage to fuck something this horrendously bad? So after a streak of shit episodes for 12 years straight with Doctor Who, consistently declining ratings, consistently declining quality, public perception in the toilet, Russell T Davies comes back to the show. Everyone's excited and everyone's happy. He announces the 14th Doctor as Ncuti Gatwa. Oh my god, we're even more excited. He then announces David Tennant and Catherine Tate will return. Oh my god, we're all excited. He then announces Doctor Who will be seen by a whole new audience because now Disney are backing it and distributing it to everyone all over the world on Disney+. Wow, wow, wow! The hype is unreal! Then we get the first episode of the new series of Doctor Who after an overall poor pool of episodes for the 60th and Christmas. And what's the first story that Russell gives us for Series 14? What's his new vision for the show like with all of this backing and hype? Personally, I can't wait to see what his new vision for Doctor Who is like. With all of the excitement through the roof, we're greeted by... Are you fucking for real! Now, I don't want to spend any longer in this episode than I have to, so if you'll excuse me.
I just need to cook for a minute.
So this garbled chicanery starts unsurprisingly poorly exactly where we left off in Church on Ruby Road, and we get the basic Doctor Who lore dump for the supposed new viewers. Basic stuff we've all seen hundreds of times before, but unfortunately I think it perfectly highlights a problem with the lack of depth our characters have, and once again ignoring the 60th. While I like that the Doctor doesn't get too bogged down on Gallifrey being gone and the Time Lords being dead, why Ruby gives essentially no reaction to this is very questionable to say the least, and bordering on offensively lacking in depth to say the most. Like, I get that the Doctor isn't sad by this anymore and he brushes it off, but why Ruby doesn't ask more questions or show any real genuine concern for the Doctor after he tells her this is insane to me. Just think in the past how much the Doctor's people being gone has affected the companions in so many different situations, but here, I don't think Ruby ever brings it up again besides a scene later which is really just used to say who the Doctor is. Or at least if she does mention it, it's never in a meaningful way.
It's not fair for your own planet.
That's just it. Don't you see, Donna? Can't you understand? If I could go back and save them, then I would, but I can't.
Great way of making Ruby feel like a person, and not just what she is, which is definitely the Doctor Who companion of all time. So we get an absolutely beautiful scene as the Doctor shows off what the TARDIS can do and they land 150 million years in the past. And we get a first for this show, which is actually quite interesting and funny, where Ruby steps on a butterfly and it completely changes who she is as a person, and quite literally changes her into this lizard thing, because the Doctor forgot to turn off the butterfly compensation switch. This is actually a scene which, despite cringing at in the trailer, I do quite like, as not only is it very funny with context, but it does actually make sense, since the TARDIS got sent on one of its worst spirals ever before the Doctor got to set it back up properly. And it does also add explanation to stuff like Ruby being able to survive the Devil's Chord, and countless other times in stories where the companions should have been wiped from existence, but just haven't. Except the Series 5 finale, that still makes no sense. Especially since the TARDIS was destroyed. One day, I'll review Series 5. I promise. One day I will explain to the world why Series 5 and the Smith era as a whole is really shitty. I understood that reference.
I just gave away 10 years of my life. Worth every second.
Though, isn't it strange how Ruby is so willing to move away from here after literally less than 2 minutes, just because the Doctor says so? The Doctor Who companion of all time. So we get an absolutely magnificent shot of the TARDIS flying to space station. I know a lot of people have complaints with the TARDIS always flying and never dematerializing anymore, and I have my own complaints with this, which will make more sense for me to discuss when I review the finale. So for now, I'm just going to compliment the shots because for me personally, I'll always have a soft spot for the TARDIS actually flying. One of the 7 Doctor Who episodes I had as a child, so I would watch on repeat, was The Runaway Bride, and my favourite scene in that story when I was younger was the scene where the Doctor chases down the taxi. So I love scenes like this.
Is that like a mat transporter like in Star Trek?
We gotta visit them one day.
Not Russell using the Moffat writing tactic where casual style over substance bollocks lines like this, which have massive universe implications, are just said and brushed off as if they don't even matter. Like here, you could at least just say that the Doctor was joking. Okay, looking back, it's likely he was joking. But still, I find lines like these really annoying, especially when other characters in universe just don't really acknowledge them and it's just brushed off. How many people did Moffat trick into thinking his error was well written? So the two encounter this monster with an absolutely superb design, and we get another fully, awfully edited chase sequence. This is something I neglected to mention in my review of Church on Ruby Road, But some of the editing decisions in this series so far have been extremely questionable. Because of the BBC being determined to keep me away from uploading, and my never-ending insistence on a high frame rate because I'm a quality whore, these pictures don't really do justice just to how bad this sequence is put together. Not only is the immersion and tension destroyed when you realise the Doctor and Ruby don't actually share any shots with the monster, except when they go in the lift, but it also doesn't help that the only shots of the monster are just shitty little Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare shots. And in case you hadn't noticed, it's not 2014 anymore, and this is not a game, so this just isn't remotely scary in the slightest. It's actually kind of a perfect parallel to Five Nights at Freddy's, because Five Nights at Freddy's now is also not scary. Like, even if I was back again as a 10-year-old when Security Breach came out, I would not be scared by that shit. I do like that the Doctor acknowledges that it was strange for him to be scared of it, as this does set up a squandered story beat later in the episode. And it's revealed they're on a baby farm, and we get yet another scene which shows off Ruby's lack of character, where she brings up the fact that she's looking for her parents, and the Doctor has a time machine, yet he brushes it off and then so does she. As someone who is so desperate for answers would do. The Doctor Who companion of all time. After we get the Doctor explaining why the baby farm is actually useful, which is fairly interesting, we get even more of Russell ripping off his own work. Sure, a lot of the giggle lifts a lot from Series 3, and even Series 4, with a few differences, and the church on Ruby Road is structured almost identically to Rose, despite both missing the mark by a country mile. But this is literally the exact same scene in Series 1, down to the joke being exactly the same.
I think that's amazing. You want to see the bill?
10 minutes ago, that's the best signal ever. How much that cost?
The key difference being that the reason this is just nothing and this scene in the End of the World is so fantastic is because in the End of the World, this scene comes directly after Rose panics and is scared of the situation she's put herself in. She didn't even think about what she did. She just did it. But her ringing her mum grounds her back in reality and calms her down. Meanwhile here, Ruby is just so nonchalant about everything that it's hard to feel a connection to her in the story. Like, yeah, there's bits of excitement here and there. But besides that, you'd think she'd already been traveling with him for 6 months or something.
I have a feeling this is foreshadowing.
And the scene is just brushed past after, not giving us time to dwell on the character's emotions or mindset or anything meaningful like the End of the World did. Because why would we want to grow attached to the characters and explain the Doctor's newfound abilities to do this bullshit when we instead have to focus on the main plot of this episode, which is...
Phew, Mommy, Daddy.
Oh god! Oh my god! Oh my god! You can't hurt anyone anymore.
Oh my fucking god. What the fuck is that? That looks fucking awful, my days! How in the shit did this make it to air in the year of our Lord 2024? Are you having a fucking laugh? Oh god, there's even more. Any potential for redeeming factors in this episode are completely thrown out the window the second this little shit rolls on a screen. Seriously, these things look absolutely terrible. Ignoring the fact alone, an episode revolving around babies is the least appealing thing to me ever. Why on earth did they give them talking mouths? Would a speaker on the pram really have detracted from the story that much? Honestly, it would have made this episode at least watchable, since these things look so uncanny and creepy that just off-putting to watch. And because they just look so terrible, it just desecrates any immersion you could have for the story immediately. Anyone else watch those stupid cats and dogs films when they were a kid? Because that's exactly what this infantile dog shit is like. Except babies are not as cute as cats or dogs, so I feel zero emotional connection to any of them. This is my dog. Look at him. He's beautiful. He's baby, he's 10, his name is Phoenix, and he's the best. He is cuter than anything in this godforsaken story. And honestly, after watching clips from that film for this video again, please tell me why this film looks so much better than this episode does. How old's this film again? Oh yeah, 20 fucking 3!
Space babies!
Get used to a lot of that because for some reason, despite being capable of being very funny, Russell forgot how to write jokes for anyone above the age of fetus in this story, which makes it all the worse.
Hello, space babies.
So we're shown how these abominations of nature run the space station with more insufferable baby dialogue.
We need oxygen to breathe.
Shut the fuck up.
Ignoring my bias and hatred for children for a second, maybe this could have worked at being cute. If the babies themselves didn't look so freaky because of their CGI mouths, but because they do look so hideous, all of these lines of dialogue, and in fact almost everything said from the babies, just gives us second-hand embarrassment. Like, why did you write it this way? No disrespect to the kids who did the babies' voices, because despite this show's horrible track record of child actors, they actually all do a decent job considering the shit they had to work with. But also, given how this story, unlike other Russell episodes with goofy concepts, doesn't really poke fun of itself much, and is in fact just stupid, I feel like they should have just gone full meme and actually given the babies adult voices. Get fucking Alec Baldwin to voice one of them. At least it would actually be entertaining.
About what a rude little pig you really are. You are a rude, thoughtless little pig, okay?
What?
So we get a mystery set up for why the babies were abandoned.
Baby-sized space babies.
Ugh. And the doctor comforts the babies, reassuring that they aren't wrong despite being abandoned because so was he. Which is a nice scene, don't get me wrong, but it is strange that the story never explains how the babies can talk and haven't grown out of their baby size. Yeah, just accept it because fantasy, I guess. Like it's stated they were born 6 years ago, we then get a scene of the babies blowing their noses. What the fuck am I watching? No, genuinely, I'm just tweaking now. What the fuck am I watching? Seriously, this clusterfuck has been going on for almost 20 minutes now, and not only has there been next to no compelling character stuff, and the plot has barely even started yet I'm currently sat here as a fully grown ass fucking man watching fucking space little shits with terrible CGI mouths blow their noses, and this is actually meant to be funny? Russell, I can tell you're having a midlife crisis here, but please stop giving Doctor Who that same midlife crisis, because this shit is actually so embarrassing to watch unfold. I honestly don't know how anyone could watch this shit and feel anything other than shame. As much as I've spent years ripping apart Moffat's Doctor Who for very justifiable reasons, I don't think he ever wrote something as audaciously childish as this. Seriously, this shit is like watching a pantomime, and that is not a good thing for something that's meant to be hooking new audiences into watching Doctor Who. My god! I'm not even halfway through the script yet. So the little shits cry and piss about the dog downstairs, and for some reason the doctor decides to repeatedly scare them about it. And I'm not gonna lie, I kinda love that. Like, he had absolutely no reason to do that in such a dickhead way, but he just did anyway, and then just laughs about it. Honestly, that's some top tier king shit right there. I really wish we got to see more of 15 acting like this, because it's actually just funny.
I'm sorry, babies. Space babies.
And there goes the joke. Ruined.
These babies are trying their best. Space babies.
Fucking stop! So the Doctor speaks to the nanny on a headset very fitting for the year 21506, and they go to find her, before they're interrupted by a flashback scene to a scene that wasn't in the church on Ruby Road, because apparently the memory's starting to change. Okay? And this scene will have massive detrimental consequences for the finale, but we'll get to that. And when we cut back, it's snowing on the spaceship. How and why is it snowing on the spaceship? Well, this is one of the series arcs for this series, that almost whenever Ruby's origin was discussed, it would start to snow, which was actually an interesting story beat through the series, and it did even work effectively in this story as well. But because we now know that this snow was just a load of fucking nonsense, which never actually got an answer, and was just a fake mystery hook, these scenes do nothing in retrospect, and they pretty much all just feel pointless. And so this brain-dead superfluous scene is yet another in this story, which just feels like a fucking waste of time, for fuck's sake! I'm not even halfway through reviewing the first proper story of this series, and I'm already so sick of Russell's bullshit. Seriously, it is so annoying to see him write this way. As passionately fucking furious as I could be at Moffat for writing so terribly, because I know he's capable of so much better, it's even worse fucking seeing Russell write like this, because not only do I know he's capable of writing so much better, I know he's capable of writing so much better while he is also the showrunner. How do I know this? Because he's fucking done it before! He's responsible for the best era in this show's 60-year history, yet here we are in current year, and he's back at the helm giving us this absolute pond scum horseshit.
Well, I don't think that date could have gone any worse.
So we eventually meet Nanny.
And left the babies behind, space babies.
Stop! Just stop! Shut the fuck up, you cunt! And it turns out she's called Jocelyn. And for the most part, she's actually a decent character. She grounds this very, very stupid story quite well with her realistic approach and down-to-earth attitude. And she's likable enough on her own. I know this again feels like very low bar praise, but lest we forget that despite having 4 companions and too many side characters to count, the Chibnall era had like 2 memorable characters that weren't the Doctor, and one was just memorable because he was Bradley Walsh.
Governess, the second best female planet. The second best female planet.
And the other was memorable because it was Mr. Gibbs from Pirates of the Caribbean. So I'm glad at least the show can make one-off characters likeable and interesting again. So it's revealed that all of the crew members abandoned ship under protest of the company they were working for because the government is in recession, even though it's implied the governments were the ones who made it illegal to close the stations anyway? Huh? Yeah, this is kind of all just complete bollocks just in service of the theme of adoption because the Doctor and Ruby both are. Something that even Church on Ruby Road did better than this. And the Church on Ruby Road is pretty mid in case you'd forgotten. Jocelyn then says that she's kept herself hidden away from the little shits because she doesn't want to see them die. And she doesn't want them to see her die. Which is a fucking brilliant line for building up the danger of this story. But it yet again highlights another issue with this story. Because this show has had so many stories in the past where the Doctor takes their companion to a new place, and it seems all bright and wonderful, but he senses that something's going on underneath, and that something's wrong, and it distracts him so much that he can't even enjoy watching the view. That seeing the Doctor clearly clock onto something wrong, but also show a clear lack of urgency on finding out what's wrong, when a lot of the answers are fairly fucking obvious, makes the Doctor in this story seem really, really stupid. Because are we seriously expected to believe that the Doctor, having as much knowledge on the situation that he does, wouldn't have already thought of this outcome from the very, very start? Like, imagine how much more hard-hitting and impactful this scene would have been if the Doctor had been trepidatious throughout the story up to this point. And then, when they're talking to Jocelyn, he finishes the sentence for her in saying that you wouldn't want them to see you die. That would be so much more impactful and actually make the situation they're in and the horror they're actually facing feel more grounded and impactful. But because the Doctor so far in this story has been on a sort of similar level to Ruby, just enjoying everything he's seen at face value, it makes him come off as a belligerent dumbass at this point. You absolute gargoyle cheese. So after establishing a planet that they can land on and more building up about the unnatural creepiness of the boogeyman, Ruby points out that this whole place is like a children's story, before one of the babies is going shown down to go and try and kill the boogeyman. I mean, wow. Wow, seriously? Honestly, if you were stupid enough to do this at any point in life, you deserve to die. So the little shit dies until he doesn't. And you know how he was found by the Doctor? You wanna know in which way? He shit himself, and the smell led him to the Doctor. This is the type of absolute fucking hog's trollop shit I have to show people and still say it's my favourite show, by the way. Also, how the fuck did this little shit within a matter of actual seconds manage to get out of his pram and crawl all the way down this corridor and get into this cupboard? Newsflash, dumbass! Babies are short, slow, and stupid. There is not a chance with billions to fucking 1 odds of possibility that he was fast enough to do all of this, let alone this quickly, even if these babies are somewhat intelligent. Well, I say somewhat.
I'm doing what Ruby says. What?
We then get some corridor surfing and tense horror build-up, which does actually work effectively and does make the scene feel much more scary, if you can get past the absolutely horrible editing between all of these different cuts and awful distorted lenses. And if you could somehow have the brain power left to make it past all of that shite, we then get the absolute delight of watching the Doctor, yes, the Doctor, get saved by a bunch of little shits with a flamethrower. Oh my god!
Space babies!
Stop saying that, for God's sake! It's so insanely unfunny! Just actually shut the fuck up!
Space babies, you need...
Nah. He's doing it on purpose. He's doing it! He's doing it on purpose! The Doctor then somehow magically whistles another walker down here for the little shit, and wow. I mean, wow. Why do I even want to bother anymore? Because why even be able to abide by any sort of logic or standard anymore when the show just makes up shit as it goes along, seemingly with no second thought put into it? There's no rhyme or reason to why any of this shit is even attempting to make sense. I'm fucking losing it. This might seem like an extreme nitpick here, but seriously, just think about all of the strings of stupid bullshit that have just occurred, and now this on top of that? Oh, okay, so. Why did the stroller just appear? Why is the stroller even down here? Why do the babies have a flamethrower? How did they get a flamethrower? Why did the stroller appear when the Doctor whistles? Is it the same stroller from before, or is it a different one? I don't know. Why am I still watching this shit? So the Doctor sends the babies back upstairs before trying to send Ruby up as well. And while I do actually really like this little moment where Ruby objects to his order, it's at this moment in the episode where I have to question why her or Jocelyn don't ask the Doctor why they can't just leave. The monster is temporarily gone, the TARDIS is in the clear, and everybody is safe. This is the most perfect opportunity for the Doctor to save everyone. But instead, he's determined to find out what the monster is. Which is fine and very in character for the Doctor to do, but it's also insanely stupid. He doesn't just save everyone first and then go back and do this. There is literally fuck all stopping him from doing this, but for some reason, Ruby and Jocelyn, you know Jocelyn, the character who's been trapped here with a finite amount of resources and oxygen for 6 fucking years, doesn't even question the Doctor trying to stay longer without saving the little shits. Just fucking great! Way to make these people seem like people and not a bunch of useless, fruitless twats! The Doctor Who companion of all time. So they go to the belly of the beast and Ruby slips and then gets thick, droopy, gunky liquid in her hair and on her face. I am simply not going to comment on this. However, I must admit that the Doctor's reaction to this is actually really funny.
Oh, this is disgusting! Don't call me Rubes!
Are we almost there, Joss?
So we get the grand reveal that the Bogeyman was created by the education system going haywire and creating a monster under the bed for the babies. Which honestly, I don't actually mind. I think this is a fairly interesting and creative way to integrate the monster into the story naturally, and it does also make sense as to why it's scary, since it emits the perfect sound wave to put fear into a person. But this, however, is ruined within seconds when we find out what the monster is actually made from.
Invented the Bogeyman.
For the baby.
Space babies.
Oh,
The Bogeyman is made from actual snots.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, as incredibly mindless and daft as this story has been, this reveal isn't the worst thing ever, but honestly my investment in this story is so criminally low at this point that I'm so done. I just want the experience of this never-ending nosebleed to end.
Oh, babes. Space babes. We saw it.
Oh my god! This is the worst thing that could ever happen to anyone to Klaus!
This motherfucker was born on the planet Charisma from the constellation of Aura. My god! He's so much fun to watch, to do almost just anything. He can make it look entertaining. Ignoring the constant insistence that the awful title to this story is the funniest shit ever, 15 and Shooty have been one of the few things carrying me through this story. So we get another terribly edited chase sequence before Jocelyn decides to try and eject the snot monster. Honestly, I'm not even too opposed to this, as it could show off some interesting differences in morality between the Doctor and other characters, which could lead to some interesting drama, even though this is very out of left field, since Snotman has, again, been around for 6 years but has done ultimately fuck all. But instead, it's just used again to once again reinforce how the Doctor is the last of his kind, and the Bogeyman is the only one of his kind. Wow, where have I seen this before?
What if you were really old? Your whole race dead. No future. If you were that old and that kind, and the very last of your kind, you couldn't just stand there and watch children cry.
Shut up. Also, this isn't going to be the first time I mention this, as I'm pretty sure I literally mentioned it in the last review. But did Russell literally forget what the point of the 60th was? To wipe the slate clean and show the Doctor without a burden on his shoulders? Yeah, right, okay, whatever. The story that sacrifices every plot beat in the stupidest way imaginable for this new direction for the character, and 2 stories later it's been completely ignored. Fucking great! Brilliant! Fantastic even! Fuck you! And it also doesn't help how many earth-shatteringly dumb contrivances are in this scene. First of all, the most obvious of which is that the Doctor exclaims how the snot monster is one of the children made in the farm, yet for some reason we get no reaction shot from Jocelyn hearing this. Strange. It's almost as if this scene would have been entirely prevented had she known this, because if she did, she obviously wouldn't kill it. You know how I know this?
You save them all.
It's almost as if this would make her look 100 times worse and severely out of character had her reaction been shown and she still chose to ignore it. So without that pretty crucial scene or shot existing, it makes her look like an absolute fucking nutter with inconsistent morals. And it also makes the ending scene of this story play out really strangely. On top of that...
You're hurting him! Stop it, Nanny! Stop it!
Why do you care all of a sudden? On top of that, despite being in a fucking airlock with nothing to grab onto, as you can clearly see here, well, about as clearly as you possibly can through this fucking filter, the Snotman then slips and grabs onto... I don't know what this is supposed to be. On top of that, the Doctor goes in the airlock, and instead of just getting immediately pulled out into space, since, you know, the Doctor is just above the laws of physics at this point, he manages to hang on for an amount of time that shouldn't even matter, because regardless of how long it is, it's too fucking long. He then does this. Ignoring how blatantly fucking ridiculous and absurd it is that he didn't just immediately get sucked out through the hole, it makes so much less sense that when he lets go, he just goes directly backwards. Are you fucking for real? Also, your back should be fucked and you should have a concussion, you infallible delinquent.
My back. Oh, my back.
My God! That scene was awful. And it really makes you think what the difference is between stabbing the Goblin King for basically no reason when you didn't need to, over fucking saving a literal, actual snot monster which was made by mistake. Coming from a mistake myself, it's safe to say this thing is ultimately harmless, regardless. But I don't know, man. Morals seem kind of insistent to me. While it might have successfully done fuck all in those 6 years, it clearly still has the intention of hurting people. So what are you even gonna do with it? Just keep it in a cage? Keep it in the ship? So Ruby stops the suddenly out of character Jocelyn and we get an overly pretentious ending with everyone all happy and cheerful, as if murder wasn't just attempted for no reason. Wow.
Babies, space babies.
And then the Doctor uses the stored up shit to fart away the space station. This is so insanely embarrassing to even say out loud. I don't know if I can scream at this shit anymore. Ignoring the fact that this utter bollocks is completely unnecessary considering the TARDIS is free, this is just an absolute humiliation to even watch, let alone comment on how stupid it is. How did the same man who wrote multiple of the greatest episodes of Doctor Who of all time write a scene where the Doctor uses stored up fart and shit and piss and cum to propel a ship through space? What even is this show anymore? And then for some ungodly reason, the Doctor then gives Ruby a TARDIS key. Where did this come from exactly? How did this episode further their relationship enough to the point where the Doctor can trust her enough to give her this? Haven't they in-universe known each other for less than a fucking day? Yeah, sure, whatever. Yet another scene of the Doctor and Ruby with their out-of-nowhere chemistry getting along with no interest in confliction whatsoever. And he's already given her a TARDIS key. This has got to be the most undeserving of a TARDIS key any companion has ever had before. And also, bear in mind that Mickey, Amy, and Rory never got a TARDIS key despite the amount of time they spent in the TARDIS. Yet, here's Ruby's! Oh. Like, the scene itself isn't bad, and probably would have worked brilliantly had it happened halfway through the series or something like that. But with there being practically no build-up to this, it just feels so unearned and forced. It's just an underwhelming as fuck moment.
Where's the character development?
How do you know you're not looking at her?
You think I'm a fool?
So the Doctor tells Ruby he can never take her to the church, which is actually a well done scene, and we end up getting then yet another scene which would have been way more effective had it been in another story, where Ruby goes home. And this scene on its own, again, I don't really have a problem with, but it just feels a bit out of nowhere and really out of place in this story, considering the astronomically low stakes throughout. This would have been a much better ending to The Devil's Chord. I do find it interesting that the Doctor is keeping tabs on Ruby to see why the random shit with her occurs, but then also now knowing that this stupid bullshit piss droplet Snow is meaningless, this just does nothing. Oh, and then the Doctor tells Ruby his real name.
Whether you know my name, you whispered my name in my ear. There's only one reason I would ever tell anyone my name. There's only one time I could.
Yeah, I don't see why the Doctor wouldn't tell someone that he just fucking met his real name over anyone who he's travelled with for much longer. Because that's just so in character, isn't it? So, that was...
Space babies!
Shut the fuck up! My god, this episode was awful! This episode is genuinely such a fucking slog of an experience, it is near painful to watch throughout. This episode is genuinely such a fucking slog of an experience that it is nigh impossible to watch and be engaged throughout. While the Doctor and Ruby are undeniably entertaining to watch, in some scenes it's also undeniable that their chemistry and relationship is just nothing. Like, they act like best mates immediately, and with there being no build-up or no conflict at any point for either of them, it can make them dull as fuck to watch. And it also doesn't help that this story, similarly to the last one, shamelessly rips off story beats from a much superior story in Series 1, written by the same person, yet somehow lacks anything that made the original scenes and story work as well as they do. And similarly to Rose, I also don't even think The End of the World is a good story. It's also pretty whack at points, and kinda dull by today's Doctor Who standards, but considering how well Nine and Rose are written throughout, building up their relationship throughout the whole story, while adding lore to the Doctor's character, as well as just being a fun and enjoyable creature feature, with loads of creative ideas throughout, that absolutely destroys everything in this stupid story. Like, ignoring the fact for a minute that this episode revolves around annoying little shits that look mortifying, it's made all the worse that this stupid concept is taken so lightly, despite it having pretty decent potential. An abandoned baby farm, left ran by one person, but because of the system going haywire, it creates a monsters downstairs that they're afraid of. Ignoring a lot of the nitty gritty stupid details like how the abandonment doesn't really add up, and the monster is made out of fucking snots, that is actually an actually interesting idea, and it's very creative. But almost every decision in this story that Russell makes make it so fucking infuriating to watch, it drives you absolutely livid by the end. Jocelyn was the only person in this episode to actually be written out and presented in a decent way, but even she gets character assassinated by the end of the story, making Space Babies an absolutely awful episode to watch, and by far the worst one of RTD2 I've reviewed so far. And yes, this does mean there is finally an episode worse than the Star Beast, at least from a plot level. Man just gave one of the most charismatic actors to play the Doctor ever two of the worst introductory stories to a Doctor ever. Shooty deserved better than this, and so did Millie Gibson. And speaking of deserving better than this, up next is The Devil is a Liar. Here we are. The Devil is a Liar. Honestly, one of the episodes I was the most excited to watch when it was originally teased to us way back when, but unfortunately myself and a lot of others were extremely dissatisfied with this episode for many reasons, which really is a shame, because this episode is absolutely filled to the brim with potential and fascinating ideas, yet pretty much all of them are squandered by the end. Seriously, even ignoring the inherently interesting idea for the villain for a second, how on earth has Doctor Who finally done an episode with the Beatles, yet still manages to mess it up this badly? Honestly, I don't even want to waste your time with preamble for this review. Let's just review the incredibly disappointing and underwhelming Devil's Liar. So similarly to The Giggle, this episode opens in the past in 1925. And also similarly to The Giggle, I have to immediately praise the presentation of Maestro throughout this story. Jinx Monsoon gives an absolutely brilliant performance throughout, and she absolutely steals the show in any scene that she's in. While loads of my friends are familiar with her work and were excited to see her in Doctor Who, I can't lie, I made it no secret that I was a bit cautious about it, purely because I didn't even know she could act or not. I may have met more DJ drag queens than you could possibly imagine, but that doesn't mean I'm at all familiar with any famous drag queens. And damn, honestly, I have never been more happy to be proven wrong about thinking that this was just stunt casting to get more attention on the show. Because holy moly what a performance this is, with so much range and dimension. Consider me impressed. The drip is also immaculate, by the way. And also, similarly to the Toymaker, her threat and presence is set up immediately, extremely well in this story, with her brutally taking the music out of Timothy and laughing the whole time as she does, as if this was just such a nothing thing to do. And I do also like that this story further sets up the pantheon of gods and foreshadows their return with the Harbingers on Earth. This was a detail I hadn't picked up on my first watch of the story, and it does make the twist in The Legend of Ruby Sunday work quite effectively, even if that story is utter sh. However, the one thing that does detract from this scene is Maestro's first line.
Get away from him. Them. What?
Me.
What?
I'm them.
Now obviously, gender identity is a very important part of life, and people's pronouns, especially those of a trans person, are important to get correct, but I honestly don't know what the relevance of this in the story is. Like, don't get me wrong, this is nowhere near as bad as Russell's performative, shoehorned in bullshit scene in The Star Beast, and this is significantly better, especially since Maestro is clearly using this as an opportunity to mock the character.
You're who?
You're who?
But I don't know, man, if I was in his position writing this story, I would have just not included this line, since it feels like a forced out bit of exposition, since in no conceivable reality does Jinx Monsoon look or sound like a man in any way. You know, since she isn't one. It was pointed out to me by the Dragon Warrior himself that it seems like Russell was going for a joke here about gender expectations and stereotypes, like this line in the awful Series 10 finale.
Bit flexible on the whole like man-woman thing then.
We're the most civilized civilization in the universe. We're billions of years beyond your petty human obsession with gender and its associated stereotypes.
But here, the execution is completely dilapidated for the reasons I just pointed out, making the scene feel a bit unnatural, and honestly it would have been more effective had he called her like a creature or a being or a thing or anything other than him, because it just completely took me out of the moment here. But also, that being said, this scene is literally like 7 seconds, so like it doesn't really matter. And it also doesn't actively make established intelligent characters seem like morons, so who cares really? Also, Maestro playing the Doctor Who theme on the piano was brilliant. And then it goes into the title sequence?
I like that.
And it even plays on the jukebox in the TARDIS after? Just saying though, you should have had the balls to do it the whole way. We all remember how insanely cold it was when the 12th Doctor did this in Series 9. So we see the Doctor and Ruby discuss where they want to go before they go and get the right clothes for the time. And I do like that there is some foreshadowing in the scene with the TARDIS not landing properly, as we notice it doesn't make the noise and the time rotor doesn't move. Now I will have a massive long ass tirade about the TARDIS in my review of Empire of Death, because the missed potential with this story arc is so blatantly obvious and staring you in the face that you'd think that Russell missed out on this potential and made it as stupid as possible on purpose. So for now, to further amplify the rage, I'll mention and praise every time they do this because it does work effectively and has been set up since Wild Blue Yonder. As of yet, still the only good episode in this era. So they change clothes and the Doctor looks like the goat but wham, and Ruby looks like... oh my god. So the Doctor and Ronda Rousey's nickname in WWE go to Abbey Road Studios, and here we see a nice clever way in which Ruby manages to get them to sneak in, by saying they'll take over from this lady pushing around a tea cart. And saying that Janet said that they could take over, it's just a nice little clever moment. Nice little clever moments like this from characters was something that was so sorely missed for a long time in this show. And as bad as the show still is, unfortunately, I'm glad we at least got the feeling of it being Doctor Who back, instead of feeling like whatever this is supposed to be.
What's wrong? Checks out.
We then get a pretty funny scene of the Beatles playing this absolutely awful song about a dog called Fred, which isn't only hilarious but sets up what we already know Maestro has been doing since 1925 in a natural way, which has taken all the musical talent from the world, which is a super interesting concept. I can't wait to get more on that. We then get these really fascinating and effective scenes where the Doctor and Ruby talk to the Beatles about music, and these scenes are brilliant. Seeing two of the most influential musicians in history badmouth and talk about music as if it means nothing to them, and they're ashamed to even be doing it, hits really hard and works masterfully well at establishing the bleak tone of the world this story is setting up so far. Even as someone whose knowledge on the Beatles is essentially that they wrote a song about a Simpson submarine and that Ringo Starr is the voice of my childhood.
Disaster lay ahead.
These scenes hit hard, and the actors playing the Beatles here did a fantastic job in the scene. The way you can see the emotion behind their eyes, desperate to get out and show off what they have to offer the world of music, but they just can't because it's not socially acceptable anymore, and you can tell it's killing them. And Murray's somber and subtle music really elevates this scene excellently, really selling you on the dire and depressing world that Earth has become without any music. And it's even further amplified by how the whole room just stops and stares at Paul McCartney in shame and disgust for singing for a second, and seeing the less controversial of the two Beatles here lash out and shout at the Doctor in such an uncharacteristically mean way really shows off how much of an effect Maestro has had on the world with what they've done, and it's really great.
Do you know what you are with your ideas, pal? Disgusting. You are disgusting.
I mean, damn man, relax bro, he was just asking a question. Complete nitpick here, but this seems like a more fitting reaction for John Lennon to have had, considering how much of a notoriously horrible person he was, but I mean, Doctor Who always scrubs away all of Britain's past misdeeds and acts. The show really does like to act as if Britain never had any issues in the past. But let's not go there because this is Funny Music episode. And speaking of music, I found it really effective that besides this scene and music actually played on instruments, this episode's up until this point has been basically silent since they left the TARDIS and got here. New Who becoming so over-reliant on music in the last 12 years or so has actually played a really good key part in this story, since you notice the lack of it and it immediately tells you that something's off. Really good attention to detail here. So the Doctor and Ruby go up to the roof.
I mean, can you dance without music?
I mean, you can, but you want to?
And the Doctor then mentions that in 1963 London, the first Doctor, yes, the first Doctor, lives here with Susan. And this scene with retrospect of the finale is kind of annoying and just seems very random. I do like that they set up the Susan twist in this story, because honestly, I was one of the few people who completely did not see Sutek coming and did just think it was going to be Susan Foreman. But now knowing that that goes absolutely nowhere just makes this, like, seem a bit off and a bit of filler. As if for years, like literally years, almost as long as the show has been going, have people not been dying for a story with the return of Susan, considering the Doctor did just never go back for her. And this is the first time she's ever been properly mentioned out loud in New Who, and it was ultimately just here to pull the wool over our eyes.
Fuck you!
Also, some of the lines in this scene are bizarre.
You've got children.
I did have. I will have.
I'll save that one for the finale. But this?
Time Lords were murdered. Genocide rolled across time and space like a great big cellular explosion. Maybe it killed her too.
Excuse me, but what the fuck? What do you mean you don't know if Susan is alive or not? That is fucking ridiculous! Are you seriously trying to tell me that the entire time between the Time War and Gallifrey being saved, that the Doctor not once tried to look for Susan? Be fucking for real! Even if the finale does give a good reason as to why he never went to look for her and doesn't mention her, it's fucking absurd to imply that not once did he ever even think about looking for her and doesn't even know if she's actually alive or not. How could he not know this?
The Daleks survived. Maybe some of your people did too.
I know. In here. Feels like there's no one.
Then how are we going to find him?
I'll know him. The moment I see him. Time Lords always do.
You said there weren't any other Time Lords left.
There are no Time Lords left anywhere in the universe, but the universe isn't where we're going.
And even after the Doctor saved all of Gallifrey, did it not once occur to him that Susan could have survived the Time War and could still be alive on Gallifrey? Surely he would just be able to know that, considering those 2 lines I just showed before. And undoubtedly there'll be way more lines like that I've just forgotten. Also, as if the Doctor hadn't just said to Ruby in the previous awful story that the Time Lords were wiped out, and yet it needs to be re-established here. And once again, for some reason the Doctor just softly laughs after Ruby gives him a hug. I've recorded the first 3 reviews of this back to back, so I'm losing my mind saying this again, but I get that the point of the 60th was to take away the Doctor's burden. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have to act upset, knowing that all of his people are fucking dead. You carrot top, zany, incompetent sprout.
You were not meant to
have deep and meaningful character depth.
That was not my fault! Not your fault!
So Ruby, for some reason, doesn't question that the Doctor was stalking her in a club, and she plays a beautiful piece on the piano. It's a very nice scene. However, all the scenes with these over-the-top extras do detract from it a bit, because they are indeed very cringe. Especially this old man who looks like a cartoonishly exaggerated version of Mr. Dursley from Harry Potter. And as if everyone on the planet will react exactly the same to music, considering how hated it is in this version of the world.
Can't bear whistling, Doc. All those horrible tunes. No thanks.
Hell, that just applies to the real world itself as well. I know as the fact that my favourite song ever is a song that almost all of my friends don't like, because it's not their style of music. And no, before you ask, it's not the Doctor Who theme, and it's not Captain Jack's theme. Remember that old meme? Oh, good times. So the episode's real goat emerges from the piano and laughs like the toy maker. And I do like that this immediately boosts all of the threat and tension that the villain has. Not as if they didn't have enough already, but the fact the Doctor is so scared and goes to run and hide, something this character almost never does in a situation like this.
We've got to hide!
You never hide!
Oh, well, never mind. There goes all the subtlety there. Taking clear inspiration from the giggle, I see.
Don't I go back to the TARDIS? Go back to the TARDIS.
You never tell me to do that.
Also, how does Ruby know this trait of the Doctor? I guess we'll soon see, but I hope it's not any contrived bullshit or anything, because that would be absolutely ridiculous. Now, wouldn't it? We then get a brilliant sequence in which the Doctor uses the Sonic to outtune Maestro's tuning fork so they can temporarily escape. And this is actually a fairly creative use of the Sonic. Considering it's called the Sonic Screwdriver, is this the first time we've seen it actually be used to disrupt sound waves? It definitely feels like it's the first time in a long time it's been used for anything sound related. Unfortunately, this is preceded by a moment of huge contrivance, as one of the people who were listening to Ruby play the piano just so happens to have a piano herself, and decides to start playing it. Even ignoring the insane coincidental contrived time that this happens at, the sequence of this old woman being killed looks absolutely fucking awful. and it is so distracting. And it's very apparent when watching because so far this era has been the best that Doctor Who has ever looked. Seriously, the increased budget has done wonders for this show, and hiring actually competent directors, for the most part, has been such a breath of fresh air after years of terrible directing, acting, music, cinematography, post-production, color correction, editing, and the specials in Series 14 have been a joy to watch in the visual department. But for some ungodly reason, mostly just in Series 14 as the specials didn't have this, the show is still struggling with the editing at points. The episode I refuse to call by name was awfully put together the second they went to the floor below, and this scene here for some reason, instead of just cutting after this cool shot, shows us this ridiculous shot of this old woman slowly walking backwards while Maestro walks towards her, then closes the blinds and winks at the camera. Ignoring how annoying these stupid yet to be explained fourth wall breaks are, why would you show this? Not only does it look goofy as shit and take away 1,000 of Maestro's aura points, it just doesn't make sense. As if this septuagenarian decrepit old fart could stand up fast enough to escape Maestro's attack. This is just so stupid, you absolute rinsable donut! Much better. And I'm not even paid by the BBC or Disney. We then get the scene which reinforces how Bi-Generation is an unexplained mess, and this scene to me highlights the problem with 15 so far. Obviously this could all change in the future, but at the minute it sucks how his proper third story ever is making him look so weak. I have no problems with the Doctor being outmatched by an opponent, but this early into a run, having him be so scared of a villain that he starts fucking crying again, just makes him lose so much aura. 15 has almost everything it takes to be a good Doctor. Great performances, charisma out of this world, brilliant lines here and there, and an excellent display of compassion, and usually excellent displays of bravery. But so far, there is just no depth to this Doctor at all. There's something seriously missing, and making him look so weak before he's even had a proper established character is not helping at all. This Doctor has no depth at all as of yet. And this wasn't an issue for the 14th Doctor because obviously David Tennant has played the character before. He also didn't cry every 5 seconds. And still, I gotta reinforce how the Torme and Half line really doesn't work, because both Doctors are completely fine. They both act how the Doctor would normally act all of the time, so the line really has no weight to it at all. It's so superfluous. Speaking of problems with the Doctor and the word superfluous, Russell does something in the next scene which is so damaging and detrimental that it ruins the Doctor's and Ruby's chance at character development completely. And what makes this even worse is that I don't even think he did this on purpose, because it's almost never recognised or brought up after this scene, yet the damage is already done, and the damage is astronomical.
So when is it for you back home? What time are you? June 2024?
It's hard to keep track, but yeah, I think so. June, July.
Yes, you did hear that correctly. Despite acting literally no different to how they have in their previous 2 stories, and despite the previous 2 stories just insisting that they're already best friends, despite having spent barely any time together, the very next fucking episode says that they've been traveling together for 6 months. What the fuck were you thinking, man? Why on earth would you skip 6 months of character development? What? Could you just not be bothered to naturally write in some interesting confliction between the two? Did you think it would save time, considering that for some ill-advised dumbass reason, this series only has 8 episodes, instead of at least 10 like we had before? Which, first of all, is a fucking pathetic amount of episodes for serialized television, and fourth, that still is not an excuse to skip development for your characters, or in this case, just not develop them and force them to act like best friends immediately, which upon rewatch of this series is really fucking apparent and makes their dynamic feel so forced and fake. While they are enjoyable to watch on the surface, if you really think about it, there is nothing to their relationship as of yet. Second, consider that literally almost every new Who companion has way more character than Ruby does in their first appearance alone. Rose, Mickey, Jackie, Jack, Martha, Donna, Wilf, Rory, River, even Clara in the Snowmen to some extent, even if she was insufferable, and even Amy in Series 5, the series where I don't even like her character. But the reason I don't like her, it's not because she's not a character, it's just because she's an unlikable one. Not because she's just nothing. Almost every single other Doctor that has ever existed had so much more depth to them from their first appearance alone, compared to 15.
Look, if I did forget some kid called Mickey...
Yeah, he's not a
it's
kid.
because I'm busy trying to save the life of every stupid ape blundering about on top of this planet, all right?
All right.
Yes, it is.
No second chances. I'm that sort of a man.
By the ancient rites of combat, I forbid you to scavenge here for the rest of time. And when you go back to the stars and tell others of this planet, when you talk of the Earth, then make sure that you tell them this. It is defended.
I'm the Doctor. I'm a time traveler. Everything I told you 12 years ago is true. I'm real. If you don't let me go right now, everything you've ever known is over.
This is over. Are you capable of admitting that? Those people down there, they're never small to me. Don't make assumptions about how far I will go to protect them because I've already come a very long way.
And the same goes for the companions as well, since most of their first stories are focusing on establishing their characters, and this informs us of what their relationship with the Doctor will be like. This series has no excuse, and like I said before, to make this even worse, I don't even think Russell did this on purpose. I think he was just trying to be clever by taking Ruby to the time at which the episode was the present. Like the time the episode came out. This is honestly one of this series' biggest failures, and the issue is presented arguably at its worst in this story because of this line.
Well, what'd you do that for? Stupid ape!
So the Doctor unfortunately takes Ruby to 2024, and we do then get a brilliant moment where the Doctor shows Ruby what happens if they don't stop Maestro, taking some great inspiration from the Pyramids of Mars. The only good inspiration from the Pyramids of Mars that this series has to offer. And while I do really like Ruby's reaction to the devastation here, I feel like this story really doesn't delve into it much. Considering how many great scenes are in this show from the companions seeing devastation, giving us some amazing character drama, Ruby does underreact to this considerably, especially given how the story actually ends, considering these absolutely enormous stakes. And the stakes are then raised even further when Maestro shows up and reveals that they want to wipe out multiple planets' populations so that they can hear the sound of nuclear winter, and because of all the musical talent in the world, feeds them. Which honestly, it's just such a great motivation for a villain, and do I dare say, I find this concept way more interesting than the toy makers. And it does also help that Maestro isn't just the Sim Master, but with more power. And I gotta say, more than usual, Jinx Monsoon's performance in this scene is fucking brilliant! The way she changes her voice to exemplify certain lines make the Maestro terrifying to watch here, made all the better for our character's reaction to them being absolutely terrified.
Daddy was so bad to me.
And then to transform these harsh lines into a playful song, this is how you do a wacky, insane villain properly, and not whatever bullshit Chibnall was going for with the worst master ever put to screen.
Not gone, darling. Hush.
So it's established that Maestro can be defeated the same way they came into reality, playing the right notes on the piano. Strange that they would just tell the Doctor this. Bizarre. And if this story ends the way I think it'll end, we're about to have a resolution as bad as the one in the giggle. While yes, it does make sense, that doesn't mean it's not lame as fuck. So Maestro starts fucking with the TARDIS, so the Doctor takes them back to 1963, and we get more foreshadowing for the TARDIS being fucked. Yay! And the Doctor tries to find the right notes on John Lennon's guitar, and we get a really brilliant bit of production here, where Ruby gets taken by Maestro because the Doctor doesn't realise the music being played isn't non-diegetic, which is just a little fantastic moment. Almost implying that almost all New Who music plays in the Doctor's head is an interesting thought. Because even if this does only happen with some incarnations, watching a scene and thinking that the music is just coming from the Doctor's head is a great thought. You could totally imagine Mr. God Complex hearing this when he dies.
I don't want to go.
Wow, the Sonic has never looked more like a gun than it does in this scene here. How hilariously ironic.
But she's the only human left with music in her heart!
Would like to take notes while I take totes of the marijuana smoke.
So Maestro starts trying to take the musical talent out of Ruby, and we get yet another retroactively ruined scene because of the bullshit finale. This whole scene sets up that there is something extremely wrong with Ruby, and that there's a hidden song within her soul. Now this alone would work brilliantly for setting up something deeper to happen down the line, but because we know that that doesn't happen, not only does this scene make literally no sense whatsoever, it's just pointless. And, well, you know me, this fucking bullshit pisses me off to no end. Why even bother setting up these mysteries to keep the audience engaged when ultimately it's just a red herring for something that doesn't even matter and makes scenes like this not work and not make any sense? Why did you start writing like this? And it gets even worse when Maestro waffles on about Sutek being there on the night of Ruby's birth, because this bullshit we would obviously assume would be the person in the cloak that they're talking about, but was actually just this stupid dog strapped to the TARDIS.
This creature is very wrong.
She's literally just a normal lass, by the way. We then get the most predictable possible ending to this story, when the Doctor and Maestro have a
music battle.
Oh dear. And this is where Doctor Who loses its balance on the fine line of camp and cringe. Now I won't lie, I fucking love camp in Doctor Who. It's as much a part of the show's identity as being goofy as fuck, the TARDIS and the Doctor. But the most difficult thing about writing camp stuff is that it can very easily become cringe. Like, Jinx Monsoon's camp over-the-top performance has been absolutely superb throughout this story, but it very easily could become cringe if one thing said sounded lame or a delivery was off. And that line right there? My god, if I've had facepalmed any harder, I'd be fucking dead. So two actors who very obviously cannot play musical instruments have a music battle. Why they didn't just have a sing-off is a mystery to me, since both of them can actually sing, Millie Gibson included, but whatever. This cringe shite with these stupid looking music notes flying everywhere was clearly a much better way to resolve this story. Now wasn't it?
Genius.
Oh, I would never call myself that, Maestro.
Well, there's no reason to start telling fibs now, is there?
Oh, Lumik, you're a clever man. I'd call you a genius, except I'm in the room.
That thing, toss it in your hand and catch it, please. Okay, yeah, that's about the right way.
About?
Okay, it's exactly 6.732217 kilograms. I was trying not to show off.
So we get some admittedly great lines from the Doctor when he talks about having lived and lost so much that he can find where the chords are. So he inevitably finds the lost chord, before inevitably not finding the last one. And it seems like Maestro has won. Be for real though, there's less than 10 minutes left. As fucking if.
Dead giveaway.
Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway.
So Maestro whips away the piano and traps the Doctor and Ruby in some instruments. I hope that doesn't have any dire consequences, since they literally had no reason to do this, considering they have the power of a god, and the Doctor and Ruby have already lost. Okay.
Can't breathe now.
Literally air holes, by the way. So after more fanwang baiting for the one who waits, that's Maestro defeated. And all I can say is wow. What an absolute fucking letdown that ended up being. Seriously, considering how brilliantly the first half of this story set up this dire world without any music, and the threat and presence of this amazing villain, I don't think they actually could have been defeated in a more lame way if Russell actively tried to make this bad. Two omnipotent gods, two generational show-stealing performances, built up for over 40 minutes each. The entire world is shown to have been affected twice now, defeated in the lamest way possible. The downfall and fall off of Russell T Davies is one that needs to be studied.
One who waits is almost here.
Shut. And despite this episode's world-ending and potentially universe-ending threat just being stopped, the characters are not remotely affected by this in any way and are immediately back to their normal chipper selves right after. Because what the fuck even is character depth anymore? And as if the tonal whiplash couldn't get any more severe, the episode then decides to end on a fucking musical number. Are you serious? Can we cut back to literally 15 minutes ago and remember that Ruby was meant to be completely traumatized by seeing the end of her world, and the Doctor was that fearful for his life that he started crying and was completely dejected until right now? What is even happening anymore? What is this utter pantomime dog shit? Well, I'm glad Murray Gold finally got a much deserved cameo in the show. That doesn't excuse this absolutely awful song and scene that just completely undermined this entire story. And as if this couldn't get any more cringe, the Doctor and Ruby then dance along Abbey Road while playing piano notes. Truly, genuinely, utterly, fully, irredeemably, piss-washedly, fall-offedly, ridiculously trash! So, that was The Devil's Chord. And unfortunately, yet again, this is another episode that I used to like that I now realize is just a load of shit. While so far this is definitely the best episode of Series 14, as the first half of the story is actually pretty solid and does build up the villain amazingly, with nice little bits of world building throughout. The Doctor and Ruby's lack of character rears its ugly head again in this story, as they just sort of go along with shit, act like they're best friends despite not knowing each other, and have about as much depth as my wallet. And it also doesn't help that there's no difference between how they act in this episode compared to Space Babies, since apparently there was a fucking 6-month time gap between these two stories for some decrepit reason. Yet the Doctor and Ruby are lame, despite glimpses of good moments and lines here and there. But that being said, this episode is absolutely carried by Jinx Monsoon playing Maestro. My, what a fucking generational performance. Seriously, she commands your attention every second she's on screen. She's thoroughly entertaining and funny, and actually has a real feeling of threat to her. Something so sorely missed in the last two stories, which ultimately made them both feel extremely unconsequential. But even despite her brilliance, the villain is ultimately undermined by the end of the story because of how they're defeated. Not only is a music battle lame as fuck, it was so predictable. If you just hear the words music god, you'd assume that they're defeated in a music battle. And that's exactly what you get, and it's somehow worse than you could have possibly imagined. And as if the villain wasn't undermined enough by how they're defeated, then by that awful tonal whiplash fucking musical number. Shameful. Also, why are the Beatles practically just a non-factor in this story? While the brief on-screen time they have in the first half is pretty good, They basically just feel like plot devices to end the story rather than a crucial part of the plot, ultimately just wasting the inherently interesting concept of Doctor Who meets the Beatles. Glad we all waited years for this story only for it to have barely even featured them. Ringo and George don't even get any fucking screen time. While this episode is brimming with potential and loads of creative ideas, which are desperately trying to get out, the poor characterization, key jangling about the finale, stupid resolution, and a sprinkle of contrivance throughout drag this episode down a lot. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot. At least the Giggle still had good characterization and a satisfying end for the 14th Doctor. I would literally only ever revisit this episode to see the villain again. And as good as they are, they don't save this garbage. Up next is Boom, a Stephen Moffat episode that I'm actually excited to review and not even to shit on it. To praise it. I know, I couldn't believe it either. Well, I never thought I'd see the day that this is happening. Not only am I reviewing a new episode of Doctor Who written by Stephen Moffat, but I've spent months talking about new episodes by Russell that are pretty bad for the most part. But Boom is actually one of the best episodes the new era has to offer. Seriously, despite Wild Blue Yonder and another episode which I won't ruin the surprise for, this, by far, is one of the best episodes of Doctor Who in years. And it's a Moffat episode. Did I not spend well over a year criticising his Doctor Who back in 2022? Well, yes, I did. And one of the reasons his Doctor Who being so terrible annoyed me so much was because I knew he could do so much better. And here is living, breathing proof of that. After 7 years away from the show, he's come back with the man who always pointed him in the right direction back in the day. And despite the man who pointed him in the right direction being extremely washed and has almost fully lost it, Moffat seemingly hasn't missed a beat. Despite a few bits of stink, this episode is great, and I'm genuinely really excited to review it. So let's go! This episode opens brilliantly, instantly showing off this great looking battlefield with these two soldiers trying to make it back home. One thing that does detract from this setting, however, is all of the smog throughout the battlefield, as they don't really give you a sense of the scale of the planet they're on, and it really detracts from the overall view. However, the setup of this dad character is quite nice, and the relationship set up with his daughter who can't act is so sweet that you'd almost be convinced that something bad is gonna happen. Moffatism at its finest. One thing I do have to compliment about this story right off the bat, however, is its use of world building, which, believe me, I'm very shocked to be saying given that this is an episode written by Moffat, and one of my biggest issues with his era compared to the Golden Age was that the world building was absolutely horrific. Like, there were so many interesting and creative concepts sprinkled throughout, but the execution was always so poor and clearly not thought out that it made the whole era feel so disconnected and messy compared to Russell's good era of Doctor Who, which had excellent world building. But the usage of villain guard weaponry, seen all the way back in Moffat's first story in Series 1, and the reintroduction of the Anglican Marines, introduced in the mid-Series 5 Angels two-parter, the Weeping Angels should have been a one-off villain, and every subsequent appearance killed their mystique and ruined the concept of them further, don't at me. Anyway, the reintroduction of the Anglican Marines also really do strengthen this story and just make it feel like it's actually a Doctor Who story. A big issue with the Russell Penn Series 14 episodes so far is that despite the blatant lazy copying from other stories, is that it's almost too experimental, and it doesn't feel like Doctor Who. It feels like it's desperately trying to appeal to a new audience of mostly babies, and is low-key forgetting what makes Doctor Who, Doctor Who. And while experimentation is good and very important, especially for a show like this, Russell's leaning towards fantasy instead of sci-fi makes it lose a lot of its core appeal, especially with the way Russell writes fantasy, and by that I mean poorly. And even then, poorly's probably too good of a word for it. The experimentation feels more like another stupid kid show doing experimental stuff wearing the skin of Doctor Who. And another great thing about Moffat using these two established things in his story, unlike a lot of Moffat's references to his own work in Doctor Who in the past, these two things are both actually relevant to the story and are integral parts of the plot instead of just cheap fan wank. I do really like how this story hints straight away about the twist of this war, with Carson talking about how some people think the Castarians are in the fog, or even are just the fog, which is why they can't be seen. And you might think that that sounds really stupid, but for once, it's actually meant to sound stupid, and plays a key part in the twist of the story later. Subtle foreshadowing in a Moffat story that's actually subtle. It may only be temporary, but we're actually so back. So we get some good lines setting up the ambulance's problem, before Carson seems to forget he isn't the one who's blind and falls down before he steps on a landmine and dies, setting off an ambulance. Maybe this wouldn't feel so contrived if we could actually see this place properly, and the lack of shots showing him actually trip really doesn't help either. Another episode directed by Julianne Robertson that has shots missing, making a scene feel messy and unfinished. Hate to say it again, but the directors for the 60th were right there. Don't get me wrong, she still does a pretty decent job overall directing, but it's very clear that action scenes are not her strong suit. And whether it's the script or her not including crucial shots doesn't really matter, because ultimately it's making the stories themselves worse due to whoever's incompetence is to blame here. So we get a really well done and effective scene of Vader being killed due to his condition being deemed unacceptable, which immediately sets up an interesting threat for this story, given that blindness obviously isn't fatal, and it's said that he'd recover in a month. And it's just a fascinating way of setting up the antagonist and building interest in the story, given the few hints that we've had to the story's overall message and eventual twist at the end. So the Doctor hears him die because the TARDIS is just here for some reason because plot, before we get a pre-credit sting as he steps on one of the landmines and it starts to activate. Holy shit. Ignoring a few bits of tism here and there, what an effective opening for this story. Great mystery build-up, a few subtle bits of foreshadowing for the eventual twist in the story, which is super rewarding for repeat watchers, and a great tone set right off the bat. Why is Moffat already doing so much better than Russell has in his last 3 stories? This episode already feels like it has so much more sauce, and it's only been going for 6 minutes so far. The concept alone of can the Doctor save the day without moving is already so much more inherently interesting compared to almost anything in Series 14 so far. Except you. I love you.
And music is mine!
So Ruby approaches the Doctor with some great build-up before we get something that, at this rate, I never thought we were going to get. And that is actual character for 15 and Ruby. I know, I'm just as shocked as you, because despite them both just sort of being nothing for the past 3 stories, they're both full of so much character in this story. It's such a breath of fresh air compared to what we had before. Not only do they communicate like actual people and actually react to the situation appropriately for both characters, especially the Doctor.
I was kind of hoping for a beach.
Yeah, what do you think this is?
It's not a beach.
I'll give it time. Everywhere's a beach eventually.
But they're both so much more fleshed out in this story. It's seriously so refreshing to see. That being said, the fact that the first thing the Doctor says to Ruby isn't, "Ruby, I'm standing on a landmine," makes this an instant 3 out of 10 practically unwatchable garbage.
Fucking dirty little...
He's done it again!
He's done it again!
That is a
You
fact!
fucking little bastard!
He's done it
Done it again! You dirty bastard!
At least this episode doesn't get the landmine off the Doctor in a dumbass way, and it actually has an impact on the story and isn't just filler in an already boring story, don't at me. And back on the everything's a beach line for a second, I gotta say, not only is it an excellent line on its own which works well for the story, but it's also a great look into the Doctor's perspectives on worlds and time. Given that erosion and eventual decay of land is just an inevitability everywhere, the fact that the Doctor can see everything as a beach, hundreds and maybe even thousands of years before it actually happens, is such an interesting perspective to have, and makes perfect sense for a Time Lord who's lived thousands of years to have. Moffat dialogue in Doctor Who has been so severely missed after years of cardboard with about as much depth as a teaspoon. Credit where it's due, I could slander him to the rest of time, but my god, when he tries, Moffat can genuinely write some of the best dialogue in the show. And this shows he clearly still has that dog in him. So Ruby describes the landmine to the Doctor, and the Doctor explains how the theme of this episode is very overtly anti-capitalist, which is a message that I am all for, and hopefully this story doesn't sacrifice the brains of anyone to fulfill this message.
Can you check and see if anyone needs help?
You need help.
I'm not even screaming yet. Priorities.
Oh my god. This is actually the Doctor. I know I'm probably going to reinforce this point loads throughout the review, but it cannot be understated how much better 15 is in this story compared to almost every other episode of the series, because he just actually feels like the Doctor. The sense of always putting others before yourself with no second thought of it, being a sarky, cheeky twat in the process, actually being an integral part of the plot and not just feeling like a spare part that's going along. While I personally am an advocate for Moffat never being in charge of Doctor Who ever again, if he can write the Doctor this well still, given that he had basically nothing to go off from other stories, then I personally hope that Russell continues to bring him back after Christmas this year. I have no idea when I'll actually be able to get this video out, but hopefully it's within the year, and Series 15 hasn't came out yet. God knows how well that statement's gonna age. Funnily enough, we get another moment in this episode which is absolutely gormless, and for once, I can't even blame Moffat for this.
It's vacuum drones, that's all. Hoovering up the smoke so that nobody can choke to death before they are safely shot.
Okay, this isn't what I meant, but I can blame Moffat for this, because this story gives us no indication or direction that the smoke is dangerous in any way, especially since we don't see anyone coughing it or choking it, and it seems to have no effect on anyone.
Of course, the fog's been analysed, and it's just fog.
And considering the eventual twist in this story, wouldn't it be a bit stupid for these drones to even exist? And would that not make the Anglican Marines theory on who they're fighting incredibly fucking short-sighted and moronic? I'm only 10 minutes into this episode so far, but I'm already starting to get the sense that I might have been wrong and the story isn't even good. Wouldn't be the first time I've been incredibly wrong about the quality of a Moffat episode, so it's not entirely out of the question, but let's hope not. Anyway, my original point of something I can't blame Moffat for is that apparently this is Ruby's first time on an alien world, and this is just... Huh? What? Huh? So despite the last episode quite clearly establishing that despite the unaltered chemistry, the Doctor and Ruby had been travelling together for 6 months, Russell, you can cope about it all you want, it's better to just admit you made a mistake. Yet this is apparently her first time on another planet? What the fuck have these two donuts been doing the entire time if they've been together for 6 months and he hasn't even taken her to another planet yet? Yeah, bull fucking shit. As fucking if he hasn't taken her to another planet after 6 months. What an absolutely brainless thing to write into the show. And again, I can't even blame Moffat for this, because genuinely, what was Russell trying to cook writing that shit in episode 2? Also, literally space little shits. She's already seen another alien world. Obviously, being on one and seeing one are different, but still, this sucks. Oh, and before I get the inevitable cope that the 9th Doctor never had a story off Earth with Rose despite having an actual full series with her, may I remind you that we are outright told that they've been off-world together.
The Doctor took me to this planet a while back. It was much colder than this. They called it Women Wept. The planet was actually called Women Wept because...
Yeah, Russell don't write them like this anymore. I mean, don't get me wrong, similar to a lot of stuff in this series which is way too rushed and happens without build-up, the scene itself is fine, but it just doesn't work given the context that it's in, making it ridiculously contrived. It's almost as if this series is so structurally and narratively fucked that it needed a complete do-over from the ground up to be remotely comparable to anything that Russell wrote for Doctor Who before. Remember when Russell's worst series was widely accepted to be Series 2? A series that still blows most of the show out the water? LOL. So Ruby picks up this testicle tube that has the remains of Veta inside, and once again, almost as if she lacks any depth or something, Ruby severely underreacts to this, creating a complete disconnect from her character to the audience. Don't get me wrong, Ruby's characterization in this episode is at least something, compared to her first 3 appearances which have been essentially nothing. But this scene to me highlights something quite unintentionally funny in this story that's been caused by Russell, which I've actually criticised Moffat for in the past. And that's clearly half-arsing and not caring about the series enough, to the point where you notice that for a single story, a character, or in this case, 2 characters, completely revert to a way that others were written before, and no one in production noticed or stopped it. And once you notice, it's incredibly hard to go unnoticed. In Series 10, despite its avid wrong defenders thinking the 12th Doctor has character development, they always seem to have to completely ignore the fact that in Eaters of Shite, he completely reverts to how he was in Series 8 for absolutely no rhyme or reason, and despite being showrunner, Moffat didn't even notice this and didn't tell the writer to change the way she wrote the Doctor in the story to be more fitting of his Series 10 character. Or he didn't just fucking change it himself since, you know, he's in charge. And in this case, well, just listen to this dialogue and think of what it reminds you of.
I heard a scream, I guess it was that.
He was being smelted.
It's a good word, smelted, isn't it?
Not at the
I've never
moment.
used the word smelted before, it's never come up. New planet, new word, landmine. Oh, I am having a day.
Okay, are you getting scared because you're just babbling now?
Toss it in your hand.
Now tell me with a straight face that that wasn't just 12 and Clara dialogue.
What's wrong?
I don't know. Maybe the smell?
I know, it's everywhere.
You're amazing.
Had some experience. Sonalo de Bazrak and a friend. He had the most enormous ego.
Takes one to know one.
So you recognize me then?
You're wearing a different coat.
You saw straight through that.
Deep cover. In my school. Why? Where's the teeth? What have you done with him?
He's fine.
You should over now.
I think it's over, yeah.
I bought it.
From where?
A shop.
No.
Might have been a tramp.
You don't have any money. When did you stop believing in everything?
When did you start believing in impossible heroes?
Don't you know?
I think you'll find I have a certain genetic advantage.
It is not a competition about who can die slower.
It definitely would be me, though, wouldn't it?
Are you cross with me?
I am not cross. But if I was cross, it would be your fault. And yes, I am cross.
I guessed that.
I am extremely cross.
And if I hadn't changed my face, would you be cross?
I would be cross if I wasn't cross.
Why?
You're very, realistic.
Tongues.
Shut up.
Yes.
I have a plan.
Can you explain your plan without using the word sonic screwdriver? Because you might have forgotten the Sheriff of Nottingham has taken your screwdriver, just saying. So it's a screwdriver.
Right, okay, well, let's...
You get the point. While they don't act exactly like them all of the time, and I can at least appreciate that these two finally feel like characters, for fucking once, it is incredibly lazy and extremely telling that apparently no one noticed that they're acting just like the 12th Doctor and Clara, respectively. This does not excuse how lackadaisical the writing is here from Moffat and Davies, but yet, this derivative bollocks is the best characterization they get all series. Absolutely shameful! You utterly incompetent pair of deranged tomatoes. That being said, this scene, regardless of those two knobs' belligerence, is still extremely well done and effective. So the Doctor wants Ruby to throw him the urn so he can counterbalance his weight and put his foot back on the ground. And this whole scene is so well done, the second that Ruby refuses to throw it to him because it's just safer to give it to him. While the Doctor panics and his heart rate goes up, with the mine getting closer to setting off, all of this building at once is fantastic. The first time in recent memory that Doctor Who has actually managed to make close-ups and shaky cam enhance a scene instead of detract from it, as it absolutely rockets the tension and immersion through the roof here. It's all so fantastic. And despite the likeness of 12 and Clara being at its worst in this scene, it's undeniable that the dialogue exchanged between the two here is great, and really does enhance this tense moment well, as there is literally no margin for error. One wrong move, and it's over. And it goes without saying at this point that the performances from both of them are brilliant. Although, had Russell not made the Doctor look like such a pussy in the last 3 stories, then him crying here would really further have boosted the drama. But because we already know that he's such a big wimp, him crying, unfortunately, is just another reminder of the Doctor's missed potential as an overall character. And this huge misfire is something I even picked up on my first mortal watch of this story. And when I first watched every episode of the series, I liked pretty much all of them, which couldn't be further from the case anymore. Seriously, releasing at midnight on a Friday, I personally am not really bothered by, but it's undeniably damaged the viewership a lot, and for me, has essentially meant watching the series through a blurred lens that has led to me having some awful initial first impressions, which you would not know, but also fuck you, I'm blaming you. So the Doctor finds out that the urn is voice activated, just keep that in mind for now, and him and Ruby speak to an AI version of Veta from the beginning, which is such a truly twisted, awful sentiment for the episode to show, which I found fascinating. The thought that the Villain God Corporation is that disconnected and the world is so fucked that they think it's a good idea to have a testicle tube full of your remains spit out an AI version of yourself that says thoughts and prayers to you is such a grim thought, but it's also so fantastic for that reason. I really hope that by the time I'm dead, no one makes an AI version of me unless it's doing some funny shit.
What happened to you, John?
I was humanely terminated on the discovery of the fatal condition, blindness.
Blindness isn't fatal.
You literally just said that to a dead blind guy.
I think this may have been the first time in actual years that a Moffat joke was woven into a Doctor Who story and doesn't detract from anything and is actually funny. The fact that I'm actually somewhat enjoying Moffat Doctor Who again is so surreal. I honestly never thought I'd see the day. So we get the episode's overall message of fuck capitalism, which I do quite like. Duh. But it then brings into question why these ambulances were even purchased in the first place. Now obviously everywhere needs ambulances, but with these ones having gone apparently haywire to the point where they'd kill someone for being temporarily visually impaired, then why the fuck would you get so many? Especially if you're starting a war, and a war in which... you know what, it makes more sense to rant about later, so I'll save it. So the annoying little shit from the opening shows up looking for her dad. No idea how she managed to get out of the base without anyone noticing, especially since she's a child, the only child around, but whatever, just accept it because plot. And I also have no idea how she managed to traverse all the way here from the base without stepping on a goddamn landmine, but whatever! Just accept it, because plot. And I just can't believe that even 7 years after his last story, Moffat never got over the annoying trope of unnecessarily including annoying children in his stories that cannot act to save their fucking lives. And it's so much more egregious here than usual, because the dialogue written is so obviously written for someone who's meant to be much younger in mind. So the absolutely awful dialogue she has is even worse because this 10-year-old is speaking like she's fucking 3. You absolute spoon. So she yaps on about looking for her dad, and while Shooty and Millie absolutely kill this scene, the kid's acting is just so bad, so wooden, so flat, that it completely shatters the immersion for the scene entirely. And that really is a shame because the situation they're in cannot be a pleasant one. Having to tell a kid that her dad is dead and that the doctor is holding his remains while also then finding out that her mum is dead as well.
Oh, that's good, isn't it?
Unfortunately, this potentially good scene is even further undermined when for some pig ignorant reason, after we find out the kid's called Splice, she will still be referred to as little shit by me, don't you worry. The doctor then asks for her full name. Now cut back to what I just said you had to remember before.
Your loss.
Oh, voice activated.
Why the fuck would you ask for her full name when you clearly know who she is? You stupid bitch! So exactly what you think is going to happen happens, and it's only stopped because after a ridiculously long amount of time, doesn't even fucking matter how long, because regardless either way, it's too fucking long, Ruby points out to the little shit that the doctor stood on a landmine. If only she could have seen what he was stood on the entire time. And also, you know how this could have easily been prevented? Oh my god, is that my dad over there? No, wait, no, don't, he's stood on the landmine. He's stood on the landmine. Oh, so I definitely shouldn't go over there to where my dad is. No, just wait until we get this all sorted and then you can see your dad. Fair enough, I'll just wait. Yeah, simple solution. So the doctor starts glowing for literally no reason and then stops because... plot, I guess. And then Mundy arrives in the episode properly. Great name. And she asks the basic questions of, what are they doing here, blah blah blah, before the doctor gets in a great line.
Great name, Monday Flynn. You should marry Ruby. Then you'll be Monday Sunday. Go on, get married. I'd laugh every day.
Yeah, hilarious. But don't you think there could be a much more suitable time for this, Doctor? I think there's much more pressing issues at hand here, like the massive fuck-off gun that's pointed at you, that you're fully aware of. If she fires, you'll blow up the fucking planet, you cretin! So we further this story's cringe love subplot for a little bit before the Doctor asks about what war they're fighting. And instead of asking the very reasonable questions back of how these strangers aren't aware of what war they're in or what planet they're on, we just get exposition instead. Yay, plot contrivance. It's only for the fucking more billionth fucking time this series already, and we're only on episode 4. What have I gotten myself into? So the Doctor further reinforces how stupid the notion of fighting enemies which you don't even know what they look like is. And then we get literally the most perfect example of Moffat's style over substance bollocks writing, where in order for the cool shit to happen, the Doctor has to act like a belligerent donkey for 4 fucking minutes straight! He has not just said, I'm a Time Lord, scan me, I'll blow up the planet. How insanely fucking empty-headed and brain-dead are we expected to think that the Doctor is for not just saying this shit immediately? Are you actually being for real, man?
No.
What?
I said no.
Why not?
I don't want to.
Doesn't make any sense.
Too bad.
Okay, so after that entire conversation that happened before, after she raises the gun to him, after she asks him to drop the casket, after she explains what the landmines do, after she aims the gun at his arm, after he asks her to explain immolation, after she shoots him the first time, after she shoots him the second time, after she shoots him a third fucking time, only then does this absolute dilem Tell her to scan him. Are you fucking serious?
How was this made? Seriously, how was this ever acceptable? That this could not have flown back then, even then, right?
So 15 really is just as much of an idiot as the 12th Doctor. So we then get a very double-edged scene here. Yeah, you can tell I'm reviewing a Moffat story now. In which, because Mundy was stupid enough to shoot the Doctor in the first place, despite him also being an absolute plonker for not explaining himself, the ambulances activate, because it detected combat and is going after the Doctor. This scene's intensity would be very complimentary if it didn't intercut between scenes of the annoying little shit scrolling through Facebook pictures of her dad while it's going on. Was that really necessary? Does it really add anything to this scene? What? No? It completely detracts from the scene and is distracting as fuck? Well, Colour may considerably unimpressed and not remotely surprised, because that's been the majority of this episode so far, I'm afraid. So the ambulance starts tweaking because the Doctor isn't human, and Ruby clocks on that if she distracts it enough, it might detach from the Doctor. It doesn't, but at least that was a good idea and not contrived or anything. What is contrived is how easily Ruby manages to get the gun off Mundy. How insanely fucking inept is this shit for brain twat soldier that a random civilian lass is able to just get a gun off her immediately? Why is it a constant pattern that in almost every Moffat story from 2010 onwards, that everyone in the story has to be so fucking thick in order for the plot to even work? So Mundy tells Ruby to shoot her in the arm so that the ambulance will be distracted, and then we get an actually good fake out death. And for once, it's actually fucking earned and feels tense. Seriously, besides the contrived timing of this Muppet showing up, this moment plays out absolutely brilliantly, and it actually does serve a good purpose in the story, because it forces the Doctor to lock the fuck in, and it raises the incredibly marred stakes effectively, because now, not only is the Doctor on a timer to death, so is Ruby, because she could actually die here. The only issues with this really are, well, like I said, the timing of this clown showing up is slightly contrived. Like, seriously? It only takes 4 minutes to get here from the base. We also very obviously know that Ruby won't die since this is only episode 4. Of course she won't die. And the other big issue is really, well, despite this episode making her a character, I still feel absolutely no connection her, to be honest. So I wouldn't really feel anything if she actually did die. I mean, honestly, hands up, this is a really well done scene. Even the appearance of the snow works well into building up the stakes since it freezes in midair after the Doctor says when there's snow there's hope. I think this might actually be the only scene with the snow which isn't retroactively shit after the finale. I mean, it still makes no sense that it's here, but it works into the scene quite well since it isn't being used as a mystery hook bullshit and is only really used to boost the drama, which I can admire that it at least works if the eventual reveal is non-existent nonsense.
Next of kin. Who is the next of kin?
I don't know. Maybe the woman who single-handedly raised you for 19 years, you inconsiderate bitch. I hate to bait the review of the finale again, but I'll touch on that when we get there. So we get a really great bit of editing with the Doctor's world crumbling around him and the mind rising simultaneously, before we get an unfortunate episode-ruining reveal. While the Doctor is extremely based in this scene,
I mean, most armies would notice that they were fighting smoke and shadows, but not this lot. You know why? Because they have faith.
Shut up!
Faith, the magic word that keeps you never having to think for yourself.
like, ridiculously, extremely fucking based.
Well, seriously, now you need proof. Faith Giao.
The overall reveal of this is honestly maybe in contention for one of the stupidest, most contrived things that Moffat has ever done. And as an expert in how shitty he is at Doctor Who, this is honestly insane to say in current year. So it's slowly revealed to us throughout the scene, even though time is of the essence, that the Anglican Marines aren't fighting anyone. And when they sent off their warning shots, it set off the Villain Guard algorithm, so they've been fighting their own technology this whole time. Well, I can at least rate that there's some subtle build-up to this throughout the story. If you really think about this for more than a second, you realize how ludicrously fucking senseless this all is. So you're seriously trying to tell me that this entire time, not one of these absolute fucking monkeys realized that they weren't fighting anyone? You know how many situations in which more than one person goes out, which they could easily clock onto the fact that no one is being fought against? And why the fuck do you keep buying technology from this company if you clearly know it's capable of going rogue? Why would they trust the Villengard Corporation if the casualty rate keeps going up the more they buy stuff from them, but yet they still haven't seen a single fucking Castarian? Be fucking for real! You would have to actively fucking try to not see this shit happening and notice that you aren't fighting anyone. And this bullshit has been going on for 6 months! And if these dumb fucks were to keep buying technology from Villengard, then surely this advanced futuristic shown to at least be somewhat intelligent characters before would think to program the technology to not go off on their own soldiers, you delinquent! And why in the shit, in the name of all that's twat, would they keep getting these ambulances which are fucked up enough to the point that they kill you if you aren't fit enough to participate in a war? Keep them dying, keep them buying, I guess. Yeah, until the inevitable moment where someone sees that they kill someone and then you just fucking shut them down or break them. Oh, the weapons are programmed to not be able to damage Villengard equipment? Then fucking get weapons from somewhere else, you donut! Also, literally a hammer, literally a bat, literally fucking any fucking equipment you can think of that isn't technology based. Also, remember that these absolutely, unforgivably stupid cunts have scanners on their guns. Are you seriously trying to tell me that they got here and in the fucking 6 months they've been here, did not once one of these fucking morons think to scan the planet for life before just immediately presuming that they're being attacked by people hiding in the fucking mud? How fucking fat-headed are we expected to believe that all of the Anglican Marines are, that not a single one of them thought to do this? This entire story is built around these Muppets being so brain dead to the point where they kill themselves in circles for 6 months and don't even notice. Are you fucking... Yeah, unsurprisingly, this absolutely kills this episode. Despite it having good character Actually, scratch that. Despite this episode having acceptable characterization for the Doctor and Ruby, and a few decent scenes, it's pretty much all undermined and ruined by how unrealistically stupid everyone besides the leads has to be for this plot to even work. And all of this in favor of an anti-capitalist and anti-religion message, 2 messages that Moffat has handled way better before, not to the detriment of other characters. Yeah. Fuck you! Even the Doctor's brilliant lines throughout this scene cannot distract you from how insanely broken this makes this episode. And believe it or not, it somehow gets even worse.
Prove it.
Does your arsehole get jealous of the shit that comes out of your mouth? The Doctor then tries to get the Veta AI to prove that he's right and send the message that all the casualty is hardware driven. The AI says no, then the Doctor says, "Dad to dad, do it for the little shit." So he does. LOL. So somehow Veta's AI goes through the Doctor and then into the ambulance. Don't worry, it's never explained. And after another cringe cliche love scene between these two dimensionless twits that fucking bangs on and on and on as if we're meant to care. Like, seriously? You expect me to care about these characters who have no development anyway, and are also quite literally some of the stupidest people in the entire history of the galaxy, in every galaxy in the fucking universe. Oh, and then the allegedly advanced villain god algorithm is defeated by the power of love. Moffat, it is 2020 fucking 4! You cannot write the power of love as a resolution anymore! Just fucking drop it! No one likes it! No one ever did! It just gets worse and worse the more you do it! Why do you always insist on this bullshit? Yeah, so unsurprisingly, that shit fucking sucked balls, and it's genuinely played off as a miracle moment, as if it's not the most cringe thing in Doctor Who since those things.
The whole Vanguard arms industry, all of it, just got beaten up by this little kid's dad.
How could you actually write this and not realize how stupid it sounds?
The whole Vanguard mainframe has been taken down by parent power.
That is not fucking funny, you retard.
Oh my god. So we get an awful shot of the characters looking at an obvious screen, and we get a line which reaffirms how much character Ruby lacks when written by Russell.
Right, enough of that. Moving on. Come on, Ruby.
No, hang on, we've had like 2 minutes of the awesome.
Remember how no such thing was said in episode 1? LaMayo. So the little shit says some dumb shit and we get more ball tickling.
I will be popping in every now and then. Fish fingers and custard is my favourite.
Don't remind me that you used to be somewhat capable of writing good Doctor Who, please. And after an admittedly beautiful Moffat Doctor Who speech, that's this clusterfuck over. And oh dearie me. So, that was Boom. And unfortunately, yet again, this is another episode which I used to really like, but upon further inspection, I realise is just a load of shit. Something I fear I'll be saying a lot this series, because fucking hell, Moffat didn't half drop the ball on this one. While if you watch this episode with your brain turned off, it works fine, that can literally apply to everything and anything. And I think the reason so many people, me included, thought that this episode was good was just because of how it actually feels like an episode of Doctor Who, as opposed to Russell's bizarre midlife crisis masquerading as Doctor Who. The few positives first. The Doctor and Ruby are pretty great in this episode. For the first time this series, which is really embarrassing considering how far in we are, and how far into this video I am, the two of them actually feel like real people. Like actual characters, with depth, and not just cardboard best mates who feel useless to the plot. Here, they're written with so much wit, so much banter, and actually interesting confliction that was so sorely missed from the last couple of episodes that they're enjoyable enough on that merit alone. However, that doesn't excuse the fact that they are basically just 12 and Clara played by different actors. And funnily enough, if you've seen my Series 9 video or any Series 10 review, then you know how much I dislike 12 and Clara. But honestly, it's so refreshing to see this dynamic again, even if this is ultimately just really lazy on Moffat's behalf, and Russell's for clearly not editing the script or the dialogue or anything. The visuals and overall presentation of this story is also the best the series has had so far. There was no shitty editing decisions, the directing was pretty good, and besides this awful shot here at the end, this episode is glorious on the eyes. And there is a few good scenes here and there, but that's where the positives end really. The entire crux of the plot to this story is built on actual fucking nonsense that's the driving force behind everything in the story. Seriously, even ignoring the fact that these morons keep buying technology off an evil corporation that they are aware gives them fucky ambulances, it's absolutely insane to think that these absolute helmets have been fighting nothing but smoke and shadows for 6 months and never even thought to scan the planet or just survey the planet in whatever transport they used to get here or anything. It's fucking insane how stupid these cunts have to be for this story to function on almost any level. On top of loads of other standard Moffatisms that drag this story down, like style over substance bullshit, awful unnecessary child actors who can't act, taking up too much of the story, and everyone but the Doctor and companion, and even both of them sometimes, having to actually have fucking CTE brain damage in order for the plot to work. Meaning that, overall, Boom is fucking terrible. Which really is a shame because that also applies to the next episode. Which, at least as far as I can remember, is the most botched grey episode of Doctor Who in a very long time. What do I mean by this? You'll have to wait and see. Oh yeah, up next is 69 Yards. 20 whole years of age and I get paid to wear this shit. Shout out to Just Calm Up for the title sequence, since this story doesn't actually have one, and welcome to my review of 69 Yards. This episode is widely considered to be the best episode of the new series so far, with Russell T Davies himself proclaiming that this is one of the greatest things he's ever written. Considering that he's responsible for so many great things in Doctor Who, that is an extremely high bar to set. And also, considering the quality of the stories he's given in this series so far, are we meant to believe this? Does this episode live up to it? Is it as good as everyone makes out? Or is it like Boom? An episode that, on the surface, is pretty good, but if you think about it for more than half a second, it completely falls apart. Well, let's find out then. Because I personally think that this episode is... So we start off with the Doctor and Ruby landing in modern day Wales.
Oh yes! We are in Wales!
The happiest anyone has ever been to go to Wales. So the Doctor steps on the plot right after doing it the episode before, lol, and then he suddenly disappears after we get some setup about Mad Jack. Immediately, this episode has set up the creepy tone and tense feeling of unease extremely effectively by having such a sudden music change and tension rise when the Doctor just disappears, seemingly without explanation as of yet. This has been some great stuff so far, and I think the lack of a title sequence also really helps this for building up the story, as it immediately tells us right off the bat, in a subtle way, that this isn't going to be a standard episode of Doctor Who, and is actually going to be taking a different approach to the show's standard storytelling. But in a good way for once, unlike the first 3 episodes I reviewed. We then get another boost of mystery and tension as we see this woman from a distance, 69 yards to be specific, doing these strange hand motions and just staring at Ruby, and I like how right from the bat, the story shows us that she's always a distance away. As we see, after Ruby steps forward, the woman has also moved back, but we never actually see her move, which immediately tells us that there's something seriously wrong with this entity, especially since she's always accompanied by these creepy whispers. However, one complaint I have about this story right off the bat, which isn't really much of a critique of the story itself, but more so the series itself, and that's how this is only episode 4, technically 5 of the series, and we're already having a Dr. Light story. Now, I'm well aware that Ncuti Gatwa wasn't available for filming because he had to finish Sex Education, which is fine, but that then begs the question of why not delay the series by a bit so you could have included him in more stories. But then that just goes back around full circle to the massive glaring issue that this series only has 8 episodes, which just very clearly isn't enough for Doctor Who. If this series had 10 episodes instead of 8, this wouldn't be as much of an issue, but having the Doctor completely out of the story before he's even got a fully established character is very damaging to the series overall. Also, considering in the 3 series of Doctor Who that actually have Dr. Light episodes, the episode is always after episode 10, so we've had plenty of time to grow and love with the Doctor, fall in love with the character, see his dynamic with his companion before we lose him for an episode. I don't know, I just think this is way too early for this to be in the series, especially since the characterization has been so poor. But that's not really an issue with this story itself. Yet. It's Again, yet another detriment to the first 3 stories, and just goes to show how poorly they did at writing the 15th Doctor as a character. Excluding Boom though, because as bad as it is, at least the 15th Doctor is a character, even if he's a stupid one. The 12th Doctor. Anyway, so we get more tension building scenes of Ruby being followed by the woman before we get another Susan Twist cameo. These appearances do absolutely nothing on retrospect since we all know what the eventual reveal is, and how insanely stupid it is. But this scene itself still works very effectively for this story, if you ignore the stupid connotations attached to it. But considering the stupid connotations attached to it don't really affect the story itself, her inclusion doesn't detract too much. And like I said, this scene is another which is great for building the mystery of the story, because after Ruby asks her to talk to the woman, we see what effect she has on other people, making them hate Ruby and run away from her, which works really brilliantly for this story and Ruby's character for a few reasons that I'll touch on later. But for now, this is just a great scene for building mystery that catapults the interest for this story even higher than it already was. So Ruby walks into a pub with the most judgmental people on planet Earth for some reason. The UK would never. And this scene is one that, with retrospect and even on its own merit, is just kind of strange. And honestly, ultimately, it's a waste of time. Especially considering many other things in this story that really could have used that time. While it is admittedly quite funny that everyone is just so unnecessarily rude to Ruby, this scene, when it's all said and done, is just these people fucking around with her for 8 minutes straight without really adding anything to the narrative. And it's really annoying for a reason that I will get to much later, so bear with me. While it adds a good scene reaffirming what the woman does to people, even though we literally just seen it 5 minutes ago, this twist of the story they're telling not actually meaning anything is just like, seriously? That's it? They were just all in on the joke and decided to torment this clearly stranded young lass for no reason because...
I don't know.
Don't get me wrong, I get fucking with people, trust me, I'm an expert. But why spend a whole scene setting up a mystery of Mad Jack that Russell clearly knew sounded interesting because he put it in the Next Time trailer, only to have it ultimately be undermined and just have it mean nothing? It has nothing to do with anything else in the story, even though the name Mad Jack is brought up again, even though the character who uses it is established in the beginning by the Doctor, and also has no correlation to the story being told. But then, why do they act as if there is meant to be a connection between them? Even though this episode has been great up to this point, this entire scene on first and repeat watches is just a waste of what could have potentially been an interesting plot for this episode. It also doubles the pain how well directed this scene is, with the second episode in a row now to effectively use close-ups without them being awkward, and they're actually used to amplify the horror. But nah, didn't matter, mate. Made it up, mate. I guess this really was just a trailer bait scene. How utterly slothful, you hyperactive shoe.
It's racist, my dear, to be blunt.
I think I speak for everyone here when I say, huh?
So Ruby goes back to the TARDIS in quite an effective scene showing the passage of time and her waiting for the Doctor, before we cut back to her at the pub when she's very cruelly kicked out because of what the woman's caused to happen to Josh. While I think the further reaffirming of what the woman does was built up in an unnecessary scene, this does play into the episode's theme of abandonment very well, and quite effectively given how cold this woman is to Ruby, without even properly questioning her, and seeming scared herself to even go up to the woman and ask her. It does keep up the intrigue for the story expertly, and further the threat factor of this woman, and what she does, considering that in her short appearances so far, she's already started to ruin Ruby's life. So Ruby goes back to the TARDIS again and she gives her farewell to the Doctor before leaving to go back home. Unfortunately though, this scene is another which is just very weightless, and the impact of it isn't really felt, because of the Doctor and Ruby's relationship. Because of their lack of character in their first 3 appearances not selling us on the connection between these two at all, her making this huge decision to leave the TARDIS behind and wish that she could see him again, it just isn't impactful. Because I couldn't tell you for the life of me what these two get out of each other besides just messing around and being overly happy and not being integral to the plot and not really being characters themselves, just sort of being empty vessels who follow around the awful plots. Even factor in Boom into the equation, I don't get what these two get out of travelling with each other. And unfortunately, as much as Ruby was just acting like the worst companion pre-Chibnall era but nowhere near as pretentious and insufferable, and can actually act with bad material, none of the personality from Boom has carried over. And with the Doctor acting no different at the start of the story either, I just don't buy that her leaving the TARDIS like this would be a super impactful moment at all.
No, I was hardly with him, really.
Which is a huge shame and just shows off how much Russell has rushed this series.
I mean, it seems to me that this is a
perfect way to build up the Doctor and Companion's relationship.
If you suck!
So after a really well done and brilliant transitional scene showing that the woman is still following Ruby, she arrives back home, and after an admittedly hilarious explanation from Carla on what the Doctor might be doing...
Maybe the Doctor went inside his box and that's what men do. They go into their sheds and they potter. They have train sets and hobbies and things women should never know about.
How the hell did you know that?
They try a social experiment on the woman by having Carla on the phone with Ruby while she tries to talk to her. This is gonna be a very low bar praise, but I'm actually very happy that this story does this as soon as it can, because it's such a simple yet logical plan which, at least from our and their perspective, should work perfectly. This is only noteworthy praise in this story because every episode up to this point has had such insane, logical inconsistency and characters constantly making stupid decisions that it makes them agonizing to watch at points. But here, this actually feels like what 2 real people would come up with as a plan. This is the first Russell-penned episode this series which actually feels like a Russell script, with characters making in-line and logical decisions, and actions that don't contradict their personality or just common sense. Such a shame it ends up not mattering. I mean, ignore that. What did I mean by that? Don't you worry about it. But you should remember it, just in case. So after another super interesting Mrs. Flood moment, Carla goes up to the woman before running away and screaming, and this moment is really well done. Carla's robotic description of what she looks like is fascinating, really making the mind race at what she could possibly be and why she has this effect on people.
Mum, what does she look like?
She looks like what she looks like.
What does that mean?
She looks like what she is.
And Carla getting a taxi away from Ruby while coldly looking at her is such a sad moment for Ruby that it's near impossible to not feel sorry for her here, especially after her own mum kicked her out and refuses to let her back into her life. Let's not talk about how unintentionally funny this shot is though. And I really do like how, on a meta level, this is exploring Ruby's fear of abandonment. This alternate timeline she's found herself in has realised her biggest fear of being left behind. And from her point of view, being left behind for no reason, or a reason which she'll never find out about, which harkens back to one of the only things this character has going for her, which is that her mother abandoned her when she was born for, at least from her point of view, seemingly no reason. This has been seen with everything up to the story so far. The Doctor has disappeared for seemingly no reason. People who try to speak to the woman run away for her for seemingly no reason. It's cost her a living space for seemingly no reason. And now it's cost her her mum for seemingly no reason, which then harkens all the way back to her biological mum leaving her, which at this point is for seemingly no reason. Let's not talk about the actual reason right now. And on the note of disappointment, I'd be lying if I said this scene worked as well as it should have, because even though the way Carla talks to Ruby is very cruel and effective for the tones and themes and all that, we've already seen the cold and distant Carla contrasted to her normal personality. You might not remember it because the episode was so shit, but we had this in her first appearance. Unless we forget, one of the biggest and most annoying issues with that scene was how long it fucking dragged on and on and on. 5 whole minutes of Cole's distant Carla, and this episode does it again, but nowhere near as impactful because we've fucking seen it before. You cannot rehash old ideas and story beats this early into a series. The unoriginality on display this series so far has been fucking criminal. Did you think we wouldn't notice?
You think I'm a fool?
Also, I literally just thought of this on the spot while I'm recording this audio, but literally, they did this with Jackie in Series 2, but that worked effectively because it was an alternate timeline, it was an alternate universe Jackie, who was cruel to Rose, and also, we'd had a series and a half of Jackie at that point, so we actually knew her and actually cared, and it was more impactful. I literally, I shit you not, I will screenshot the script. I just thought of that on the spot. Holy shit, this series is so bad. Also, I'm fine with what the woman says to people being left ambiguous. It's one of the few things in the story that I don't think actually needs an explanation, as this being left up to interpretation brings out better ideas and sparks creativity in the mind more than anything that could be written for it, really. But this then begs the question as to what Carla could have possibly said to convince Cherry to never let Ruby back in the flat again. Obviously we know that Carla has been turned against Ruby because of the woman, but Cherry never was. And she's clearly established to be outspoken of her own opinions and clearly loves Ruby and cares for her very much. What could Carla possibly say to her to convince her to never let in Ruby, or in fact, speak to her ever again? What? Never explained? Well, that's a running theme of this series, so I can't even really act surprised. And believe it or not, this story shows off this flaw the worst. So Ruby meets with Kate, and after more confirmation that the Doctor is completely missing, Ruby explains everything to her, and they hypothesize about what the woman could be, and they discuss some very interesting ideas. I can't wait for the eventual reveal on this. So UNIT try to take down the woman, and even despite their
full psychic training, we have telepathic dampeners, mesmeric shielding, and necklaces of silver and salt in case of witchcraft. Don't worry, you're with experts now.
yeah, all that, they still turn away from Ruby and leave her behind, which is such a heartbreaking thing to witness. Seeing Ruby completely lose all hope, as there's no one else who could possibly help her, and she might be stuck with this woman and a constant way of scaring everyone away from her forever. Hey look, it's the Doctor Who Companion of All Time shot. We then get a compilation of Ruby getting older and her relationship life falling apart. Real. As the woman distracts her too much from forming a proper connection with anyone, which is to be expected, and this little montage is very well done. And it shows that Ruby has been living with this for 20 years. We see her at 40 years old, and she looks like... Oh my god. Oh my days. No, you can never show me this ever again. No, but no, I can't. I couldn't. No, what? What the actual fuck? No fucking way, man. No, that doesn't even make sense. No, I can't. I can't do it. No, I can't finish the review. Fuck, nah. No, can't be done. Alright, no, okay. I am a grown-ass man. I can't run away from these things forever. Okay. It's literally just a bit of fiction. It's not real. Alright, let's get back to it.
as a pizza delivery boy.
No, I can't do it. I can't do it. It doesn't even make sense. It's too much. It's actually too much.
It's too much!
It doesn't even make sense. No, okay, no, I'm going. I can't do it. Fuck this. Jokes aside, it is a bit disappointing and incredibly lazy that they didn't even attempt to make Millie Gibson look any older than she already does. MILF Ruby is literally just Ruby with longer hair and glasses. And trust me, as a patented MILF expert, Why the fuck did I write that? I believe there's more to looking older than just growing out your hair and wearing glasses. Because by that logic, I am 107 years old. So we finally see Roger Ap Gwilliam, who was set up in the very beginning of the story. And of course, because Russell thinks we're idiots, we have to get flashbacks to all of the past mentions of him in the story. Thank you. But believe it or not, I'm pretty sure most people can remember things that happened not even 30 minutes ago. And Ruby decides that the woman must be following her so that she could stop him from sending Britain into a nuclear war.
But you were right, it was never gonna work, and that is my fault. Except for the bed thing, because that really was you.
If anyone said this to me during a breakup, I would actually kill myself. Like, holy shit, poor mans. So Ruby goes to volunteer to hold coats, which is actually really funny.
I'll do leaflets, answering the phones, just tell me what to do and I'll do anything. Hey, I'll even carry the coats.
But then this scene presents a huge issue with this part of the story. And that's Gwilliam himself. As we'll soon see, he gets elected as Prime Minister of the UK. Insert Harold Saxon joke here. And we're told about how he'll cause such huge devastation and such. But honestly, I do not believe for a second that this little twink boy is capable of that. Not even due just to his appearance and underconfident demeanor, but he's literally made out to look like a psychotic mug on live TV, likely in front of millions of people, but he still gets elected? I just don't buy that. Like, don't get me wrong, most politicians make fucking massive tits out of themselves on TV all of the time. Mr. Potato Head was still PM when this episode came out. But to the point where they get called out on the news? You really expect me to believe he'd get elected if he basically just admitted in front of the whole world that he just wants to fire off nuclear weapons? And also, this has got to be some of Russell's shittiest political writing maybe ever? It's so surface level and superficial and not saying anything biting or interesting that this character is just left as a shell of bad for Ruby to overcome, which really isn't that interesting. And honestly, it's really boring, especially compared to Russell's political writing in the 2000s. And I think part of the reason this feels so half-baked and lazy is that we don't see anything of this character until right now, and the first thing we properly see him do is basically just admit he wants to fire a nuclear missile on live TV. Dumbass. Like, we don't see any campaign rallies discussing his politics, or see how he ended up with such a massive following, or anything really. There was more build-up for the Master becoming Prime Minister than what's in this entire story. Like, if you ask these questions about Roger, I don't even know what anyone would say because we don't know shit about him.
I was going to vote for him.
Really?
Well, it was before I even met you, and I liked him.
Me too. Why do you say that? What was his policy? What did he stand for?
I don't know, he always sounded good.
Imagine if this was actually the Master brainwashing the population again, and this episode is like a premonition of what could happen. Honestly, I said that as a joke, but given how lazy Russell has been rehashing his old work this series, this would not shock me in the slightest. Oh, and in case you needed more confirmation that this wannabe genocidal fuckwit is evil, then he sexually assaults this poor volunteer. Yeah, we get it. He's meant to be awful, but all you've done here really is show that he's a sexual abuser and that he wants to fire a big weapon. Delve more into what his positions are. What is this laziness? So Ruby finally gets confirmation that Roger is going to launch on Saturday. As if we fucking needed any more confirmation that he was evil.
I'm sorry it took so long.
because I think I'll only get one chance. And I had to make sure I was right. But I wish I could have helped you. I'm so sorry.
When the ending of this story comes around, I'll delve into why this line is so awful. But that's coming up soon, don't worry. So Ruby uses the woman to scare off Mad Jack William, and she's finally done what she set out to do. She found out what the point of the woman was. She's done what she was supposedly supposed to do from the start. So what now?
Can you leave me alone?
Oh, I guess the point of the woman is yet to be revealed. So a now 80-year-old still being followed Ruby visits the TARDIS in a very beautifully done scene, which links back to Wild Blue Yonder quite well, and she tells the TARDIS how everything in her life basically fell apart, but she still has hope, because that's very much like the Doctor. I don't want to reiterate this point too much, because I already have in almost every single one of these reviews, and I likely still will have to in the other reviews to come, but this scene would have been a lot more impactful had the Doctor and Ruby's relationship been better defined.
Don't worry. Everyone has abandoned me my whole life.
Oh man, that's actually so sad. Now we need to go meta for a minute. Okay, so, everything that I've praised throughout the video, every single point of praise and good writing about this episode that I've highlighted to you today, throw it away. Yeah, no, I'm serious, throw it away. Everything I've said this episode does well, ignore it. Neglect it. It doesn't even matter anymore, because all of it, every single last part of it, is completely undermined and fucking destroyed by this shitty ending. So the woman, after all of these years, finally approaches Ruby in a very well done and scary scene. And then she goes back in time with Ruby. And then we find out that Ruby was the woman. And she prevents the Doctor from stepping on the string. And then the woman disappears. And then the story ends. Back at the status quo. Are you fucking serious? So every single thing that we've seen in this story, good or bad, up to this point, doesn't even matter because it's not impactful to either of the characters and Ruby doesn't even remember it. So not only is this stupid, irredeemable piece of shit galactic cunt bag of an ending the most unsatisfying thing to face the Earth, but for me, and hopefully you as well if you're not stupid, this shows this series' laziness at its worst. Because despite how awful that ending was, this episode could have been brilliant, but it's just been completely shat on by that, because it's left way too many questions unanswered for this to be a satisfying end to the story. It objectively has ruined everything in the episode up to this point, and that is a fucking crime. And the reason is so. In the easiest way to say it possible, you cannot spend a whole mystery story drip feeding us information and sprinkling hints and ideas to us throughout the entire runtime, only to undo it all and not explain anything. That, in and of itself, is unsatisfying as fuck and lazy, but it completely shows how this story just fundamentally doesn't understand what can make ambiguous mysteries in Doctor Who so interesting. We are given way too much information throughout this story for this ending to be satisfying. Like, we're told that the woman is Ruby, but then it just fucking ends. That doesn't answer the other 100,000 questions you've sprinkled throughout. Like, why did the Doctor disappear? Why was the woman 69 yards away? Why did she have a perception filter? Why did she make everyone hate Ruby? Why did this turn into a terrible political drama by the end? Why does all of the random shit this episode sets up for 40 fucking minutes even happen? We don't know, and we likely never will. It's pretty obvious that this story was going for a theme of, there's a reason behind everything, but we don't always know. Which doesn't work because of how butchered it is. Essentially, boiled down, this story is just, oh, shit happens, I don't know. Which is so fucking reductive and lazy compared to what this story could have been. I think the best episode to compare this one to is Midnight, because we never find out what the Midnight Entity is, but for that story to work, you don't need to know what it is, because the story is more so focused on the characters and what people become under pressure. This episode entirely revolves around the woman, and why is she doing this? But we never find out, and anything else in the story ultimately doesn't matter because it's an alternate timeline. Also, why does, like, old woman Ruby suddenly go back in time? That's not explained. If the woman is Ruby, then does her just going up to Ruby send her back in time? That doesn't make sense, and there is nothing to explain it. You can't excuse this shit. Also, Ruby will not be in this position in the real timeline, so Roger App will still launch nuclear weaponry, and this poor lass will still get sexually assaulted by him. What an awful thing to end up writing in a story due to your own incompetence, you fucking door. Essentially, the main reason this doesn't work and ruins the story is because it has to rely on your own interpretation for it to even work. There is nothing wrong with leaving stuff up to interpretation, like the Midnight Entity, the woman in the End of Time, the thing under the blanket and listen, what the Doctor's fear is in the God Complex, what the Beast really is in the Satan two-parter, although that one, as you can imagine, is a bit more explicit, but still, you get the point. These stories leave certain things up to interpretation. They don't have to rely on it in order for you to get anything out of them. Depending on anyone's interpretation, this episode could be a fucking 1 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10. Because Russell was too lazy and misguided to give this ending a redraft, and this story basically laughs at you from the start for thinking that its folklore explanation would have been a good idea. Well, fuck you, because why does the Doctor fucking breaking a string start all of this stupid bullshit? You can't possibly think that this is a good ending. How could you not see how this undermines everything in the story? Even the character development for Ruby, finally, doesn't matter in the end, because it's an alternate timeline that no one remembers. It's just a waste of everything. You can't... Oh my fucking god, why? TLDR. Being left up to interpretation is fine, if not brilliant in the right context. Relying on interpretation to cover up your own holes is lazy as fuck, and you should be ashamed of yourself. So, that was 69 yards, and when I said this was the most botched good episode of Doctor Who in a long time, really I meant it was the most botched good episode since The Giggle. But that doesn't exactly excuse how truly awful this episode ends up being because of its ending. While this episode is genuinely great, besides a few warts for the first like half an hour or so, even not factoring in this story's stupid resolution, it starts to fall apart when the Gwilliam subplot starts. Like honestly, it's really hard to talk about anything noteworthy in the conclusion here, because none of it ends up mattering because none of it actually happened. It bears no weight on Ruby's conscience, all of her character development, and all the time we spent exploring her fear of abandonment doesn't matter because it didn't actually happen. And the story itself, and anything to like about it, doesn't end up meaning anything because this stupid bollocks ending just tells you it doesn't matter and you should draw up your own conclusion. The whole mystery being built up through the whole story is fascinating, until it's not. Ruby's character starts becoming great, until she isn't. Again, the only noteworthy bits of praise to give this episode is that it's shot and directed beautifully, but ultimately, because of this episode's awful writing, in the end, this episode is just a waste of time, which I wouldn't even bother ever watching again, because why would I waste my time getting invested in this story and the characters and the mystery if I know that in the long run, it doesn't matter, it means nothing, and Russell basically got lazy, gave up, and decided you have to draw your own conclusion for everything. Fucking Shameful. Hey, at least it gave with MILF Ruby though.
Anyway, I started Sing Bean.
Up next is Dot and Bubble, an episode that I actually do like. No, I'm serious this time, I actually like this one. Oh yeah, Dot and Bubble time. I was being for real when I said last review that I actually like this episode, and I'm quite excited to talk about it today. This is the only episode this series that gives me any hope that deep down, past all the nonsense, past all the excuses, that Russell, he's still got it in him. It might be hidden away deep down further than the last time I uploaded a video less than 10 minutes, but this is all the proof I need. This is my last strand of hope that one day Doctor Who might give us a fully decent series again. Since it's only been 16 goddamn years since Series 4. And before I start going deep on this one, can I just say how hilariously awful the tonal whiplash has been this series? Seriously, we start off with the church on Ruby Road and that one. Episodes that specifically feel targeted towards actual freshly born babies. Then the Devil's Chord, which feels like it's mostly for 8-year-olds. Then Boom, which has a butchered but attempted hot take on religion and capitalism. 69 Yards, which is like a horror story with rubbish political commentary and other things. And now this episode, which is a commentary on rich people, divides in class and standard, and social media satire. If this series was any more all over the place, it would slot right into Series 6. But with that being said, we know I try to be as objective as possible to the best of my ability when reviewing stuff, unless stated otherwise. But while I might really like this episode for a good amount of reasons, how does it hold up under scrutiny? Is it actually any good? Does it convey its messages well? Is it ruined by its ending like 69 Yards? Does it fail under its own stupid setup like Boom? Does it build up this whole narrative only to solve it in the stupidest way possible like the Devil's Chord? And the giggle. Is it a juvenile, childish mess like this disaster which I still refuse to call by name? Or is it just a shameless rip-off of a much superior story from nearly 20 years ago? Well, there's only one way to find out. This episode opens up masterfully, instantly setting the tone and setting of this sickly, sweet and fake world of Fine Time, very obviously filled with the rich, spoiled, upper-class Gen Z kids, living in this apparently perfect utopian world. Right off the bat, I've got to say how much I love this setting for an episode. While it is incredibly obvious and predictable that this setting is going to turn out to be not so perfect, because this is Doctor Who after all, I think the brief glimpses we get of this world do a perfect job setting it up, with the unique architecture and almost fake feeling artificial brightness the place is shrouded in. It makes the scene set in the underworld automatically so much more distinct visually, and hints to us in a subtle way of the eventual tone change of the story. But let's not get ahead of ourselves now, and this episode is also shot and directed beautifully throughout. Alright, fluff's out the way, now let's talk about the writing. I would also just like to say that I think this episode doesn't do the setup amazingly well, because as good as it is, it's very obvious from the bat that this place sucks. Like, I don't know about you, but a world where we are literally just in our own bubble and don't see the real world unless we choose to, which no one ever does, that sounds like a living hell to me. It makes it much more obvious that something is going to go wrong than it already was, unfortunately. But then again, I think this opening scene effectively conveys to us straight away the problems with the world, with Lindy immediately when she wakes up absorbing herself into the world of her bubble, and just instantly receiving compliments and dismissing Gothic Paul, who seems to be the only person who isn't saying stuff that's just vapid. The expression on Lindy's face, you can tell straight away she just thinks of this as boring right away. And I also think the way Lindy reacts to getting compliments right off the bat tells us about this uptight and fake community of people, because just listen to this excellent delivery from Callie Cook.
Hi there, Lindy. Such a super day. You look so good, baby.
Aw, Keeper, you're so kind.
The condescending and belittling tone while receiving a compliment, almost as if they're just an everyday occurrence to receive, not even really appreciating the words being said to her. Yeah, we can already tell this is a society filled with a bunch of spoiled, pampered,
ungrateful little rich bitches.
Oh, we already cooking. So after the first showcase of this TikTok man Ricky September, more on him later, the Doctor then calls Lindy with this huge text and alarm going off when he enters the bubble, saying unsolicited request. Just keep that in mind for now. And tries to warn her that something's going wrong in Fine Time and there's creatures out there, before she blocks him and continues to dance in her bubble like normal. Before the slow pan reveal of a creature being in her room. Just keep that in mind for now. So after the titles roll, if you couldn't tell this episode was off to a good start, this is the only episode in the series where the titles are actually in sync. Bruh. We see Lindy go to work, and I like how this scene is used to further establish how the characters in this story aren't the typical characters you'd expect to see in a Doctor Light story. They don't have any sort of aspirations or interesting goals. They're all self-centered, egotistical, and pampered, literally and figuratively living in their own bubble world, and the closest they do to anything besides that is work. Oh, well, at least the work for 2 hours a day. And this to them is considered hard work. Coming from someone who knows someone who looks like me who once worked a 17.5-hour shift in the cinema during the release of Across the Spider-Verse.
And his name is John Cena!
I find this satire and commentary on rich people absolutely brilliant and hilarious, with them being more so concerned with the word chapping being funny than real world concerns, like, can I eat food today? Can I pay my bills today? Can I... I'm just projecting now. And it also later turns out that this work is literally only just so they can recharge their bubble and not actually work on anything. Damn, I wish I could just work to charge my phone. Maybe I should move to Fine Time. Although maybe that's not such a good idea.
Oh, you're no fun.
Me reading almost any comment section on a video over an hour long. So Ruby enters Lindy's bubble with no unsolicited request warning. Just keep that in mind for now. And asks Lindy to look outside the bubble after asking what she's actually doing. Because I'm sure, as we've noticed but Lindy hasn't as she's too wrapped up in her own world, people are starting to go missing because of the man-trap slugs. And I love how this scene slowly builds up the supposed antagonist's grand reveal to our supposed protagonist by having Lindy, very slowly, very angrily, look outside her bubble to see the horror around her. Everyone she works with is gone, which they never usually would be, and the one person left is being eaten alive. And I like how this episode furthers its message of rich people bad because they live in a bubble, even further by the fact that Lindy didn't even notice that no one was talking around her because she was so absorbed in her own bubble that she didn't even think about it until it was hammered into her stupid thick brain. I know I've reiterated this point a lot so far and probably will continue to do so, but this episode portrays its message, for the most part, really well. And after such a confused mess like 69 yards, this is so much more enjoyable on that merit alone. Murray's creepy, unsettling score in this scene, accompanied by the man-slug's low, grim, growling, grumbling noise, also do elevate the tension and horror in the scene really, really well. It's truly such a fantastic moment. So after Lindy goes back to watching TikTok instead of dealing with the threat at hand, very similar to what an actual child did in Boom, except this is more so in favour of a message, and also isn't annoying. The Doctor re-enters the bubble without an unsolicited request message. Just keep that in mind for now. And he tries to get Lindy to leave the room and lower the bubble. And before we get to anything else in this story plot-wise, even before we get to Shooty's best scene as the Doctor yet, I have to praise and question how well the 15th Doctor is written in this story. Seriously, this episode is proof that despite writing the Doctor as a bland, happy-go-lucky, lacking in depth caricature with very rare occasional good lines here and there, that Russell can actually write the 15th Doctor as a compelling character. Seriously, I don't know why, in this episode in particular, and literally no other that he's appeared in so far, that Russell doesn't write him like this. Despite this being the second Doctor-like story in a row, and him not even entering the world itself until the last 7 minutes of the story, this is, without doubt, Ncuti's best performance as the Doctor. And that's in large part to how well Russell writes him in this story. Not only is he written and acts in a way that actually feels like the Doctor.
Lindy, it's okay. I think that I can get you out.
I muted you.
Unmute it, honey.
I was so right, Dad.
I'm trying to find out what it is. But first things first, I'm here to save you.
I don't know how to walk without the arrows.
You don't know how to walk?
Without the arrows.
You don't know how to walk without the arrows. It ignored you.
Forward.
Why did it do that? What did you do? There's...
Forward.
That's 2 of them now, just letting you go.
Lindy, get in the lift.
Forward.
Yes, yeah. Lift. Let me just squeeze in.
You can't do that.
Yeah, well, I just did. If you walk using those arrows, you could stroll right into one of those things and get swallowed alive.
Oh.
The truth. Okay, everyone, head to your conduits. Follow my instructions. Go now.
You see? The arrows work.
Yeah, okay, that's good. You're amazing, Lindy. I swear to the sky, you are doing really well.
Oh, condescending much? Turn it off right now!
That is a powerful anti-grav cycle combination device. If it wants you dead, it can kill you itself. Dot off!
So you're the rich kids? I should hope so. I thought you were like office drones, but that's why you only work 2 hours a day. So the rest of the time, we party. It's like Love Island, the planet.
How did you do that?
I'm blocked, babes.
I'm out of power.
You are kidding me! You only stay live for 5 seconds and there's 100 numbers in total.
Yeah, it's okay, you don't... I've studied postcodes, so I kind of know how they work.
You're clever as well. No, I know, but come on, babes. We need to get you out of here. Run! Run! No, not forward, go back! Move! Don't follow the arrows! Do not follow the arrows! Just keep them back! Lindy!
You're in the same room. You're together.
Oh, what the hell? Yes. Mm-hmm.
You lied to me. This...
What, Ricky the singer? That's him. Oh, nice one.
It's hot.
Hands off.
Yo.
Oh. Wait a minute.
What is it?
It can't be. No.
Doctor, stop it. Tell us.
No. Really?
But like you've just seen before, he exudes so many of the key traits that make the Doctor as a whole such a compelling character. The authority, the wit, the depth, the justified outrage, the humour, the never-ending curiosity and interest of the unknown, the ego, the amazing displays of compassion and courage, even to someone who dismisses him and treats him like shit from the very start, all radiate the Doctor so amazingly in this story that this is the best showcase of what this Doctor should be, and honestly is my only spark of hope that Russell will actually wake the fuck up and start writing good Doctor Who again. And he's barely even in it! If the 15th Doctor was written and performed like this in every story, then he would honestly be one of my favourites right out of the gate. This and The Giggle are the most interesting portrayals of this character so far, and I really hope that he's written this well again soon. Boom might have been a good showcase of the Doctor as a character.
Doctor!
For the most part. But really, that was just Ncuti playing the 12th Doctor. This is Ncuti playing the 15th Doctor, and it's fucking brilliant to witness.
And just like the guy whose feet are too big for his bed.
Back to the episode itself now, and we see Lindy try and fail to leave the room without the bubble.
I don't know how to walk.
What do you mean?
I don't know how to walk without the arrows.
You don't know how to walk?
Without the arrows.
You don't know how to walk without the arrows.
9-year-olds without YouTube shorts for 30 seconds. Jokes aside, I do actually quite like how this episode plays up the rich, spoilt kids of Fine Time, being almost naive and stupid enough to the point they resemble children. It's good commentary on how a lot of people almost can't function without certain social medias and things on their phone. and you could fully see how the future generations could potentially become so over-reliant and shit like this, where they cannot walk without explicit instructions on how. This might seem like a reach, but as someone who knows someone who works in retail and has done for so long, the general public is extremely stupid. I mean, I personally ditched my Instagram account for basically an entire year, and I was fine. But that's probably because I'm an old man. Hey, go give it a follow, I promise I won't do it again. Maybe. So Lindy goes to the lift and we get a really well done moment, where a man slug leaves the lift and the Doctor and Ruby are trying to desperately get her to walk away from it. Just keep that in mind for now. And this scene is really tense and immersive, because of the bellowing noises from the manslag, the Doctor and Ruby stressing about Lindy making the wrong choice, and Murray's creepy, tense rise in music complement this moment perfectly. But when she eventually does something of her own free will, it just walks right past her. Just keep that in mind for now. And this is great for the ongoing mystery of the story. Why do the manslags only kill certain people? And what is the connection and order in which they do so? I wonder. I hope it's not contrived. Although, it's pretty strange that they established that no one else is in Lindy's office because they're all dead, yet the manslag goes to her office anyway? Like, why? There's no one there.
Why?
So Lindy goes outside only to see the world around her crumbling apart as all of the residents of Finetime are being eaten alive by the manslags. And I like how we even get a good red herring as Lindy shouts at people to watch out and be careful as there's manslags everywhere, but the people are too much in their own bubble to even notice. It gives us just about enough to think that this unlikable protagonist might be able to change our ways and redeem herself. I think that's one of the key reasons why Lindy works so well in this story. There's just enough glimmers and sparks of hope for us to think that she could potentially go on a redemption arc throughout. And despite being very easy to dislike, she's just likable enough to the point where you're invested to see whether she changes her ways or not. But the fact that she never does makes this story bite so much harder than it already does. After more great world building for the story...
No. Sorry, we'll save that for later.
Fuck you! Lindy brings everyone into the bubble and explains the danger to them, before the Doctor sends them all locations to conduits so they can escape. And this scene does a few things really well. I like the further commentary on how much these people live in their own bubble, because despite showing clear worry and concern the whole story of people going missing, as soon as Gothic Paul finds out what it actually is...
Oh, for land's sake, Lindy, don't be so silly. Not even I would say something like that.
He dismisses it and laughs it off immediately, thinking that the idea is stupid before he is tragically eaten, instead of, you know, doing what any normal person would do in this situation and just turn the bubble off and look around. Bobble? What? What? And hell, honestly, while this scene is good, Ruby doesn't half underreact to seeing someone literally get eaten alive. The Doctor Who companion of all time. And also, the Doctor clearly shows that he can use the Sonic to get himself back into the bubble at will. Considering the danger and situation that everyone's in, this does then beg the question as to why he didn't just do this immediately and instead makes Ruby come in much later, when loads of other people have likely already died. Annoying orange looking And unfortunately, I can't even use the cope that he was busy trying to help other people on Finetime, because nowhere in this story is it implied that him or Ruby did this. And it would also make the ending scene's impact be a lot weaker, and it wouldn't hit nearly as hard, because as we see how overtly awful these people are, I'm sure the Doctor would have noticed before getting the remaining people there. Despite its few flaws, there is still some good lines in this scene though, that do build up to the eventual reveal in the end.
I blocked you. Didn't I block you? I knew it! I did! I thought that you just looked the same, but you're... But, just give him a shot, okay? I think he's not as stupid as he looks.
What do you mean by that?
Also, Lindy barely reacting to her apparent best friend being dead is another great way to show how naive and childish the people of Findtime are. Not even being able to muster up a single tear or think about it for more than 3 seconds before moving on.
Oh, my poor friends.
These absolute brain rot of characters have been established so well in this story. That sounded like an insult on the writing. It wasn't meant to be, it was meant to be a compliment. The characters are just brain dead. But like, intentionally, for a nice change. So despite being in the very, very far, very, very distant future, with technology and architecture unlike anything on Earth that any of us will be able to imagine in our lifetimes, and I'm pretty sure this is a completely different planet, but I'm not sure, Lindy's dot runs out of battery and she's left to fend for herself. Just keep that in mind for now.
Forward.
That's ridiculous. It's just so exaggerated.
Lindy then finds herself having to try and navigate through a street filled with the slags, and naturally, she struggles with this so much to the point that she almost gets eaten, until she's saved by the TikTok man himself, Ricky September, from the beginning of the story. And this motherfucker is actually so goated, it's unreal. He's the only person on Findtime without any negative or unlikable character traits. Which, to me at least, was really surprising and a great subversion, because he's built up in the beginning as if he is just an annoying influencer. But he's actually just a chill, normal dude. He's not as terminally online as a 12th Doctor stan. He just likes to read and goes out of his way to help people, showing an excellent display of compassion at the same time. He almost reminds me of someone who's very thematically relevant to this story. But just keep that in mind for now.
I tried to warn people in my videos, but they kept getting deleted.
Huh? Wait, okay, so what? Hang on, what? Alright, I'm gonna have to slightly jump ahead here, because with it revealed to us later that the dots are sentient and have turned against the twats of Findtime, this really makes a few plot holes in the story. So if Ricky was making videos trying to warn people about the slugs, but presumably so the software on the dots is deleting those videos, I know your pain, my son, then why don't they try and stop Ruby from warning Lindy about the manslags as well? You could argue that the Doctor having an unsolicited request above his head was also them trying to stop people from finding out, but that also doesn't make sense, because why don't they do it again? And why only to him and not to Ruby? That doesn't make sense.
I have a feeling this is foreshadowing.
Also, it's not made very clear what the Doctor and Ruby can see from their own perspective, but if the Doctor can sonic away any problem within the software, if he knew about the unsolicited request, then why wouldn't he just sonic it away so he didn't look more suspicious? And assuming, which I shouldn't do, but I am, that he used the sonic to get here in the first place, then how could he not be aware of what the software is saying about him here?
History, and during the Great Abrogation, this...
I don't like where this is going.
So Lindy suddenly gains the ability to walk normally despite less than 5 minutes ago we seen her do this, because plot, Ricky finds out that all of the people on the homeworld are dead, completely wiped out by the manslags, and this reveal is very well done. It's very dramatic and tense, and I like that he has the foresight and care to not tell Lindy this, as he doesn't want to hurt her feelings. What a nice lad. I hope nothing bad happens to him.
People used to work like this back in the old days. Got paid in money. I read about it. Her life was tough.
My job's not easy. I get chapping.
I got a first-degree burn 2 months ago. So Lindy reopens her dot despite it being out of battery because plot, and the Doctor gives Ricky the codes. And I like how in this scene we see that Ricky is the only person on Findtime who's open-minded and chill, showing no sort of disgust or disinterest or condescension to the Doctor. He even seems flattered by the Doctor flirting with him. What an actual goat. Unfortunately, this great scene and mostly great episode up to this point is undermined significantly by an episode-ruining reveal. Nah, I'm just kidding, it's nowhere near as bad as the 2 in 69 Yards or Boom, as it doesn't completely desecrate the story, it just makes it significantly worse.
it's coming for me. It's coming for me. It's coming for me. It's coming for me. Oh, my soul, it's me. They're coming for me.
Okay, hang on.
They're going to eat me.
So it's revealed to us when the Doctor figures out that the slags can't be from the outside world, they have to have been grown inside Findtime, and that the dots have become sentient, like I said before, and they've turned on all the rich people of Findtime and have been killing them in alphabetical order. And this creates so many plot holes and issues in this story that it makes a lot of it really, really stupid.
It's a powerful anti-grav cycle combination device.
Actually, that should be anti-mavity? Jeez, I hope someone got fired for that blunder. Okay, so the dots became sentient and decided to kill all of the residents of Findtime. That's fine. But why don't they just kill all of the residents themselves, since they're clearly way more efficient than the manslags are? There's no explanation on how the dots become sentient, or why Lindy's become sentient at this very contrived and convenient time for the plot. So this then begs the question as to why they decided to grow these slow and inefficient slags to kill everyone. Also, if they're killing everyone in alphabetical order, then why the fuck was there one in Lindy's apartment at the beginning? That just doesn't even try to add up. You also didn't even need this shot. Why not just pan to someone being killed outside, or in the apartment next to her for the stinger before the titles? Also, why in the dick, in the name of all that's balls, are they killing people in alphabetical order? What is the point in that?
Where is the sense? Exactly.
I mean, you could argue that they're doing this because they're a software following an algorithm, but if they're smart enough to become sentient and somehow grow these slags, it's never explained how they grew them, don't worry, and smart enough to delete Ricky's videos warning people about them, then why, in all of the fuckwit logical sense, didn't they know that he changed his name when he got loads of followers? That doesn't make sense! My lookalike's parents got married over a decade ago at this point, with the name change obviously being around the same time, yet the prescriptions his mum gets are still labelled under her old surname. There's no fucking way, no chance in hell that the algorithm wouldn't know what his old name was. And even if it didn't, why does it even listen to Lindy instead of just killing her straight away? Why would it stop? It could literally just go through her dome, bounce back and kill Ricky. Is it stupid? This nonsense for the sake of an action scene brings this episode down plot-wise significantly. But don't worry, as stupid as all of that was, it gets really fucking good again now. So after Lindy very cruelly throws Ricky under the bus, we see her not even regret it and recompose herself as if it was such a nothing thing to do. No regret, no fear for him, just getting ready to put on that fake face and persona again. And this is the exact moment that this awful, awful person goes beyond redemption. Immediately, as Lindy gets there, she's greeted by the Doctor and Ruby, and she completely ignores them, and gives a look as if she's disgusted by them even being there, showing us right off the bat in a great way that she doesn't even appreciate that they saved her life and would rather go back to being in her bubble with her fake friends. And when they ask her what happened to Ricky, she looks annoyed that she even has to think of a lie of what happened to him. And one thing about this scene that I really fucking like is the look on the Doctor's face, because you can guarantee that he knows what happened to him, but doesn't say anything. It's a great way of showing off the Doctor's intelligence and knowledge of people. I'm still really appreciative that Russell has remembered that the Doctor can read people really well, and isn't socially incompetent after putting up with years of funny alien man / woman who creates loads of funny moments due to their social incompetence. It's hard to remember sometimes that the Doctor is supposed to be smart. So we find out that the remaining residents of Findtime are going to travel to the Wild Woods, And considering that these people have literally just learned to walk,
These stupid little people have only just learned how to walk.
we can clearly gather that they'll die out there because it's really unsafe. So the Doctor offers to take them with him to a safe place and save them. But shockingly, they say no. And it's at this point that all the subtle hints and great build-up lead to the huge twist reveal.
We couldn't travel with you. What? Why not?
Because you, sir, are not one of us.
Excuse me, the fuck did you just say?
Yeah, it turns out that not only are the kids from Fine Time rich, pampered, sheltered, rude, spoiled, and morally fucked, they're also racist. And this then leads to the greatest showcase of the 15th Doctor as a character that we've gotten so far. Everything I said about why he was great in this episode before, times it by a quadrillion. This is Russell T Davies writing at its absolute finest, with so much said and done, just with the facial expressions alone. Before the Doctor even says anything else, the look on Ncuti's face says it all. The Doctor's complete shock here, completely perplexed that they would turn down his offer to literally save their lives, turns into a look of almost belittlement, clearly known that these people aren't intelligent from the start, only reaffirmed by the fact that they would have such a brain-dead belief that they'd assume he's lying about anything to do with the TARDIS after he got them this far already. I love how you can see the Doctor's face slowly change in this scene. His slow realization and bewilderment of the situation that he's currently found himself in is something completely new for the character that they themselves have never experienced before. And you can tell he almost doesn't even know how to handle it. But despite being singled out and denied help and outright insulted for his race, the Doctor still tries his best to save them, showing this character's key trait of compassion at its very best. But with that key trait of compassion and wanting to save everyone, then delves into the much more interesting part of this trait, and that's the need and desire to save everyone. The character's inherent god complex, which has been explored fascinatingly throughout the revival, and this is one of the best showcases of it, with the Doctor needing to save them. They have to let him, and him specifically, save them. Notice throughout the whole scene, after he realizes they're racist, he never says, "We can save you." It's always just him.
But you will die! Out there! And I can save your lives! Now let me!
I will do anything if you just allow me to save your lives.
And he has so much hubris that he can't even wrap his head around the idea that they wouldn't let him save their lives purely because of the colour of his skin. And we know it's purely because of the colour of his skin, not only because, I mean, it's kinda fucking obvious, but also because of how much Ricky September is like the Doctor. Yet Lindy has absolutely no issue with him.
Lindy Pepperbean, I will get you out of here.
Rose is waiting.
I will get you home.
And this then leads into Ncuti's best acted moment as the Doctor yet. Which is even fucking more wild to say, considering this is the first scene he filmed for the series after doing the giggle. The Doctor completely snaps, having a full-on justified outrage that these people are so stupid and stuck in their own ways that he can't save them completely due to factors out of his control. Fucking pristine. As the episode ends, with Murray's only memorable new track this series, playing us out, as the Doctor solemnly walks to the TARDIS, completely disgusted, outraged, bitter, defeated and dejected, and all of it is done without words. Just the facial expressions of Shooty here, and it's honestly one of my personal favourite Doctor Who scenes ever. It's absolutely fucking fantastic, and it ends this episode brilliantly on such a bittersweet and heartbreaking moment after such a huge bombshell. Russell's masterclass writing at its finest. Except it can never be that simple, can it? While this scene is absolutely exceptional and is actually one of my favourite scenes in Doctor Who, you can probably guess as to why I was a bit biased to it. The way we got here could have been much better handled. While there is some genuinely great bits of foreshadowing throughout the story.
Is that thing, is it something to do with you? Guys, I know this is wrong, and when this is over, he is going to be so disciplined. I can't wait.
There was this man, and he said there was a code. He was horrible. He was so rude.
But just give him a shot, okay? I think he's not as stupid as he looks.
Ricky September also, like I said before, acts exactly like the Doctor. But some of the hints in this story really do not work, unfortunately. And I think the main ones that are bad for this is the one at the beginning when the Doctor first shows up in the bubble. When Lindy does give a disgusted look when he appears, this doesn't work as a hint to racism, because the Doctor enters the bubble babbling on about creatures out there and that they're coming to get you, with huge text above him that says unsolicited request. Ignoring how contrived it is that this text never pops up again, and never pops up for anyone else, it's very understandable that Lindy would block him here. I know this isn't something any of us would want to do, but if we put ourselves in her shoes here, every single adult watching this video has had a scam caller before, or a call off a wrong number, and they just babble on about fucking nonsense which you just ignore. So this hint doesn't really work. And the other hint that doesn't work is this line where Lindy says this.
I blocked you. Didn't I block you? I knew it. I did. I thought that you just looked the same, but you're...
While it is a racist sentiment to just imply that all black people look alike, trust me, I deal with this bullshit on a near day-to-day basis. This doesn't work because nothing about the Doctor's appearance actually changes. She's talking to the same person. This is the equivalent of saying that Richie Reviews looks like Tom Richardson. That wouldn't be a racist thing to say, because Tom Richardson is my twin brother. Or another example, you could say that Doctor Who looks like the guy from Sex Education, which also wouldn't be racist because they're played by the same person. The idea's there, but the execution just ain't it. Like, maybe if the Doctor had, like, forgotten to take a wig off, he had different hair, he had different clothes, anything. But literally just talking to the same person and then saying that they look the same does not work as a hint towards racism. And this one is an out-of-universe explanation because I did not clock onto it at all. But you can see in the Doctor Who Unleashed episode for this story that the big man himself said this. But apparently one of the hints towards the racism of Fine Time in this episode is that everyone is white.
Because they've seen white person after white person after white person. And television these days is very diverse. I wonder, will you be 10 minutes into it? Will you be 15? Will you be 20? Before you start to think everyone in this community is white? And if you don't think that, why didn't you?
I mean, I don't know about you, but the first thing I notice about people isn't the colour of their skin. Does Russell really want to question why I didn't notice that everyone on Fine Time was white? So that quote-unquote hint doesn't really work either. Also, unfortunately, because of seeing the 15th Doctor cry for basically no reason in every episode except 69 Yards, seeing him cry in this scene has absolutely no impact, even though it really should, as this is a scenario in which the Doctor crying would actually be really appropriate and would enhance the drama tenfold. Arguably, I would say this should have been the only time he cried this series, even including the finale. But that's because I would rework that shit from the ground up so it didn't exist, but that's besides the point. But besides the build-up not being as strong as it should, and a supposed questionable hint about this one, this scene is still brilliant and is an amazing way to end this story. So, that was Dot and Bubble, and despite me doing most of the conclusion before the actual conclusion, I'd like to reinforce that this episode, for the most part, is still decent. While without a shadow of a doubt, this is the best episode of Series 14, with such an interesting setting, absolutely fantastic character work for the most part, and a great but somewhat muddled twist at the end, with excellent commentary and satire throughout, this episode does still unfortunately suffer with a lot of the problems this series so far has had. Like Ruby just not being a character, huge contrivances in some scenes, some really stupid plot breaking logic at points, and a lot of just not explaining stuff that should really be explained. And while some of those things do detract from this episode quite significantly, they don't actually fully ruin it for once, making this episode, on the whole, I mean, it's alright, like, but it is a shame that I can only really call it decent, because with a few tweaks and maybe a bit more time, this could have been one of the best episodes in years, especially with how well Russell wrote the 15th Doctor. Seriously, if he's never written like this again, Shooty's about to become the next Capaldi. What does this show have against Scottish people? While objectively the best episode of this series by a country fucking mile, it still isn't great, and missed the mark on quite a few key parts, which could have made it so much better, and that's a damn shame.
We were on the verge of greatness. We were this close.
Also an issue I found while editing, if the slags and the dots are killing people in alphabetical order, then why was Lindy's dot trying to get her to walk into the slag in the lift, when it's clearly established to move people out of the way of the slugs if it's not their time yet? Yeah, the plot holes really do shoot this one in the foot. Up next is an episode written by one of the directors from Loki, which should tell you fucking everything you need to know on how good it'll actually be. Not very. Yeah, safe to say I had absolutely no hope for this episode being anything remotely close to good. Being written by someone who's in large part responsible for the complete irreparable destruction of the entire MCU, caused by literally one episode, may I remind you. The only reason that my No Way Home video will likely never come out, because I simply don't care about the MCU anymore, was caused by Kate Herron. And here she is, writing an episode for my favourite show ever. What absolutely awful news that was to wake up to. I don't know shit about I'm not even gonna try to say it. I don't know shit about the other one's work, but I remember hoping and praying that she'd at least be able to salvage something from this episode. And does she? Honestly, I don't know. This episode is the only one of the series that I've yet to rewatch sober, so I'll basically be going into this episode blind. As while I do remember enjoying this episode when I first watched it after a night out, that also applies to literally every episode of the series so far, so that's not really saying anything. While it is nice at least to have 2 new writers for the show, for the first time in, 3 years, oh my god. Where is the fresh talent this show needs? I have no idea why Russell chose these two, considering one of them is one of the worst directors I've ever had the misfortune of experiencing her work, and the other has about 5 writing credits to her name, one of which is this episode. So despite not really remembering anything from this story, let's just get this schlock over with, because we're on the final stretch of Series 14. We are so close to finishing this absolute clustered mess of a series, and it means I can go to bed soon. I'm just kidding, I don't sleep. So the schlog starts in England 1813, and right off the bat, I've got to say how much of a dull setting this is for an episode of Doctor Who. Not only is this time period so done to death that it's beyond lame to see it again in current year, but the opening sting for this story just does absolutely nothing to get you intrigued. It's very obvious that the setting is ultimately just window dressing to an empty plot, and the opening is very emblematic of that. It reminds me very much of a dull episode from Series 2, and 10, and 8, and 1, and 7. Aliens disguising themselves as humans. Never seen that before. In a historical setting. Never seen that before. Aliens just fucking around and wanting to cosplay as other people for fun. I mean, I guess that's somewhat new. I guess. But as if we haven't seen shapeshifters in the show before, done in ways 1,000 billion, quadrillion, and a million times better than just...
We're gonna cosplay this planet to death!
We're off to a great start already.
Now I get to be the bad one.
This is gonna be bad, isn't it?
So the titles roll and we get the best showcase of how this episode will age like cheese on the beach. With Ruby basically being diminished in this episode, going from the Doctor Who companion of all time to just the Doctor Who companion of all time, except she never shuts the fuck up about Bridgerton. And considering that I am basically the same age as Ruby, and all of my mates are around the same age as me, and even having some mates in their 30s or 40s, and I have not heard a single one of them mention this show, even in passing, shows how this story is cooked from the start. Because while this show may be allegedly popular with the YouTube Shorts generation, it's not exactly groundbreaking or innovative stuff. It just looks like the most generic schlock for the sake of schlock to ever brain rot onto Netflix. So this episode's constant insistence on how this is so Bridgerton will make this episode age worse than Bad Wolf, which hasn't even really aged that badly, despite being from nearly 20 years ago, because to this day, despite being cancelled more than 10 years ago, people still know what The Weakest Link was. People still know what Big Brother was. As much as both of them were respectively crap in their own ways, game shows and reality TV, unfortunately, will be more culturally relevant than an apparent, at the time, popular drama. And even ignoring how cringe it is on its own, that the writers for this episode are using this show as a crutch to make the set more interesting, it really comes off as such a "how do you do, fellow kids?" level of trying to pander to the younger generation that it really gives you so much second-hand embarrassment that they thought this was a good idea.
That one didn't age quite so well.
Also, funny side note, I filmed the video with the Tweet Man after this, and he told us that his girlfriend does actually watch Bridgerton, and she hated this episode because it was nothing like Bridgerton. So this episode fails in every way you look at it. So we find out that Ruby has plot devices on her ears because writing is hard, before we're introduced to Susie Costello from Torchwood, because the UK has 7 actors apparently, and she yonks Ruby away to go and mingle with people or something, I don't know. And I've also got to add, right off the bat again, that this episode becomes instantly unforgivable for wasting India Ravama in such a boring role. Considering the absolute talent that she is, it was really disappointing to see her reduced to just generic woman from the 1800s, and then just the most generic cringe Doctor Who villain of all time. And it always makes characters feel like characters when they find out that there's people at their own party who they don't know, and they basically don't react to it. The Doctor Who character of all time. So the Doctor very unsubtly uses the Sonic to scan around the room to see this awfully familiar looking dude. Before Ruby gets attacked by the Rizzler.
Your Grace, where have you been hiding this absolute delight? With hair like golden strands spun in the rays of the evening sun.
So Ruby sees a Susan Twist painting. I just don't care. I mean, like with all of the scenes in the series, this would work well on its own, but knowing the reveal, you just don't care. And Ruby goes to sneak off and watch some drama. Base, to be fair. So the Doctor meets with this character who I refuse to call by name because I don't know what it is. Until we find out.
Not a lord. Does not a lord have a name?
Jack Harkness.
So the Doctor and not Captain Jack go outside with the Doctor seeming instantly infatuated with him. Because that's a totally in-character thing for the Doctor to do. If I hear one mention of the 10th Doctor in the comments, I swear to God, just tell me you don't have media literacy without telling me you don't have any media literacy. So Susie dies. Oh no, I'm so sad. They gave us so much to care about the character.
Anyway, last week...
No one heard this, by the way. Despite these two plonks walking off 20 seconds ago. Okay. So after a scene with Ruby stalking the Birdman, that goes on for far too long.
A couple caught alone is a scandal. If the man refuses to marry the lady, she will no longer be acceptable to polite society.
Literally not a single soul on the entire planet, or in fact, any soul of any living being in the entire galaxy, or in fact, if you break down every living organism to a molecular level and look at them molecule by molecule, atom by atom, there is still not a semblance of anything or anyone who could give a single shit!
Oh, this is so Bridgerton.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
So the Doctor waffles on about nothing for 30 seconds before they find Susie dead, before him and not Jack argue about who killed her. I'm so invested in this story, holy shit! Okay, we're 10 minutes into this garbage now, and I've got to say, this has got to be one of the most dull episodes of Doctor Who to face the Earth. Even not taking into account the overused setting, the done-to-death murder mystery angle, and the cardboard characters, this episode's pacing has been so incredibly slow and monotonous that it's near impossible to say anything interesting in this review. Seriously, this episode so far has just been a collection of not very interesting stuff happening, and without any nuance or interesting characters or even concepts. I really don't see how anyone's expected to care. This has been the longest 10 minutes of my life. I feel like I'm waiting in a fucking hospital. So after another naff scene with Ruby in this wet blanket, we cut back to the Doctor and not Jack. Honestly, I wish we could just stay with one of these scenes at a time, because it's getting tedious saying the words cut back over and over again.
You know, this is not a good look for you in any century.
Remember how despite how muddled it was, the last story actually delved into what potential issues the Doctor could deal with because of his race? Yet, here he is in the 19th century not having a single issue with it. World building just isn't real. Neither's history. It never mattered in the first place. At least that's what Loki told us.
Secondly, you are a bounty hunter. That is so cool.
How very in character for the Doctor to find someone who kills people for money without a care in the world. Cool. And it infatuates him even more to not Jack.
Let the nearest time agent track it back to Earth, convince him it's valuable, and name a price. 50% up front, oops. German bomb falls on it, destroys it forever. He never gets to see what he's paid for, never knows he's been had. I buy him a drink with his own money and we discuss dumb luck. The perfect self-cleaning con.
Yeah, perfect.
Getting a hint of disapproval.
Remember when the 15th Doctor was amazingly written well in his last appearance? I'm starting to miss that so much already. So the Doctor and Jack have a cock-measuring competition about who has the better ship. And Jack puts him in this episode's plot device so they could have the outcome they wanted at the ending. Because plot contrivance devices clearly haven't been in this era enough already. Now have they? They then have a cock-measuring competition about the sonic screwdriver. I mean, come on, they even make a joke so similar it might as well be the same.
Who has a sonic screwdriver?
I do!
Who looks at a screwdriver and thinks, ooh, this could be a little more sonic?
What, you never been bored? Never had a long night? Never had a lot of cabinets to put up?
My gadget can do more things than your gadget. You're not scaring me.
The ship would have registered that as a dangerous device. Instead, it says... screwdriver.
Yes.
Which is convenient because I've been wanting some new shelves over there.
This is psychic paper. It tells me whatever you want it to tell me. I have a friend that uses this all the time. And 2, you just handed me a piece of paper telling me you're single and you work out.
Tricky things, psychic paper.
Okay, and I can prove it. This authenticates me as non-shoulder.
It says you're hot.
Does it? I'm sorry. No, it's broken.
Is it you're hot or
no,
I'm hot?
it is just that it's...
Who's hot, Doctor?
It means the temperature.
Laziness at its finest. And since I've already called him it 6 times, I might as well delve into why Jonathan Groff's character is basically just the poor man's version of Captain Jack Harkness. Introduced late into the first series of a new era trying to redefine the show, the bitching about the Sonic, the cheesy American accent, fancying the Doctor, implied tragic backstory, or outright told later in this case because subtlety is hard, a setting in the past in which they're trying to make money, the invisible spaceship, the sacrifice to save the day, the bitching about the spaceship, and seeing the Doctor and companion as a threat only to work with them in the end. This is literally Captain Jack Harkness to a T. You utterly amateuristic, diseased rat! Even the fit is somewhat similar. Jonathan Groff is also around the same age as John Barrowman would have been in 2005. Literally, the only difference between these two is that not Jack isn't as outrageously horny as Jack was, and is a lot more brooding. But then anyone who's seen Torchwood knows that that's what Jack was like in the first series anyway. Oh, and also not Jack got his name from Dungeons and Dragons, as opposed to having an actual interesting, timeless masterpiece story explaining where he got his name from. This is literally a copy and paste character, down to the very last detail. The absolute fucking belligerent cock-headedness and incompetence on display is honestly quite impressive. You ham-fisted toe-licking sponge! I hate to be that guy, but if you wanted to have a Jack equivalent character in the new era of the show, why not just have had it be Jack and just have him recasted? I know it would be a whole ass headache, especially for the new viewers the show is apparently trying to appeal to now, but considering how much of a clusterfuck this series is already, and that literally everyone who saw this shot in the trailers thought he was Jack anyway, why not just recast him? Obviously John Barrowman is never being brought back to the show, rightfully so, but if you're gonna go through the effort to basically remake this entire character from the ground up, but he's literally just exactly the same, but without all of the preconceived interesting stuff we already know about Jack, then I don't see why they couldn't have just had a throwaway joke to explain this.
Although, have you had work done?
You can talk.
Not only is that a natural way to do a callback joke without it being fanwank bullshit like this,
Have you had work done?
You can talk.
but it also doesn't shit on the legacy of such a brilliant character, because despite not appearing on the show for 10 years and being reduced to just exposition man in the Chibnall era, Jack is, and likely always will be, a popular character. Even people who haven't watched the show in years or aren't familiar with it are familiar with Jack. Bordering plagiarism nearly 20 years later for the sake of laziness is just... because if you couldn't tell, I'm already really sick of reviewing this episode because it's just so goddamn shit! So we get an admittedly funny scene where the Doctor keeps pissing off not Jack by playing Kylie Minogue, which did get a laugh out of us, I can't lie. I'm not going to question how Kylie Minogue music exists in this universe. And then we get the obligatory I am the Doctor and I am cool moments used to stop not Jack from killing the Doctor. I know this isn't Russell's or the writers of this episode's fault, but this trope is so done to death and fucking lazy, considering how many times Moffat overdid it. It just has no impact anymore. And if you really think about it, it makes no sense that not Jack would even believe this. All he'd found out is that the Doctor was a shapeshifter, and was using that as grounds to kill him because he thought he was a Cholder. But why does he actually believe the Doctor's speech about him being a Time Lord from Gallifrey? Surely even if he was a Cholder, he could just get the fucking spinning heads of the people he's already possessed. And are we just gonna ignore how dismissive and bitching towards the Doctor Not Jack was just mere minutes ago?
Donnie, I'm here for fun.
Then go and pursue your fast side of pleasures and leave me alone.
Both chosen by the astronomer Delakai. Great with stars, bad with names. Called one star system Norma.
Do you never stop chattering?
Character writing is hard. Also, this is apparently a deep scanner, but can only identify the Doctor as a shapeshifter, and not a Time Lord, or even a Gallifreyan, or whatever the fuck the Doctor is supposed to be at this point. Considering that, unfortunately, the Ruth is still canon. I will not call her the Doctor, because she is not the Doctor, and neither is Hugh Grant.
And if we're going on hot takes right now, then neither is John Hurt.
Also, look at how the Doctor manages to show off all of these past faces. Am I watching a fucking cartoon? And the absolute cartoon goofy moron logic that the Doctor throwing this off some random buttons suddenly makes the scanner reveal all of his past faces is so insanely laughable and derpy that I don't even know what to say about it. Like, is the show even trying to make sense anymore? Also, does anyone else think that the order in which the Doctors appear is very random? Seriously, why does it go from 10 to 13 to 1 to not canon to 4 to should have just been 8 to 12 to 9 to 11? Oh dear. To not canon to 14 to 3 to 6 to 5 to 8 to 2 to 7? Not only do I know as a fact that I'll end up hating myself for writing all of that into edit, but one thing I will give this lazy, done-to-death style over substance bollocks is that at least on the surface level, seeing all of the Doctor's faces in order is pretty cool and makes sense. Why they've decided to just do it all over the place is either brilliant meta-commentary on how much the Doctor's timeline is irreparably fucked, or it's just a shit scene. I'll let you decide.
Wow.
And it's at this exact moment that Not Jack goes from being, well, not Jack, to just being reduced to fancying the Doctor because we have a conclusion that we need to get to. And writing is hard. So after another irrelevant scene with Ruby in the sweat flannel, Not Jack goes in the TARDIS and we get more ball tickling about the finale as the TARDIS grumbles. Yay. I can't wait to see where all of this subtle and not so subtle build-up goes. I hope it's interesting, and I'm sure it is. You f***! We then get another very casual character assassination for the 15th Doctor. And the Doctor as a character.
Well, whatever the Cholder has done, I can't let you kill it. I also can't let it kill others. So, instead, we will transport it to a random, barren dimension, no one to hurt, no way back.
Wow, what the fuck? So, instead of being killed off instantly, they'll slowly die a long and painful death, likely suffering for weeks or maybe even months, starving to death before they die anyway. What the fuck is wrong with you, you absolute doorknob? Don't you see how what you're putting them through will not only kill them anyway, but also be much worse than pretty much just dying instantly? So not only does the Doctor kill the Goblin King for no reason, not only...
They all died at the end, didn't they? Because he, what did he do to the ship? He made it so the ship was powered off a fart, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think he powered the ship off a fart. Oh my god, I didn't even think of that.
How was it going to actually land? It was just going to go straight into a planet.
I didn't even think of that. That's so funny.
How did it land? It's not a working ship, it just got powered by a fart. So he essentially just sent them all to the death.
I didn't even think of that. That's so stupid. But now he wants to send all of the Cholders to a barren wasteland for them to slowly starve to death. Who the fuck wrote this absolute garbage, you narcoleptic dick? As if this doesn't make the Doctor's supposed edgy turn later in the episode, completely nonsensical, you worthless twonk. Remember when I said in my Starbeast review that I hoped the Shadow Proclamation would be reinforced in this era and used to help the world building like it was before? LOL. How is this scene literally an almost exact repeat of that awful scene from Arachnids in the UK, yet the Doctor's morals are still presented in such a stupid way, as if this isn't one of the most openly criticised scenes in Doctor Who in recent memory? And of course, Not Jack doesn't even question this, and they just move on to talking about loss. Because character writing is hard.
Who did you lose?
What?
You lost someone.
How'd you know that?
I live alone. Maybe I can see. But was that always the case?
Why do you ask?
This is an old asteroid hopper, piloted by two.
Not anymore. Stand there.
How'd you know that?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because you already told him, you fucking oaf! And I like how Not Jack's motivation for money is just completely dropped from this point on and is never mentioned in a meaningful way ever again. Plot. So Not Jack tells a very vague and not fleshed out story about someone he lost, and it becomes very apparent that Not Jack is now just reduced to a plot device for the Doctor to fall in love with, because the Doctor's lost people before as well. Wow. As if, literally, everyone on the fucking planet hasn't lost someone before as well, you plonk! The conversation then very unnaturally diverts to the Doctor asking Not Jack to travel with him, as they go in for a little smooch, before they're interrupted by the TARDIS making the quietest noise ever. Yeah, that didn't feel forced at all, and I totally buy the instant connection between these two characters, when literally, fucking literally, not even 4 minutes ago, Not Jack was ready to send the Doctor to be burned alive. What the fuck even is this absolute cobbled together, messy, inconsistent trash? Who wrote this shit? Oh yeah, you. I'm not even surprised anymore, I fucking give up.
Don't try to stop me!
So the characters converge and it's revealed to us that the Childers are literally playing a Bridgerton, because if this episode wasn't embarrassing enough already, it just had to give me another stomp to the balls. Also, despite knowing what Dungeons and Dragons and Bridgerton are, the Doctor has to explain to Not Jack what cosplayers are. You know when things are just so self-explanatory and how stupid they are, that you don't even know what to say? Yeah. Anyway, so they start hitting the gritty so they can attract the Childers outside, in a scene that might have been more impactful if the episode was more historically accurate. This timeless masterpiece with the real Captain Jack would never. Seriously, remember how much more impactful this was in that story, because they have to spend the entire episode hiding the fact that Jack's gay, because of the time period it was set in, because being gay wasn't socially acceptable at the time, which made the scene at the ending where Jack and Jack dance so fucking beautiful and impactful, because we'd seen from the very start that these people of the time were very prejudiced. Yet, here we are, even further in the past, over 100 fucking years in the past, with not only 2 gay men dancing in front of everyone, but one of them is an ethnic minority. I have a sneaking suspicion that this would cause more controversy than people just gossiping about it. Writing is hard. So they ham it up until Not Jack fake proposes to the Doctor, and the Doctor leaves, acting as if this actually impacted him for some reason. Damn, I mean, maybe if I could actually buy the connection between these two, this wouldn't feel so random. But character writing is hard. Also, I'm just saying Murray Goat fully fucking missed opportunity to do a callback to River's theme or Rose's theme or anything. It's something I've sort of neglected to mention this series, but Murray Gold has seriously been on fucking autopilot. Like, there is literally about 3 standout tracks this entire series, one of which is the Doctor Who theme, one of which is the Doctor's theme, and the other of which is the ending to Dot and Bubble. Where is the callback king that we all know and love? No one heard this, by the way. So we get an awfully deficient, defective, dissatisfactory, substandard, bird shit chase scene, which has about as much weight as a butterfly. Lame. The bird twats then devolve even further into just wanting to take over the world and kill the world. Because plot.
We're gonna cosplay this planet to death!
But why? Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
Also, is it just me, or does it not seem a bit weird for Doctor Who to try and make cosplayers seem the villain of the story? I mean, come on. Know your audience. Why are we still on me? Go back to normal? Oh. Sorry, that's not appropriate anymore. If you know, you know. So the Doctor sets the trap up for 6 instead of 1 because plot, before it's revealed that this wet blanket has actually been a shoulder the whole time. And she kills Ruby. Oh no. Anyway. No, but seriously, this bullshit does not work in any which way you look at it. And the way they try to do this twist is so fucking cheap because they basically cheat you into guessing any alternative. I don't want to jump ahead here, but obviously Ruby isn't fucking dead. But by having the lightning effect and Ruby scream, it's just a way to try and trick you into believing that she's dead. But why on earth, when the reveal happens that the plot devices saved her, are we never shown Ruby scream or this huge lightning effect? This doesn't work as a twist because it's basically just a fucking lie. For a twist to work, you at least need to have some hints at it before the reveal, but here, with the foundation being built on 2 contradictory events, it's just shitty, lazy, pathetic, attention-grabbing storytelling at its finest, and it fucking sucks. Especially with all the bird noise bullshit that comes from Ruby, which, in universe, has no fucking reason to even exist. It's all so contrived, my fucking god! This episode has been so awful through and through. I have absolutely no idea why Russell got these incompetent tits to write a story and clearly not even alter or check it like he used to in his heyday. Fuck! Everything! So the birds and the Smurf barge in for one of them to marry Ruby, before the Doctor storms off for a strop. Maybe this would have an ounce of impact if we hadn't seen it 100,000 times before this, but because we have, this is just yet another weightless, hollow and empty scene of supposed character work, when it's really just another cheap attempt to have the audience stay invested in the story. I know I've already said this before, but using the Doctor crying this much as a crutch for emotional beats in the story when you can't think of any other way to generate drama really is such a huge detriment to the series overall, and the 15th Doctor as a character. It really makes him look like such an oversensitive, brittle bitch, and for the supposed healed and developed version of the Doctor that 15 is supposed to be, there's nothing to call this other than out of character. As much as 13 is an infinitely worse character than 15, even Chris fucking Chibnall understood that the Doctor crying should have only been used for huge moments of loss or grief or trauma. Because when you do it so often, not only is it extremely out of character, but it adds absolutely nothing to the story or the drama, because we know that at this point, 15 would probably cry if he tripped over and scraped his knee. And this scene only feels more cheap and forced when we get this horribly out of place and stapled on flashback scene of Carla asking the Doctor a promise to keep Ruby safe, which not only fails because it was completely invented for this story and wasn't at the end of Space Little Shits or the Devil's Chord like it really should have been, but because Ruby and Carla are such poorly defined characters and the Doctor's relationship with both of them is so surface level and superficial, no one gives a shit. Because it's hard to muster up a care about any of these characters. Because honestly, what do any of them have as defining characteristics of their relationship? Hell, the Doctor doesn't even have a dynamic or relationship with Carla. They only ever spend time together besides in Church of Mid, off fucking screen. Compare that to the growing resentment, then acceptance, then loving relationship of the Doctor and Jackie. This series' character writing has been fucking dreadful. It's so embarrassing seeing guest writers try their absolute damnness to salvage anything out of this shit. And I don't even fully blame them for doing such a shitty job, considering they actually have fuck all to work with. So just have to pull bollocks like this out of their arse. So the Doctor's crying continues and he causes another person to die because he didn't jump into action immediately. This isn't morally reprimanded for the character and the script itself doesn't even acknowledge that it happens. This is so awful! How has the Doctor actually just let someone die and the apes who wrote this shit didn't even notice how this was a problem?
How long did he live for?
Children. They have a lifespan of 600 years.
Good. Good. It's a long time to suffer.
Damn. I mean, maybe this would have an ounce of impact also if you weren't already forcing them to slowly starve to death! You fucknut!
In the sight of the unholy, whatever, etc., praise be, Hollybobs, to witness the marriage of Lord Barton to Miss Ruby. I object!
So the Doctor waltzes in, somehow managing to get the other pieces of the trap on the floor without anyone seeing him do this. Don't worry, it's never explained. And he knew exactly where the birds were going to be. Don't worry, it's never explained. Before it's revealed that Ruby isn't actually a Childer. Damn, this might have actually been a decent twist. If it wasn't built on a foundation of lies, you manipulative little shit!
No, my mum's called Carla and my grand's called Sherry and it snows when I was born and we met Space Babies and I'm really...
Also, I like how Ruby manages to defeat one of these supposedly competent bird twats by very softly hitting them with a book. What a great way to make your villain seem competent and interesting.
Just fucking, you know? I ain't give a shit, it's a fucking show.
It's so close to being over. I just need to power through these last 6 minutes.
How could you mistake her for me?
She has the scent of a Childer.
Idiot. It's a false scent from that cheap psychic jewelry.
Right. So, not only can this jewelry make Ruby dance, not only can it save her life, but it can also give a false sense to trick aliens. What? 6 minutes. It's only 6 minutes. I can do it. It's only 6 minutes. So Not Jack then appears from absolutely nowhere. Fucking Fireman's carries the wet sock into the triangle as well. Okay. So the Doctor cries for the more billionth time and every single one of the bird people just don't speak. They just don't speak for the rest of the episode. They just fucking stood in silence while the Doctor deals with the moral dilemma of having to kill Ruby to save the day. Damn. I mean, as poorly handled and stupid and contrived as it was, remember when the 14th Doctor had basically the exact same scenario literally 8 episodes ago and still made the hard choice? I mean, it didn't mean anything in the end because that episode was just fucking dumb, but still, he still made the choice. So not only is the 15th Doctor a massive pussy, he's also incongruous to the Doctor as a character. Fucking brilliant. As if Ncuti's generational talent needed to be wasted anymore. So Not Jack snogs the Doctor in a moment that has absolutely no emotional impact or weight because there's no reason to buy the connection between these two, since they clearly just fell in love so that we could get a scene of them kissing. Especially since some of the Doctor's reason for finding Not Jack attractive are just straight up out of character for the Doctor, and Not Jack's entire Captain Jack Harkness personality straight up just disappears once he finds out who the Doctor is. So there's no reason to buy that these two actually love each other. So I just don't care. If you want to see this story be played out and actually done with care and respect, and not just done for cheap claps, then go and watch the timeless, beautiful masterpiece that is Series 1, Episode 12 of Torchwood, titled Captain Jack Harkness, which manages to do all of this and more with a fraction of the budget, on BBC 3, on a spin-off show, and also was made in 2006!
Weird.
So Not Jack proceeds to barge Ruby out of the trap and just... Ah! How is this episode constantly adding in more brain dead and character damaging stuff every 3 seconds? It's insane! Can you not just let me finish the fucking story? I'm so fucking sick! So if you can just fucking push someone out of this trap this easily, then why didn't Not Jack just spear the shit out of Ruby so they both could have survived this dumbass encounter? There's no reason for his sacrifice here, so it feels even more hollow than the rest of this episode.
Here from Goldberg. A spear! Goldberg again with a spear! 2 spears to Lesnar!
The parallels from this episode to Loki are honestly more comparable than anything Full Fat Video said in that awful video. Also, is this yet another episode where the Doctor doesn't even save the day and he's just a passenger in the show titled Doctor Who? So now it's the next morning apparently. I'm just struggling to find reasons to care anymore. And the Doctor sends Not Jack's ship into space in a shot that we don't see because budget. And as if the 15th Doctor needed any more scenes of him being poorly written or acting out of character, for some reason here, instead of fronting and facing all of his emotions, like this whingy, pathetic little bitch has been shown to do over everything and anything, which is still out of character, but you get the point. For some reason, when talking about Not Jack being gone, he decides to completely shut himself out and claims that he's always like this because he has to be.
I'm fine. I'm fine because you fix yourself. We're Time Lords. We're doing rehab out of order.
Now this is just straight up out of character for the 15th Doctor. This is something that the damaged and vulnerable 10th Doctor would do because he was scared to face his emotions. But for 15, one who's very open and honest with his emotions, this is just straight up out of character. So not only is the way 15 is written most of the time out of character for the Doctor, this is just out of character for the already out of character Doctor. The amount of levels of shit and bad is on so many fucking levels high up. It's just so fucking lame that I cannot even comprehend how this awful scene made it to air. Was the point of the 15th Doctor not to be the healed version of the Doctor, preceding 14, who's capable of controlling his emotions?
But how many died down there?
You can't save everyone.
Why not?
I've got you. Yeah?
It's okay.
Character writing is hard. So, that was not Captain Jack Harkness, and oh my god, that dog shit was even worse than I could have possibly imagined. Seriously, this episode goes from one of the most dull and dusty episodes of Doctor Who ever to one of the stupidest and most character damaging real quick, and it's very noticeable. The profound lack of understanding of Doctor Who and storytelling as a whole this episode displays is honestly quite impressive. Like, how on earth did either of the writers get in this line of work? They do an awful job throughout. The plot to this episode is stupid and lame, and contrived and horse shit and dog shit and cow shit and piss shit and shit shit. Bird people want to cosplay the planet to death. Need I say any more? In a setting that's so done to death that I'd honestly be sound with it never being used again, because I'm so sick of the sight of it, especially when annoying little blank slates constantly insist on it being Bridgerton. Shut the fuck up!
He did the same joke about 3 times already. I don't think it's funny anymore.
And on that note, the characters are all terrible in this story. Usually there's at least something to salvage from all of the shit episodes this series has had. Well, I say all the shit, I mean every episode's been shit, to be fair. But usually there's at least something, like at least one little hint or nugget of good for 15 and Ruby, where you can at least see some semblance of hope that either one of them would eventually be well written. But here, we have absolutely none of that. The closest we get is 15 doing a funny dance. That's it! Ruby has absolutely nothing going for her in this episode besides the fit. She's literally just there. Reduced even further from her non-existent character to just being there to constantly save Bridgerton. And the Doctor in this episode is written absolutely awfully. The fundamental misunderstanding that these two clowns have of not even just the 15th Doctor, because I wouldn't even blame them for fucking that up, considering what they had to work with, but the complete brain hemorrhage levels of understanding of the Doctor as a character. It's honestly just quite impressive in this story. How the way he's written in this story wasn't redrafted or changed at least once is absolutely fucking criminal. Not only does he fancy a murderer for hire, something the Doctor would never do. Not only does he let an innocent man die so he can have a big sob, something the Doctor would never do. Not only does he not save the day, again, for the 5th fucking episode in a row by the way, but he'd rather send the Chulders to die a slow and painful death as opposed to them dying quickly. He morally reprimands not Jack for wanting to kill them, but he would have just killed them himself if he actually had the balls to do it. But because he's written in this episode like such a galactic top hat wearing dumb fuck, I don't even think he notices that he would have killed them himself. Which he didn't do anyway, since it would have killed Ruby. One life over the whole world, and he would have chose the one life if it weren't for not Jack. This would be a believable, like, more difficult situation for the Doctor to be in if this relationship was better defined, but because it is just nothing, it just has no emotional weight and just feels out of character. Coming off the back of Ncuti's best outing as the 15th Doctor, it's honestly quite impressive how awfully he's been written in this story. This is honestly worse than a lot of the shit I was criticizing the 12th Doctor for. And even 13 at points. He's not only an absolute weasel in this story, he's just a fucking reckless, moronic, horny dumbass whose stupid actions aren't even really acknowledged by the script. This is the worst I've seen the Doctor written since 13 was the current Doctor, and that's saying a lot. From the dumbass and contrived logic throughout the story, enough plot holes to sink the Titanic, and enough plagiarism that even a pirate would blush, make Rogue one of the worst stories in years. At least in shit like the Star Beast and the Devil's Chord, there's still some stuff to redeem them from being fully irredeemable. At least Space Babies had a creative villain. It was absolutely abhorrent and ridiculously stupid, but at least there was some semblance of originality. But this? Nah. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, and fuck you! If you want to see this episode and more done 100,000 times better, then just go and watch the Empty Child 2-parter from Series 1, and watch the episode Captain Jack Harkness from Torchwood. You should all be ashamed of yourselves! And now we're on to the finale already. Oh, good God! This is gonna be a hell of a ride. Also, how the hell are we at the finale already? I feel like we're just getting started. Oh well. What do you get when you cross a mentally deficient companion with a story tailor-made for explaining 6 episodes of setup to pay off loads of story beats that clearly weren't thought out from the very start?
I'll tell you what you get! Call the police!
Well, not a good episode, that's for sure. I've made it no secret throughout these reviews that Empire of Death is pretty awful, but I haven't really ever said or hinted towards much about this story. And that's honestly because this story falls into the category of truly worthless Doctor Who. Because all it sets up relies on the second part being any good for this story to be remotely worthwhile in the end. And with it being an open secret that Empire of Death is an absolute mess start to finish, this episode leaves very little impression overall. And this is where we'll finally start to get answers for who is the one who waits, who is Ruby's mum, who is Susan Twist, and what's wrong with the TARDIS. Some of which, not all of them, have actually been set up quite well through the series and do definitely spark the imagination. But hey, given the track record of making the first part of the finale worse due to the second half's incompetence, which is a lot of episodes by the way, The Stolen Earth is probably the only part 1 to a bad finale which is still decent, and it's written by the same person, so maybe it's got some quality to it. Nah, who am I kidding? Given Russell's track record this series, completely destroying his legacy as the man who saved Doctor Who and ushered in the best era of the show, I have absolutely no hope for this episode being anything remotely close to good. The only thing I remember about this episode is that it's got bizarre tone at points, and a few jokes that actually made me laugh. And on that terrible disappointment, let's get this over with, so I can start the absolute nightmare that is Empire of Death. So the episode starts with an admittedly awesome shot of the TARDIS flying into unit. No idea why the Doctor chose to land like this instead of just dematerializing here, but he clearly gave them a head up, so who cares, it looks cool. A rare style over substance moment, which isn't actually to the detriment of any characters? Wow, I never thought I'd see the day, to be honest. So the Doctor gives everyone a lovey-dovey greeting, including Rose Noble, who unfortunately still does absolutely nothing, and
she can't act. She's terrible. I don't know how to tell her.
Before it's revealed that instead of Shirley being the current scientific advisor, it's actually a 13-year-old boy called Morris Gibbons. Now, Morris himself is actually a likeable enough character on his own, even though there's not much to him, and Lenny Rush does actually play the character quite well. However, why on earth Kate decided to hire an actual child at unit is a mystery to me. I don't want to delve too much into this since the Doctor Who community has already eviscerated this scene since this episode came out, since it's just so inherently stupid. But it cannot be understated that it is so insanely dangerous to put a child in this position in the first place. Also, I know she doesn't look remotely close to her age because Yasmin Finney is 21 in real life, but Rose is also supposed to be a 15-year-old girl. Why it's now in Doctor Who canon that Kate Stewart is ableist and also likes to get children to work for the most dangerous organisation on the planet, protecting the world from extraterrestrial beings, is so insanely asinine and dense that it's hard to go unnoticed. And to debunk the counter-argument that in the Sarah Jane Adventures, Sarah Jane also had children help her fight against extraterrestrial beings, may I remind you of how much of a smaller scale the threats in that show were, and also that whenever the threats were too big to handle, Sarah Jane would try to send the kids away so that they weren't in danger.
Just a minute. No one is going into those woods until I know what we're dealing with.
Our old man might be hurt out there.
All right, Clyde. You have a look around the observatory buildings, but don't go into the woods.
And usually, it was the kids that would ignore her and get themselves into more danger. Because, you know, kids.
Then he's probably out there somewhere.
Mum said we shouldn't go into the woods.
Oh, she meant all the way in. We'll just have to nose round the edges, that's all.
I thought I told you two to stay out of the woods.
I know, but did you really think we would?
Of course not. That's why I'm so angry with myself.
Also, look at this hilariously ironic clip I found while skimming through the show, which further reinforces how stupid it is that Kate hired a 13-year-old boy at UNIT.
What is it? We have to get out of here right now. Back to the car, quickly.
What is it, Sarah Jane?
This is too big for us. We can't handle this. I have to contact UNIT.
Maturing is realizing that we'll simply never get another golden age of Doctor Who as good as the 2000s. Anyway, so the Doctor decides the plot needs to start and tells UNIT about the series mystery popping up everywhere in time and space, only for it to be revealed that she's also on Earth currently, going by the name of Susan Triad. A very obvious anagram for TARDIS, which everyone clocked onto, but it's an even bigger twist, because Susan is the name of the Doctor's granddaughter. This mystery of whether she's actually Susan Foreman fails immediately because the Doctor should know on sight whether it's actually her or not. I touched on this in my review of The Devil is a Liar, but it's absolutely absurd to imply that the Doctor wouldn't recognise her even if she'd regenerated. Literally in Series 3. Funnily enough, the same series where multiple storylines and characters were ripped from to be used in the last UNIT story. The Doctor recognises the Master as soon as he becomes a Time Lord again. He doesn't even see his face, and the Master doesn't say anything that would immediately imply that it's him. And the Doctor knows who it is.
I'm asking you really properly. Just stop. Just think.
Use my name.
Master.
That voice at the end, that wasn't the Professor.
If the Master's a Time Lord, then he must have regenerated.
What does that mean?
It means he's changed his face, voice, body, everything.
I'll know him. The moment I see him. Time Lords always do.
One thing I'll give the Series 10 finale, and trust me, I don't give that story many things, but it even made sense that Missy didn't recognise the Master straight away, because not only would it be more expected to see another version of yourself, and it's usually commonplace for other versions of the same Time Lord to not immediately know who they are.
Who is this man?
That's just what I was wondering. You're not.
What do you know of regeneration? Are you a Time Lord?
You know who I am. You must.
But the Master was in a full disguise and was trying to hide himself away. Something the character has done from the very start and has been established to be very good at. But here, not only would Susan Foreman never have to hide herself, like, seriously, why would she even, if she is actually alive? But she's using the same name and an anagram of the TARDIS as her surname. The obviousness of this being a trap, which the episode even acknowledges, is so high that it's insanely obvious that it's not her. I don't know, like, who does this episode think it's fooling? Also, as if the Doctor wouldn't be able to sense if it's his own family or not. Be for real. Also, may I remind you that in the Dalek invasion of Earth, the Doctor leaves Susan in the 22nd century with no way of her leaving this time period. I haven't even seen the TV version of the Dalek invasion of Earth, and even I know that.
Evil genius with secret alien software. It's top of our list. God knows we stopped enough of them. Well, except the obvious.
We'll get him.
Remember when Russell's political commentary was subtle and smart? What happened to the king? So it turns out Susan Triad is a lovely person and the technology she's providing is completely clean, and Ruby gets a nice explanation of what regeneration is.
Just don't go changing yours, okay?
Oh, no, I'm keeping this one for a long, long time.
God, I hope so. I just beg that the writing picks up and we get some actual depth in characterization. Or just be as written as well as you were in Dot and Bubble, please. So we cut to the live camera feed that UNIT hijacked. No idea how they got this angle of Mel, but whatever. But then, completely randomly, the episode then turns this conversation to be about Ruby's biological mum. Isn't there like a whole other situation that's a lot more pressing and important that you should probably figure out first before we deal with finding out who Ruby's mum is? Priorities, people. Priorities. But also if this isn't completely symbolic of what this episode's real purpose is. Just existing as filler for these eventual explanations. Seriously, it's the way this episode just bounces from one of these to the other, with no narrative link or in-universe reason or cohesion to go between the two, which just makes this so laughably bad. Like, yeah, Ruby's origin can make it snow and stuff. for literally no other reason than a fake mystery hook, but it doesn't really affect anything. Like, could you not just worry about this later? So we then shit-flick Whiplash to unit people gushing about Davina McCall for some reason. I'm with Morris on this one. As they waffle about Ruby's mum in the snow. So Ruby goes to get a VHS tape of the church road in 2004, and Rose goes with her for some reason.
You know, they never give me proper work. They had me investigating shoplifting in Catford.
And going to Ruby's house to pick up a tape is proper work? Also, may I remind you that you aren't even a legal working age yet. Be grateful, Nepo hire. So Mel gets a DNA sample from Susan Triad to confirm that she's definitely 100% without a shadow of a doubt, undeniably human. Right. And Carla name drops the title.
The Legend of Ruby Sunday.
He said it! He said it!
So Carla decides she wants to be a part of UNIT because they have to do something with her, I guess. And Mrs. Flood looks after the woman named after an ice cream.
Oh, leave it to me. I nursed my old mum through diabetes and a hip operation. She died of an ulcer. But that was when I wasn't looking.
I have nothing to add. I just think Anita Dobson has really good comedic timing.
I would love a cup of tea. Would you, sweetheart? Well, we'd all like a lot of things that aren't going to happen.
So for some yet-to-be-explained reason, Mrs. Flood knows that the storm of death will be coming. And this scene, when you put it into a time perspective, is really, really stupid and strange. So she says this, and then we see a thunderstorm, that we don't see for the rest of the episode, by the way. And then we don't see her again until the next part of the story where her and Cherry die. What the fuck were they doing this entire time? This huge gap in time is just left unexplained, and it really makes you wonder what was happening during the entire 35 minutes of screen time between these two scenes. Fucking hell, man. Yes? Hello? What do you want? I came here to give you a warning. You what? There's a storm coming, Tom. And I'm afraid it'll be the end of us all. Okay, I mean, I'm indoors. I don't really care. Right. So, anything else? I don't know. Is there a reason you're here? Because I'm kind of busy. No. But there will be a storm. Do you not have better things to do? Do you not have to go and scream at someone or something? Okay. Now what have you gotten that for? So we shift-flick Whiplash back to the mystery of whether this is Susan Foreman or not, and we get one of the stupidest details that Russell has ever written into this show. A detail so stupid that even Stephen Moffat wasn't aware that it was in the series. Because the reason as to why you would ever even attempt to write in a retcon like this is just so baffling and pointless that I honestly don't even know why Russell did this, as it just creates so many plot holes.
If you've got a granddaughter, that means you've got kids.
Well, not quite. Not yet.
But you mean you can have a granddaughter before a daughter?
Life of a Time Lord.
Even ignoring the multiple times the show has very explicitly stated that the Doctor was a dad before, I honestly do not understand the point of Russell writing this into the story. It doesn't add anything to the narrative or the character. If anything, it just takes even more away from the mystery and intrigue of the Doctor. Because the Doctor being a dad and us never knowing who his kids are or what happened to them is honestly really interesting. It's been a question since the beginning of the show as to what happened to them. It's ambiguous storytelling done right, something Russell himself clearly doesn't understand anymore. But taking this interesting aspect of the character away for seemingly no reason as of yet, just seems a bit reductive and stupid. Especially with some of the scenes hinting towards something tragic happening to them in the past, showing the Doctor's trauma and that he doesn't want to talk about it.
Before this war began, I was a father and a grandfather. Now I'm neither, but I'm still a doctor.
Yeah. Know the feeling.
Family, and what about trying to understand them?
Easy for you to say, you don't have kids.
I was a dad once.
What did she say?
Donna, I've been a father before.
What?
Lost all that a long time ago. Along with everything else.
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
I mean, children cry because they want attention, because they're hurt, or afraid. When they cry silently, it's because they just can't stop. Any parent knows that.
Are you a parent? Doctor, do you have children?
No.
Have you ever had children?
Listen to me. However little is left of you, you are still a father. Dad to dad. You never let them down, right? Dad to dad. Dust to dust. Am I right?
But nah, fuck that. The Doctor hasn't even had kids yet. You disgustingly smelly, wretched fucking melon! While this scene does give us a good excuse as to why the Doctor never went back to see Susan, it is absolutely fucking ridiculous to imply that he doesn't even know if it's her or not, unless he sees her in person. And it's still insane that he doesn't even know if she's fucking alive or not. Remember when the 10th Doctor immediately recognised the Master even though the first time he's seen his face was on a TV? And what is Susan Triad on? A fucking TV screen. You infantile, elongated plastic wee. So this flat, plot hole driven drama stops as we shit flick Whiplash back to the Ruby's mum story. Are you starting to see the problem of just switching back and forth between which one of these mysteries you want to solve first? When realistically, there's no connection between the two? Maybe this story beat wouldn't feel so rushed and pointless if we actually got a decent amount of time to spend with Ruby, but nah. 8 episodes and a shit Christmas special was clearly enough. You wart.
Kate, do you have a time window?
What you expressly told us in the 1970s unit was absolutely forbidden to experiment with any form of time technology.
Do you have a time window?
10 floors down.
So the Doctor very dickishly laughs at the time window. Goated moment, to be honest. Like I said in the Space Little Shits review, they really should reinforce the Doctor being a twat more, because it's honestly just entertaining to watch him like this. Shame this series really did fuck all with that potential, but we just can't have nice things anymore. Before we establish what the time window is and how they'll use it to see the church on Ruby Road 2004.
Don't worry, she's safe. I lost my family to the most terrible things, but the Doctor helped me. I swear. Come on.
What a clunky and random way to reassure Carla of Ruby's safety. You copper dick. So we get more snow, ball tickling, before they go back to a window showing of the night.
And this fixed point on Christmas Eve is the wildest I have ever seen.
It can't have been that fixed if the goblins managed to change it without any sort of time repercussions, you donkey. So in the time window, Ruby's mother can't be seen properly for some reason. No one can make out her face and she suddenly teleports past the Doctor and Ruby. What a great way to further build the mystery. I can't wait to get a payoff for that. So the events of the Church on Mid-Space Baba play out, except time and the Doctor's memory keep changing for some reason. And Ruby's mum, once again, points to the Doctor for some reason. What a great way to build mystery. I can't wait for the payoff of this, considering that she manages to change time and the Doctor's memories to point at him, or at least in his direction. What kind of creature can make such a thing happen? I can't wait to find out. So the Bobbin soldier tries to look behind the TARDIS in that direction, but sees nothing, and Ruby's mum disappears. Ruby cries, and maybe this would have an ounce of emotional weight or impact if we actually knew why she wanted to see her mum so badly, considering the lovely life that she lives, but we'll get to that. So this big cloud appears where the Brassic soldier was, before we eventually hear his voice, and he says he's in hell, with some other great lines of build-up for the eventual villain reveal, really amplifying the threat of it tenfold. LOL. And the time window fries out. So the Banshee dies, and we do get an actually really good reaction from Kate to his death. Absolutely furious with the Doctor, but not directing any vitriol towards him, and just demanding forensics to find out what killed him. It's a great little moment from Kate, as it's a side to her we very rarely get to see, and I do actually really like it. But it's plot time now, so we then shift-flick whiplash the story back to being about Susan Triad. Yeah. Remember her? I wouldn't blame you for forgetting about her, considering how much of a drag that scene was. All it did was state the obvious about shit that we already fucking know. This shit versus Church on which one has worse pacing. Who would win? So the Doctor, for some reason, doesn't use the TARDIS to go back in time so he could have more time to talk to Susan Twist. Hope that doesn't lead to anything bad happening for something that could be easily prevented. You fuck! And also, despite being on a time crunch, the Doctor decides this is the perfect time to have another baby strop.
She's due to make the speech at 3 o'clock. We've got 10 minutes.
What are you doing, you utter prat? You're already on a time crunch to speak to Susan before she goes live. Why can this absolute moron not control his emotions at all? He doesn't even feel like the Doctor at this point. Not that he has for most of this series. Instead of the over 2,000-year-old time traveler, I feel like I'm watching a child. Thankfully, instead of crying, for once, Mel tells him to stop being a little bitch and fix it. This is literally the only worthwhile thing Mel does in this part of the story, and thankfully it was so based. So units start analysing the tape, and the Doctor and Mel meet with Susan Triad before it becomes immediately apparent that she isn't Susan Foreman, to everyone except the Doctor. Because for some reason Russell seems to be forgetting that the Doctor is supposed to be SMART!
We're on in 60 seconds.
So the Doctor barely manages to talk to Susan because he forgot he has a time machine and had a strop before he finds out that Susan remembers all of her past lives.
Do you dream about being an ambulance?
Shooty delivering this absolutely ridiculous line with such seriousness is all the proof you need that he was born to play the Doctor. So Unit then find out that the TARDIS was in the cloud, and it becomes very obvious that Russell didn't have the Doctor use his brain because he wanted the cool shot reveal here. Style over substance bollocks! But to be fair, this is a very intriguing reveal. The payoff that whatever this is has been wrapped around the TARDIS itself since While Blue Yonder, and that's why it's been making weird noises and acting strangely since that story, is a great reveal on its own. Let's hope they don't ruin it in any way. So the TARDIS starts growing much louder than it ever has before, conveniently just after this discovery. LOL. Susan Twist then does the Theresa May walk, in case you needed any more proof that Russell T Davies is extremely out of touch. We shift-flick whiplash back to Unit, and Kate evacuates all the non-essential staff out the building, which for some reason doesn't include Rose. I'm sorry, but what the fuck does she bring to the table if you've only ever had her been dealing with shoplifters in fucking Catford? How on earth is she essential staff, you orange door hinge? She doesn't even fucking do anything in the next part either before she dies. So they scan the TARDIS to reveal something is still there, before we shift-flick whiplash back to Susan here doing a speech. The scenes just actually intercut naturally now, so the shift-flick whiplash will be going back to 2020. For now. So Susan starts tweaking, and we get another reveal that there's been a Harbinger on Earth. I really would have thought that Unit would be smarter than hiring someone with such an obvious hidden name like this, but considering how much this story has made Kate and Unit as a whole look dumb as fuck, then I don't even know why I'm surprised by its incompetence anymore. Speaking of incompetence, although this is just downright laziness, For some reason, during this reveal scene, Murray starts using the same music used to reveal the Master from Series 10, even though it serves absolutely no narrative purpose whatsoever and is extremely distracting, considering that this type of music has been associated with the Sim Master for 17 years now. Oh my god, Series 3 was 17 years ago. When did I get so old? So the time window activates for no reason despite the fact that it's broken. Sure. And why the Doctor sent Ruby here knowing the potential danger as well is also very questionable, but whatever. And we get a bunch of exposition naming the gods from the obvious Harbinger, which eventually leads to the very climactic reveal of this being Sutekh the Destroyer from the Pyramids of Mars in 1975. While this reveal is actually really well done, as I for one did not see this coming at all, the text reveal is pretty damn cringe if we're being honest. Especially since the text itself is the reveal before we see the updated design, which really does undermine this a bit since there was no in-universe explanation for the text to change like this. And no, this is not excusable because Series 3 did a similar thing, as there was many reasons as to why in Series 3 it worked so effectively. There was also this thing that Russell seems to have forgotten, which is mad since it was written by the same person, called subtlety and foreshadowing. Like in Series 3, you could put together the pieces and realize that the Professor's name was the same as the face of Bo's last message, but that doesn't immediately tell you that it's the Master who's came back. This name reveal just, for whatever reason, changes to Sutekh with such over-dramatic music playing that it's kind of hard to take seriously on rewatches.
As one true name forevermore is.
Also, I thought this era was trying to appeal to new viewers. As if new viewers are going to know the significance of a villain from almost 50 years ago returning. They won't even know who he is. That being said, I actually do really like the updated design of maskless Sutekh, as it doesn't look as fucking stupid as it did before, and does give you an immediate impression of how powerful and threatening he is.
Dust and ashes and ruin.
I just don't even know what to say to that shit. Sutekh then says he'll bring death to everything in the universe, setting the stakes way too ridiculously high for the first series of a new era, and honestly just way too high anyway, to be honest. And that's it. The episode's over. Dear God. So, that was The Legend of Zelda, and with context for the finale and even on its own merit, this episode is pretty terrible. This is the type of story that only really works well, even if the second part is shit, if you have great characters and great character drama throughout to keep the audience engaged. But with absolutely none of that, this is just such a hollow and worthless experience that I'll probably never watch it again. I think the fact that the previously trailer for this episode in Empire of Death is literally just the last 15 seconds of the story really speaks volumes on how shallow and empty this story really is. Seriously, even in the conclusion here, there's basically nothing to say, because this episode is pretty much just entirely set up for Empire of Death. And even the things that aren't just setting up part 2 are just so wank. Like, why Russell retconned the Doctor being a father? Something that's been established and reinforced for great drama and great character beats multiple times over the years. Even in this fucking series, it's used to great effect and boom. But Russell just created this massive plot hole because... fucking felt like it, I guess. All the potentially interesting mysteries this story sets up, we all know end up being worthless in the end. So this episode basically runs on empty fumes the whole time, making it feel like filler just for the sake of filler. It reads so much just like the Star Beast, existing just as an explanation to get the reunion between the Doctor and Donna out of the way before we move on to the actually interesting stuff. So I was going to say this is the Star Beast to the Wild Boo Yonder, but Wild Boo Yonder is actually brilliant. So more so fitting is that this is the ascension of the Cybermen to this series equivalent of the Timeless Children. That's how shit we're talking here. And why is the dialogue so distractingly awful in this story? Aside from a few genuinely funny jokes, it's very distracting seeing the goat of character writing and the goat of just dialogue reduce these already bland characters even further by having them just say a whole bunch of nothing, or just explain the plot to us. This is an issue that goes as far back as the 60th, but there it wasn't as egregious at least, because we still had brilliant dialogue from the main characters. If we exclude Donna and the Giggle, who was just reduced to telling us the Doctor's character arc. But even in that, she still had some great lines and great character moments. And on that note, the characters are all pretty bleh in this story too. Ruby just remains the Doctor Who companion of all time, leaving a lot of the scenes focus on her really just deficient and boring. Since despite having an alleged full series with her at this point, there's still no reason to be attached to her character outside of just liking Millie Gibson's performance. Rose is just there for some reason. Kate apparently likes to hire children to work for the most dangerous organization on the planet. Seems very in character. Carla's just there. Mel's just there. But she does at least have one very base line. Morris is alright, I guess. And for the most part, even the Doctor is just sort of there. But this episode still takes time to further shit on his characterization by having him make stupid decisions that are very incongruous to what story should have been told here. Like, instead of just focusing on the task at hand, he randomly decides he now wants to find out who Ruby's mum is, instead of just fucking waiting until the Susan Twist plotline is resolved. He doesn't use the TARDIS to get more time to talk to Susan for some reason. And even knowing that they're on a time crunch, he decides to have a strop because he got a man killed. The 15th Doctor's characterization most of this series has been absolutely fucking pathetic, and this episode only reinforces that further, unfortunately. Also, this moron can't tell if this woman is his granddaughter or not. Is he stupid? Up next is Empire of Death. Fuck me. Oh god! Here we go. This is definitely gonna be something. After over 5 goddamn hours of talking about how the new series of Doctor Who has been a complete and utter failure for many, many reasons, such as the terrible characterization for the main leads, just being completely surface level and superficial best friends with absolutely no interest in conflict or moments to speak of, or the downright misguided and poorly thought out approach to fantasy that the show has very poorly leaned into, by basically just using the fantasy aspect as an excuse to not explain things, leaving even the somewhat good episode of this series filled to the brim with actual nonsense, and still showing off the worst aspects of New Who's series arc storytelling, which is not only extremely old on its own, since we've been doing this rubbish for almost 20 years now, but just having the recurring character or word or event keep happening over and over again is not only as stale as Russell T Davies is washed, but doing all of the above throughout this series, seemingly just to try and keep people to keep watching, has been so beyond lame. Especially when it's compressed down into 8 episodes, leaving it not even feeling very fleshed out despite how lame it is on its own anyway. And here is the culmination of all of that, right at the forefront. The series finale of Series 14, Empire of Death, in contention of the worst thing that Russell T Davies has ever written in his entire career, and the shining example of why this supposed reboot for Doctor Who has done nothing but further bury the show. No! But is it any good? Is there any redeeming factors? Is there anything to keep us interested in watching Series 15 and beyond with this show? Or should we all just give up before it gets even worse? Well, I'm pretty sure you all know the answer to that anyway, but let's finally finish this disaster. The worst series of Doctor Who I've reviewed since Series 12. Let's finally end it today with Series 14's finale, Empire of Death. So the episode starts with a 10-second recap of The Legend of Ruby Sunday, because if you needed any more proof that that episode is a hollow and worthless experience, the only thing the show itself could get out of it was the last 10 seconds of the story. LOL. So Mel pulls the Doctor out of the way because he was stood mouth agape instead of jumping into action immediately for some reason, and Sutekh starts blowing his dust of death onto everyone in the world. Can we have Avengers Infinity War? No! We have Avengers Infinity War at home. So UNIT unload all of their weaponry onto Sutekh, including little Morris Gibbons with his machine gun built into his Segway. The Doctor's trusty sonic screwdriver has been redesigned to resemble a remote control or a flip phone because Davies was worried that the old Sonic looked too much like a gun, potentially encouraging kids to pretend to shoot at one another.
All weapons!
As if this doesn't make the already unnecessary change to the most ugly designed sonic screwdriver of all time all the more pointless, and also further prove that Russell is making all of these random changes for purely performative reasons, to try and look better. Even though no one with an IQ above room temperature has ever complained about this before, you utterly inane, ill-advised tosser. And why on earth has Kate not tried to get these two literal, actual children out of the building yet? Is she stupid? Some more great acting from Yasmin Finney here as well. Completely stone cold and blank as she 1,000-yard stares at this iPad shooting at the literal god of death!
Acting.
So we get further reinforcement that Ruby's mum can't be seen and everyone at UNIT dies. And it was this exact moment, not even 3 minutes into the episode, that me and my mate looked over at each other in the cinema and we knew that it was so over. It was so incredibly over that we basically spent the next 50 minutes just waiting to see how truly bad it would get. Because as we're both lifelong Doctor Who fans, we know how this show operates by now. And even if you don't, and this is the first series of Doctor Who that you've ever seen, you know that the story isn't going to kill off characters of such huge significance almost as if it doesn't matter. As if the daughter of the most famous and well-beloved companion of all time is just going to die without even being the main focus of the shot or even getting a final line in. She hasn't even said or done anything in this part of the story yet. As fucking if Rose Noble would die in such an insignificant way. And the way that she just died like this was just the biggest possible giveaway that everyone in the story would survive. Even though it's extremely obvious from the get-go anyway, because obviously you wouldn't build up all of these characters, or at least attempt to build up all of these characters, if you were just going to kill them all off anyway at the end of the first series. What the hell are you doing, Russell? Who do you think you're fooling here?
Man, you gotta be the dumbest smart dude I've ever met in my entire life.
All the bullets turn to dust, ma'am.
Really? Wow. So just remember, throughout this entire episode, that there's absolutely no feeling of tension or any looming threat, because we all deep down know, whether we want to admit it or not, that we all know everyone is going to come back in the end. We've seen the whole universe collapse and end so many times in Doctor Who that this really has no impact anymore. There is literally no emotional weight to this whatsoever, especially when it happened in the last full series of the show. I know it's hard to remember, because the last series was 3 years ago now, but it really wasn't that long ago since we were having multiple planets and people wiped out like it's nothing. And here we go again. So Kate gets an admittedly nice last line as we watch the Doctor and Mel somehow outrun the dust of death on a goddamn moped. Because this totally makes the threat feel urgent and warranted. If you need a reference of how slow these bikes are, then it's the ones we all used to take the piss on GTA.
Infinity and beyond!
So the Ice Cream Woman and the Strange Mystery Box Woman #3 this series alone die. And it's really hard to struggle to even attempt to find a care in the world. Not only given that this series has given us no reason to care about Carla, never mind Carla's mum, not only because of the horrendous continuity this scene caused, as I explained in my last review, but even given Mrs. Flood's interesting lines, it's hard to care about the mystery of her, or where her character will be going in Series 15, given how Russell managed to wrap up all the questions he created this series. And that being, given the questions that he does actually bother to answer, the most unsatisfactory ending ever. Even then, if either of them did die here, which we obviously know they won't, then why am I supposed to care? So Carla also dies and the Doctor and Mel arrive at the time window with Ruby. The Doctor then sends the soldier out because... I guess he didn't want to save her as well. So he instead sent her to her death. What?!
Huh?!
As if we needed any further proof that the 15th Doctor is regularly written out of character for the Doctor, on top of being written out of character for his own characterization of the Doctor, which is also built on being out of character for the Doctor, as if we needed any more proof than him literally sending this poor lass to her death for actually no reason whatsoever. Seriously, he sent her to a supposed Bunker 17, but what's that actually going to do? Clearly, nothing, since everything in the universe is wiped out. All life except these two twonks and this stupid dog are dead. It's gone. It's Jova. Why did he just send her out to her death instead of just taking her with them? Is he stupid? Also, what is wrong with you, you ultra moron? Add another one onto the 15th Doctor's unnecessary kill count. We aren't even 5 minutes into this story yet, and not only is there no threat, no tension, because we all know it'll get undone, because we're not stupid, not only has the Doctor acted like a moron for the 100th, 1000th time this series alone, but now he's literally just sent someone to her death for no reason other than Russell clearly didn't want this character to get in the way of the other scenes. It then also begs the question as to why Kate would send a soldier with Ruby, even though the Doctor knows that Ruby would go to the room anyway, and surely Kate would be able to clock on that Ruby would just go to the room anyway. So you literally just wrote her going there to just send her away. You didn't even have to write in that the Doctor unnecessarily gets someone killed again, but you just did. You are so dumb. We're not even 5 minutes in. We're not even 5 minutes in. We're not even! I'm gonna need something to help me get through this. Honest to God, I am struggling already. Let's see how long I can keep that up. So the Doctor walks in the memory TARDIS from Tales of the TARDIS, and I really have to question how this thing even exists. Like, it might be a bit of a reach, but I could buy that a TARDIS in the time window could be remembered enough to the point where it might somewhat work, because it was set up in The Legend of Zelda a little bit.
That TARDIS is almost solid. time is memory and memory is time, then what is the memory of a time machine?
I mean, this still feels hella contrived and lazy as is, but why, if all of this was based off the VHS tape and Ruby's memories, would it look like this? If it was based off the Doctor's memories, it would make more sense, because all of the Doctor's memories clashing together to make up this nostalgia box would make sense. But it's not based off the Doctor's memory. It's based off Ruby's. Why would Ruby's memories of the TARDIS make it into this glup shito nostalgia box?
It's definitely not because it's an easy way to get cheap claps by showing things that people recognize, and that's the only value that they get from it.
Whatever. So the power of a memory in a broken time window manages to create an entirely new TARDIS, because plot device and plot. Before Sutekh, the god of death, arrives and delivers a whole bunch of exposition in such a clunky and unprofessional way that I can't believe my favourite writer for the show ever is delivering this absolute garbage to us. This horrendous bonking of new information is delivered to us in such a shamelessly overt way that at one point they, for no reason, no joke, just start watching the Pyramids of Mars on the Doctor's iPad for us to just watch it briefly. Because that totally feels natural and necessary and doesn't shatter the immersion instantly at all. You ham-fisted, window-licking dumbass! Was there seriously not another more creative way you could have delivered this massive info dump to the audience? And to make this even worse, all of this exposition dump leads to yet another, as this is Series 14 after all, episode ruining reveal. Less than 10 minutes into the fucking episode. And not only is this an episode ruining reveal, this is a show ruining reveal. And the reason is so. While I do actually like that they explain how Sutekh became the god of death, considering that's not at all what he was in the original story, the way we got to this conclusion is absolutely fucking absurd, and I cannot believe that this witless, moronic, brain-dead fucking cancerous tumor is just on the show forever now, because of the dipshit who wrote this, clearly not thinking about this implication for more than half a second. So, as established in the Pyramids of Mars, 49 years ago, the Doctor had trapped Sutekh in the time vortex until he would eventually die. But what actually happened is that when the Doctor trapped Sutekh in the time vortex, he actually just latched onto the TARDIS himself, wove himself into it, and has been travelling with the Doctor for hundreds and thousands of years. Are you fucking serious? The implication of this stupid fucking dog, this shot looks goofy as shit by the way, being attached to the TARDIS secretly for almost 50 years of Doctor Who stories is absolutely fucking farcical. Why did you write it this way? Seriously, even looking at this on the most surface level possible, like, how did the Doctor not notice this? Why did the TARDIS only start making noises and fucking up recently? Why did the Doctor never investigate why that's happening? What an absolutely fucking ridiculous thing to write into the show. Now just think of any episode of Doctor Who that you've ever seen before this one. Any episode before The Legend of Zelda and after the Pyramids of Mid. Sutekh has just been chilling on the TARDIS. That is so fucking stupid, you absolute toad! Why would you write that into the show? Oh, and that's only 50 years worth of Doctor Who stories that now retroactively have this stupid fucking dog in them. How many stories actually is that? It can't be that many, right? 229. Oh yes, 229 Doctor Who stories for literally no reason whatsoever have now retroactively had this stupid fucking mongrel little creature strapped to the TARDIS for no reason. This is such obvious spectacle for the sake of spectacle, style over substance bollocks that I honestly cannot understand for the life of me why Russell chose to make this stupid contrived bullshit up for this story. Can you not think of any times in Doctor Who where Sutekh being on the TARDIS might have been noticed and might have changed the plot of the story a bit? And there's so many scenes just in general that if you think about them, what was he doing when they were going on?
It's the rip. The rip's opening. Of course, opening the rift means you'll pull the ship apart.
No, I know exactly what I'm doing.
Brace yourself! We're gonna climb!
I'm regenerating.
And it will be destroyed.
Between two dreams.
How do you know that?
Because I know who he is.
shot my TARDIS!
It's a hell of a monument.
It's the TARDIS.
I can see that.
No. I mean, it actually is the TARDIS. My TARDIS from the future.
Calling the War Council of Gallifrey. This is the Doctor.
You might say I've been doing this all my lives.
All 13!
No such thing as Robin Hood. 120 miles from where we should be. Impressive.
No, not impressive. Annoying.
No, this is impressive. This is annoying.
It's been 7.5 minutes, you get the point. And just think, that's only New Who. Imagine if I covered all of Classic Who as well. We'd be here all day. And that's also taking into account how little of the Whittaker era I even remember at this point. Also, I guess there's also now just 2 Outtakes that exist at all times now. As long as there being 2 Doctors and 2 TARDISes that exist at all times now. Both of which get no mention in this story, by the way. I think the amount of memes that this stupid reveal caused speaks volumes on its own of how overtly fucking vapid this decision was. Now, I can't find it for the life of me, and I really did try to, but I can't for the life of me find the article or interview or whatever this was originally from, but I promise I'm not making it up just for the sake of content. But I know as a fact that somewhere out there exists a quote of Russell saying that Sutek wasn't awake the entire time, and the TARDIS exploding in the Star Beast is what woke him up. Now, I don't take out-of-universe explanations as a cover-up for just bad writing in the show itself, because the text within the show should be strong enough to stand on its own without added additional explanations that aren't even in the show itself, as a sort of get-out-of-jail-free card to retroactively fix something. But even if that were the case and this was made explicitly clear, this would still be so stupid because of the amount of times that the TARDIS has exploded before. Arguably much worse than it did in the Star Beast as well. Why didn't any of those explosions wake up Sutek? Oh, because this nonsense story beat hadn't came into fruition yet. That's why. No matter which way you spin this, no matter what angle you look at this from, this is an absolutely ludicrous, ridiculous, laughable, pointless, short-sighted, ill-advised, pathetic, redundant, reductive, fatuously fucking thick thing thing to write into the show, and I cannot believe that Russell T Davies wrote this. Like I hinted towards in the Devil is a Liar review, you so easily could have just wrote in that Sutekh latched onto the TARDIS in Wild Blue Yonder, not only because you wouldn't take such a massive shit on such a huge portion of the show, creating such a huge plot hole for no reason, but also it would make perfect sense for it to have happened there as well. It's the first episode which we hear the TARDIS grumbling. It had exploded, went off course and took them to the edge of the universe, where light itself hadn't even travelled so far. And considering that Sutekh was fast forwarded to his death in the original story, would anyone really even question him being stuck in the dark at the edge of the universe? The edge of time itself? I beg do not take that out of context. Would anyone really question him being stuck in the dark here? And finally hearing the TARDIS again, he latches himself onto it and then starts putting the Susan Twist cameos everywhere? Also consider that Wild Blue Yonder is the first story which shows off the Susan Twist cameo. Oh my god, that's another thing I haven't even factored into this rant yet. So on top of the reveal that Sutekh has been up the Doctor's ass before, everywhere that he's been, he's put in a Susan Twist cameo. Because they're just agents of death all over the universe now. Another thing which we never seen before, despite this apparently happening for 50 fucking years, you idiot! You are the reason that shampoo bottles have instructions on.
You see, way back in the Pyramids... See, at the end of the Pyramids of Mars, Sutekh is banished into the time vortex. 10 seconds later, the Doctor and Sarah Jane go into the TARDIS. So ever since I was, however old I was, 15 or something, I've always thought that that happened. I thought, well, Sutekh would just cling on to the TARDIS and travel with it. So it's taken me decades to write this story. Decades.
And here we have it.
But it's weird.
Phenomenal.
It just feels natural to me. To me, that's not a plot twist. I'm thinking...
That's what happened.
That's what happened.
We just didn't know it. We hadn't seen
years
it.
for it to come. Strange, isn't it?
You can fucking say that again, bucko! As if we needed any more self-indulgence and stupidity from this story than to have the writer of it just basically admit that this is just one of his fan fictions from when he was 13. And since this question isn't brought up in the show itself, now seems like a suitable time to ask, why did Sutekh wake up now? He's been on the TARDIS for 50 fucking years in real life, and God knows how many years in universe, but only now, at this convenient time for this messy story, does he wake up. It's just so fucking lazy. They don't even attempt to explain it. I just can't be fucked. And for the era that is supposedly trying to branch out to reach new viewers or even just appeal to old viewers, it would be way more logically sound and less damaging to the stakes and the show as a whole if you just had him attach in Wild Blue Yonder. You could very easily show Sutekh traveling for all of that time only to be left at the end of the universe, clinging on to life only to latch onto the TARDIS and become the god of death. This explanation was right in front of you. It's almost as if he tried to make this as stupid as possible on purpose. Like, this explanation would be so easy and so instantly believable to latch onto that it seems like he just made this as stupid, as fucking stupid and shit as possible. It's almost as if Russell knew that the gap between these stories was way too long for it to have any narrative connection, and that's why he literally had the Doctor watching Pyramids of Mars on an iPad. Because even anyone who has, and has had, a similar idea on how he could have survived wouldn't have thought of this immediately because the story is so old.
Was it fucking cool? Absolutely was fucking cool. Was it worth it? I'm not so sure.
And seriously, Russell. Fucking seriously! Russell, that's the best you could come up with for the Susan Twist cameos? The most unsubtle bonking of a face repeatedly appearing ever? acknowledged even by the show itself for half of this series, and the reveal is just this? Surely this can't have been very well thought out, or it would have at least been a bit more subtle, right?
What it was, when I first spoke to you, we hadn't written all of them, so I didn't know what you were going to do in every episode, and I didn't exactly know what the ending was. I said...
So are you honestly trying to tell me, from the man himself, the one in charge, in an officially aired behind-the-scenes show, that Russell just admitted that he didn't even know what the ending was before he was talking to Susan Twist? Are you fucking serious? Did he literally just do this to get people talking, to generate some sort of fake buzz? Well, clearly, even if I said that knowing he didn't admit it minutes later, that would be the case, since the show itself starts acknowledging this and basically going, ooh, look, it's a mystery box that we'll eventually solve. Keep watching so we can find out what it is. Ooh, fuck you!
It's very much kind of internet age storytelling where...
And was that deliberate?
Yes, you just hope it'll generate content. It's kind of proved to be very popular.
Don't get me wrong, Doctor Who has done this many times, very overtly and even worse than this in the past before, but I've never seen the one behind this fake, key-jangling bullshit admit it in such an overt and shameless way. The focus when you're writing a story shouldn't just be to generate buzz in this internet age of storytelling, as if you needed any more proof that this man is an out-of-touch dinosaur and the show should really be in charge of someone younger. The focus should be to tell a good story, and the buzz will come from that story being well written. It's why most of the best episodes of Doctor Who aren't usually ones that have loads of fake bait and try-hard attention-grabbing storytelling. They're just good stories. Dalek, Father's Day, The Empty Child 2-parter, The Cybermen 2-parter, The Satan 2-parter, Gridlock, The John Smith 2-parter, Blink, The Fires of Pompeii, Planet of the Ood, The Library 2-parter, fucking Midnight, and The Waters of Mars. All excellent standalone stories that don't need loads of fake, misleading mysteries to make them more interesting. These stories are so well renowned because they're brilliantly written stories that take the characters on an intriguing adventure and explore loads of different ideas and themes, and do, in subtle and not so subtle ways, all linked to the Doctor's overall character arc in this era. And this is only the RTD1 era. Even the Moffat era has prime examples of how well-written stories don't need loads of bullshit cobbled around them to be made more interesting or generate any sort of fake buzz. If anything, the Moffat era is a better example of this, because that era is filled with so many terrible series arcs, so many failed character arcs and themes, that when there's actually a good story in this era, it sticks out like a sore thumb so much more and is so much more praiseworthy compared to the rest of the era, because it managed to work around all of the bullshit that brings down that era as a whole and still deliver us a great story. Amy's Choice, Vincent and the Doctor's Wife, The Girl Who Waited, The God Complex, A Town Called Mercy, Listen, Mummy on the Orient Express, Flatline, The Flood 2-parter, Heaven Sent! Heaven Sent's probably the perfect example because all of the bad things in Heaven Sent directly link to the awful Series 9 series arc and link to the worst finale of all time that I will acknowledge. And even Series 10 has the absolute cookers that are Oxygen and Extremis. My point being that I think the showrunner admitting to writing sloppily this way just to generate buzz and attention is a really worrying look into what Russell's priorities are at the moment, and definitely not a good sign of what we've got to come in the future. May I also remind you now that we aren't even 10 minutes into this episode yet. Good God, I am so cooked.
It will stand as my altar, the temple of my empire of death.
Oh, that's why they call it that.
But wait! There's more! The series' big bad, fucking with the TARDIS in order to enact their evil big plan. An evil, potentially universe-ending plan? Where have I fucking seen that before?
No, it can't be.
Doctor, what is it?
He's cannibalized the TARDIS. Is this what I think it is?
It's a paradox machine.
As if we needed any more shameless ripping off this series alone. It wasn't enough for Church to rip all of the story beats from Rose. It wasn't enough for Space Little Shits to rip all the story beats and scenes from The End of the World. It wasn't enough for 73 Yards to have most of its structure, but without the intelligence, ripped from Turn Left. It wasn't enough for this shithole to just rip an entire character from Series 1 and give us the Doctor Who story of all time. No, none of that lazy copying, bordering on plagiarism was enough, so we clearly needed to rip off yet another fucking story beat from Series 3, as if we haven't had enough already, you plodding, farcical, cartoonishly desperate dipshit! Series 3 was fucking 17 years ago! Move on! Do something new! Stop rehashing the fucking past! Oh, and speaking of being a cartoonishly desperate dipshit, this scene also reaffirms everything I brought up in my review of The Devil is a Liar. The first proper mention of Susan in New Who was ultimately just here to pull the wool over our eyes and had no real relevance to the story or plot overall. So that's yet another fake mystery hook of bullshit to add alongside Ruby's mum, the TARDIS, the snow, and Susan Twist.
Why are you the way that you are? I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
Okay, some overall quick final points as to why this is the dumbest shit ever, because as you can most likely imagine, I'm sick to fucking death of talking about this bullshit reveal and all the stupidness that it causes. S-Triad technology is not an anagram of Sutek. How did the Toymaker know that Sutek would come back if he was just strapped to the TARDIS and the Toymaker came back into existence for only 2 days? If the gods are all from a pantheon, then why do they fear Sutek?
They have no reason to.
Also, why would the Maestro be afraid of him if he's part of the pantheon? If Ruby can create a memory TARDIS from just thinking, then what was the point in all of that boring exposition in the last part?
Filler.
Why does Sutek do nothing with the TARDIS, considering how much control he has over it? And why is the GOAT so washed?
That's ridiculous.
Finally returning to the episode now, and the Doctor berates Sutek for his plan while shedding a tear, because of course, and asks why he's even still alive. Very good question. Very, very good question in fact. Considering that Sutek is the god of death, and all he wants is to bring death and destruction to the whole universe, boring our motivation, then why are either of these three still alive? That doesn't make any sense, as the Doctor points out. I wonder what the reason is. Oh. I guess we'll find out later then. Just keep this attack in mind for now. So we get some complete tonal shit flick whiplash as our three-dimensionless twits jump into the glup shito nostalgia box, and we get a wholesome, fun scene filled with loads of stuff you remember as the gang tries to stabilize the TARDIS. Aw, look! Mel with the 6th Doctor's coat. Isn't that nice? Oh look, it's the 13th Doctor's sonic screwdriver. We all remember that, don't we? Oh my god, look! It's the 4th Doctor's scarf. We all love the 4th Doctor, don't we? Yeah, great. What a fun, wholesome scene, succeeding the establishment that all of time and space, and history, and hundreds of thousands, and millions and billions of different galaxies and species, and any form of life is being dusted to death in all of history. Because that didn't feel like total tonal whiplash at all, you utter ghoul. So we then tonal shit flick whiplash back to the characters remembering that all of death in the history of the universe is dead. Because balancing tone is hard. It's not like Russell's a known fucking expert of balancing two conflicting tones or anything.
It's like intelligent rope.
What do you mean, like?
Intelligent glove. That was the first day we met.
I wonder if the story would take time to point out both these if they weren't both going to be relevant later. So we established that they need to fix the iPad or the nostalgia box will kaboom. Before we get a weird moment where it's established that Ruby still has some lingering knowledge from 69 yards.
Field around it at 66.7 meters exactly.
73 yards.
How'd you know that?
I don't know, I just do.
Eyesight from 73 yards, 219 feet, 66.7 meters.
Which is definitely a very strange line that exists somehow. I'm not even gonna touch that one because maybe Series 15 will do something interesting with this. But honestly, at this point, I doubt it. And even if they do manage to do something with this, I highly doubt it'll be any good, given how this series pays off everything it sets up. Maybe I'll have another 25-minute long rant about a reveal that takes up less than 5 minutes of screen time. Who knows? We then get some further reinforcement and bonking on what Susan Triad actually is, and the Doctor brings up an interesting point.
He focused his mind and created a whole new person everywhere I'd land. But perception means that she fitted in. She had character, she had history, she had a truth.
That's all fine and dandy, but this then begs the question as to what the fuck happened to the other Susan Triads that are in the modern day. Seriously, I know it's long as fuck me going back to this again, and trust me, I really don't want to. But if every time the Doctor landed created a new Susan, then surely there'd be loads of them concurrently on Earth. Like, who is this and where is she? Who is this and where is she? If every one created had character and history and a truth as the Doctor says it, then surely there must be people who know these two specifically, who are in the modern day, who would have seen that either of them look exactly like this apparently extremely famous person.
Down there, what is it? Oh, that's Glyn Gatwick, if you'll forgive my pronunciation, which they don't.
And also, if we want to be super pedantic here, then I can ask where the other 9 Susan Triads are from this series alone, considering that if every time the TARDIS landed, another one would be created
100 times.
I think she was reborn every time.
And the Doctor lands in modern day present Earth 9 times just in this series. 6 times in Church of Mid, and once in Space Little Shits, on top of once in 69 Yards, and on top of an additional time in The Legend of Zelda. Where the fuck are the other Susans? Also consider all of the times that the Doctor has landed in modern day in New Who. Even at the biggest push possible, these Susans would only be 20 years older, so they are likely still alive. Especially if they're these Agent of Death things, which, because they're so poorly explained, we don't know if they have normal human lifespans. But assuming they do, Susan Twist is what, like 62? 20 years at a push. It'll only be 82. Highly plausible that they're still alive. So there should realistically be fucking hundreds of them in the modern day, and there should be hundreds of people who know who they are, but fucking, where are they?
I don't know!
So the Doctor yaps on about the universe being dead, and there's absolutely no emotional resonance to be found in this scene, because we all know it'll get undone eventually because we're not fucking stupid. And the way we got to this conclusion is so cataclysmically, unthinkably dense, that I can't believe this daft piece of scumfuck is honestly trying to get any emotion out of us. It also doesn't help that neither Mel or Ruby react to everyone and everything that they know and love being wiped from the face of the earth, including Ruby's real and biological mum, who her entire character revolves around and is seemingly her only interest besides... actually no, that is really her only interest. I can't think of any more that are actually consistent, kept up character beats through the series, and aren't just used for plot, and once they're used for plot, they are forgotten. The Doctor Who companions of all time. But hey, after all this time, the Doctor has finally managed to wipe out all the Daleks. Maybe that could lead to some interesting confliction in the drama, since bringing the Daleks back would obviously be such a terrible thing to happen, but at the cost of also not bringing back any life in the universe. I mean, surely they wouldn't just put this line in for no reason and make a deal of it for no reason.
And Skyro.
The Daleks are dead.
Can't wait to get more on that. So the Doctor says that every sun in the universe is dead, despite the fact that everywhere they go is being lit by the sun, because production is hard, while the Doctor gets racked up with guilt for inadvertently wiping out the universe. This moment in isolation with all of the context removed, I actually do really like, as not only is it perfectly in character for the Doctor to have this reaction, I mean, I could see almost any of them react in this way, to be honest, but Ncuti's performance here is fucking excellent, really selling us on all of what the Doctor's going through, and how well and truly fucked the characters are because of this. The idea of the Doctor's silly little adventures catching up with him, leading every single one to have wiped out billions upon billions of life forms in the universe, knowing that all the Doctor has helped and lost and suffered to save the universe was meaningless and all in vain because everyone just died anyway, and Ncuti fucking kills it. However, because we simply cannot have nice things anymore, this moment is completely unearned and has absolutely no emotional impact. Not only because of the muddled and absurd way that we actually got to this scene, but because we've seen this Doctor cry so many times that seeing him break down and cry again just brings out nothing but disappointment. Because seriously, imagine how much more impactful this breakdown would be if we hadn't seen this Doctor cry over stuff as simple as being scared, someone who he doesn't really know dying, who he can very easily save, and saving a snot monster. And also because one of the biggest flaws with this series, which I'm very surprised I've managed to go this long and push back talking about it for this long, and that being the overarching character moments and the characters just never grow or learn. Because every episode this series, besides Boom and Dot and Bubble, have the Doctor and Ruby just revert to their normal, happy, chipper, boring, characteristic selves at the start of every new story, we know that this moment will have no long-term impact on the 15th Doctor. We won't get a scene as good as this one from Wild Blue Yonder.
The flux.
It destroyed half the universe because of me.
We stand here now, on the edge of creation, a creation which I devastated. So yes, I keep running, of course I do. How am I supposed to look back on that?
It wasn't your fault.
I know!
And I gotta use the goats as an example here, but on a near episode by episode basis, we see 9 and 10 grow and evolve as people, and same goes for the companions they had each series. If you compare the 9th Doctor in Rose to the 9th Doctor in The Parting of the Ways, they're the same person, but they're so different, and we've seen that journey through the series.
Look, if I did forget some kid called Mickey...
Yeah, it's not a
it's
kid.
because I'm busy trying to save the life of every stupid ape blundering about on top of this planet, all right?
All right?
Yes, it is. Unless, I don't know. You could come with me.
Don't. He's an alien. He's a thing.
He's not invited. This is who I am, right here, right now, all right? All that counts is here and now, and this is me.
Yeah, and I'm here too, because you brought me here, so just tell me.
Everything has its time and everything dies. My planet's gone. It's dead. It burned like the Earth. It's just rocks and dust. Before its time. There's a scientific explanation for that. You're thick.
We're just idiots.
Well, not all of you.
Yeah?
We are the same. We're not the same, I'm not...
Exterminate.
Why should I? You never did. Rose, get out of the way now!
No, because I won't let you do this.
I've got to do this. I've got to end it. The Daleks destroyed my home, my people.
It's changing. What about you, Doctor? What the hell are you changing into?
I couldn't. I wasn't. I did it again. I picked another stupid ape. I should have known. It's not about showing you the universe. It never is. It's about the universe doing something for you.
I'm not stupid.
You could have fooled me. All right. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Everybody lives, Rose. Just this once. Everybody lives!
There is every possibility the Delta Wave could be complete, but no possibility of refining it. You would destroy Daleks and humans together.
There are colonies out there. The human race would survive in some shape or form, but you're the only Daleks in existence. The whole universe is in danger if I let you live. Because if I activate the signal, every living creature dies. I'll do it!
Then prove yourself, Doctor. What are you, coward or killer?
Coward. Any day.
You are the heathen. You will be exterminated.
Maybe it's time.
I can see everything. All that is. All that was. All that ever could be.
It's hurtling around the sun at 67,000 miles an hour, and I can feel it. We're falling through space, you and me. Clinging to the skin of this tiny little world.
That's what I see. All the time. And doesn't it drive you mad? I think you need a doctor. Before I go, I just want to tell you, you were fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And you know what? So was I.
I'd make a compilation for the 10th Doctor growing and changing as a character, but that's an entire video in and of itself, because his character arc goes so deep and extensive. But even on the most surface level possible way of looking at it, we've seen how his loss with Rose affected his relationship with Martha, and just his social skills in general and his shorter temper. Never wanting to grow too attached to her because he didn't want to go through the same pain of losing a loved one, leading him to push her away and neglect her in ways he otherwise wouldn't have had he not just lost his family. I mean, also because she lied to him and said that she wasn't interested. You know? Because not all characters are perfect people, and that's what makes them more interesting. But upon realizing this mistake, he embraces her properly as a friend again, before he has to lose her too, leading to when he travels with Donna, he clarifies right from the start that they're only friends, and so many other things the 10th Doctor goes through as a character, like not letting his ego get in the way of taking people down due to a jab, leaving a power vacuum in the UK government which inadvertently gave the Master an easier shot at enacting his evil plan, and also was the foundation of what built up Torchwood, which led him to Lost Rose. Or how destroying Pompeii took such a mental toll on him that we see the effects of it so much later on, turning Rose's character around completely, which almost led her to her death, never having a life like that, and then when he does and has to lose it again, trying to manipulate Joan into getting back with him due to thinking he can just walk back into people's lives like this, etc, etc. The point being that because the 15th Doctor isn't a growing and developed character, and is very static, with nothing from previous episodes carrying over, like, remember how in Church of Shit, he stops himself from going to ask Ruby to travel with him because he thinks he might be bad luck in people's lives? I mean, it's kind of stupid within the context of the episode because nothing that happens in that story is the Doctor's fault, really. But it could have been a potentially interesting idea to explore in the series. But it never comes up again. It's never mentioned again. And honestly, had I not had to comb through this series thousands of times for this review, I probably would have forgotten it as well. But that comes up in the first episode of Series 14, and despite him inadvertently getting Ruby killed in Boom, the bad luck notion or idea of this never comes up again. So this scene just has no emotional resonance, impact, or anything really, leaving this as just yet another moment of Ncuti acting his heart out to no avail due to the writing's incompetence. And to clarify, there's nothing wrong with static characters. Two of my favourite fictional characters ever are both pretty static for the most part, but there's a difference between being static and being so reverted back to factory settings that the last episode might as well have not happened. Realistically, 15 should not be going from the trauma of the Devil's Chord to dancing 2 minutes later. He shouldn't be dealing with the loss of life due to people's racist beliefs and experiencing racism for the first time in his life, and then going to Earth's notoriously racist past to fuck around and play Bridgerton. The fact that you can basically skip from the Church of Mid to Empire of Piss and not miss any character depth or development or growth from 15, and he's basically the same character in both stories, is really telling of how poorly Russell has handled the character. Despite the fact that for whatever ungodly reason, later on he tries to act like the character has changed so much. But he ain't. We then cut back to the rat-bat dog just chilling on the TARDIS, and I think it's about time we actually talk about Sutekh himself in this story, considering how long I spent ranting about his inclusion being built on nonsense. Sutekh was never a villain I was really a fan of anyway, as he just sort of fell into the category of generic Classic Who villain wearing a bucket. And for those who don't know, Classic Who just ain't it. Like, let's be for real, it's pretty shit. It has its merits, but it's pretty shit.
I bring Sutekh's gift of death to all humanity.
But Sutekh just never did anything for me, as I didn't find anything interesting about him other than his backstory and his design before he took his helmet off. Damn, a Classic Who villain wearing a bucket that wants to destroy the universe? Never seen that before. So besides getting a kick out of him somehow returning in the stupidest way possible, what does he actually do now that his goal is basically achieved? Well, for some reason, instead of showing what this empire of shit is actually like, it's at this point revealed that the only thing Sutekh wants to do is also find out who Ruby's mum is.
What?
Why the fuck? I repeat, why the fuck does the god of death, whose sole existence is to wipe out all forms of life, give a single, remotely tossed up, turned down, move in, move out, incarcerated, overdone, burned, French fried fuck who Ruby's mum is? Are you actually taking the fucking piss right now? You cannot be serious. The only way you could think to resolve this plotline was to reduce an already basic bitch villain into caring about who some random lass's mum is. Why? Even though, if he did find out who she was, he'd just kill her anyway. Ignoring how insanely imbecilic this is for a minute, now seems like an appropriate time to also mention that Sutek actually does fuck all of note in this story besides possess Mel, which gets undone like 10 minutes later anyway. Seriously, what is even the point in this empire of cum if all he does is sit around? And it's not like this story shows us anything of what he actually does this whole time. We only ever see him in 3 different settings, 2 of which he just sits there, and the other of which is too embarrassing to think of right now. Like, what do his little angels of death actually do? Do they just stand there? What about the other hundreds and thousands of them that still exist out there? What are they doing? We've seen enough of Series 3 get ripped off at this point, but yet again, missing out what makes the Series 3 finale so brilliant is that we get to see all of the death and destruction caused by the Master. We see how the few survivors live and what effect and fear he puts over the world, and it is fantastic world building. But here, we get none of that. No scenes of the Angels of Death hunting people down. We don't see any of the other millions of Susans wiping out planets or anything. We don't see anything of what this allegedly universe-ending threat is, which is part of the reason it feels so small and insignificant, especially when the one who caused it all doesn't fucking do anything! And for some reason isn't killing our protagonist, since he, for some fucking reason, wants to know who Ruby's biological mum is. This is just silly.
Also, a point that I forgot to write into the script even though I was meaning to. Again, not the first time I've done that. But if Sutek just wanted to find out who Ruby's mum is, then why does he fucking swing for the Doctor? That's just dumb.
We then get a scene that is actually quite nice. Yeah, I know, I was never expecting to get anything good out of this sluthole either. Where the Doctor rocks up on a desolate planet in search of some metal, where he encounters this kind woman. The actor who plays the kind woman, who I will not say her first name because I knew someone in real life with the same name, and for some reason my stupid voice cannot pronounce it as anything other than Sean, does a brilliant job in her brief on-screen time in conveying the bleak, desolate, isolated feel that the universe is supposed to be showing us right now. And they discuss some very interesting concepts that obviously aren't further explored, because fuck you, we can't have too much good now, can we? Like how memory is dying and even the idea of facts are ceasing to exist, which is absolutely fascinating. And it really is nice when she gives over the only thing that she has left to the Doctor before she dies. However, because you should know by now that we can't have nice things.
Fuck, I knew it was fucking too good to be true. Fuck.
Some issues that arise because of this scene is how she talks about having seen people travel in caravans. How? The dust of death has wiped everyone from existence and travels through family lines. Alright, so how is the Doctor even alive? If Susan is alive, which was a very confident she's dead until this series, because Russell apparently doesn't care about continuity anymore. Also just saying, I have a little gamer theory that Susan will either appear at Christmas or in Series 15. But that might just be me holding out hope that Russell wouldn't drag this character out of the grave for no reason. But we'll see. Anyway, yeah, the point being that if Susan is alive, then why hasn't the Doctor been wiped from existence yet? Also consider that the 14th Doctor will be on Earth and will be dead. Also consider the hundreds and thousands of times that the Doctor has landed and likely is still there in concurrent time, timey-wimey bullshit, and has been wiped out in the past by Susans. So that's just another huge plot hole, is that the Doctor should just be dead. Also, I don't want to jump ahead here, as I imagine that this in and of itself will become a segment on its own, but Ruby's biological mum is just a normal person who would have been on Earth, so she would have been dead for apparent weeks as well. Why is Ruby just fine? Mel's the only one who would make sense to be alright, but she seems to be slowly losing it even before Sutek gets a hold of her. Wait, hang on, so the Doctor's been spending weeks looking for metal?
It's been a very, very long time.
How the fuck can this damn spoon be the only thing that he's been able to find in that time? Sure, they at least attempt to cover this up by saying that they couldn't use anything from the nostalgia box because it's not real. But look at 15 in almost any scene and in any story. I'm sure you might have noticed that he's dripped the fuck out. Bro has more rings than I do, and I'm an expert at 15th Doctor drip. He also has a very nice necklace that I'm sure could have been used, and a huge belt buckle, and what do jackets have on them? So this scene is one that is ultimately just a waste of time and really dumb. It is also just kind of funny how overly dramatic they play up this whole scene, just for it to be a fucking spoon that saves the day, and he only uses it to get the iPad to work again, so it all just feels very silly, and yet another squandered chance at us having nice things, because fuck you.
Time. Still connected to the time window.
Yeah, I never understood. What was all that Egyptian stuff?
Cultural appropriation.
Oh.
So the Doctor and Ruby watch more Pyramids of Mid. No idea where they got these new clothes from or where Mel got this jumper from, but whatever. And it turns out that the broken time window is still connected to Ruby's memories for some reason. Because plot. And we then get some further reaffirmation of how absolutely brain dead Sutek's motivations are in this story. As if we somehow needed them to be any more overtly fucking absurd. So it turns out that Sutek woke up outside the church in 2004 because the one thing he saw outside of his comprehension was Ruby's mum.
I finally figured out what this statement is!
Are you actually being for fucking real? So, after exploring literally all of time and all of space, everything that ever was or ever will be, the one thing that Sutek couldn't understand, couldn't wrap his head around, was who some random lass's mum is.
Oh! Oh! Oh no! What?
I know I've made this point already, but seriously, why, in the name of all that shit, does he give a single fuck? There's absolutely nothing in the Pyramids of Mid, or even this story, that could possibly be inferred as a decent explanation as to why he would care. Again, hate to reiterate this, but he's the god of death. All he wants to do is bring death and destruction to the whole universe. Even if he did know who she was, he would just kill her anyway. What difference would knowing this make to the character? Oh? Absolutely no difference whatsoever? Wouldn't that make this motivation for Sutek really out of character and Yes. Yes, it does. This is complete and utter fucking horseshit nonsense, no matter which way you look at it. And the fact that Russell made this stupid fucking mongrel's only motivation besides the boring one he had anyway, to just be to find out what one of the mystery boxes of the series is, even though there's not a single logical reason that he could pull out of his arse as to why he should care, is honestly really fucking embarrassing. Especially when it's the only contrived reason as to why the characters are even alive. Because realistically, as much as Sutekh is being made out to be imprudently daft, he could have achieved his goal immediately. And Russell clearly knew this, since he decided to make Sutekh an all-powerful god, instead of just an alien like he was before. Very obviously, a mistake, since you're now having to contrive reasons and make your villain look like a fucking dumbass, just so that the protagonists have a chance at winning. You childish boob! So 15 and Ruby act cringe about knowing who Ruby's mum is, and Sutekh starts to possess Mel.
You'd think if he could find anyone in all of time and all of space and possess them that he would have just possessed the main characters immediately, but I just...
And then, for absolutely no reason whatsoever, the episode tries to link back to 69 Yards again, but still without explaining anything from that story, because logical consistency is a sin. And it shows us Roger Ap Gwilliam in 2046 on the news talking about making DNA testing compulsory. You know, something that wasn't even mentioned once in passing in 69 Yards. Wasn't even alluded to in any way. In case you somehow needed to make this feel even more contrived. Like seriously, even if he only mentioned it briefly in 69 Yards, this wouldn't feel like such an absolute piss-take cop-out. But at this point, I'm getting close to just giving up with this review and retiring off to the countryside. Because in case we had any suspicions that this entire story was pointless, and nothing that happened in it actually mattered, including Ruby living through the events of the Curse of Clyde Langer, we get proven wrong here. Because it was actually important so that the Doctor at this very convenient time for the plot can remember that DNA testing became compulsory, so they can go and get a DNA sample of Ruby's mum. Strange how this bit of information managed to escape the Doctor at the beginning of 69 Yards, since he decided to bring up Gwilliam for absolutely no real relevant reason, other than making another fake mystery in that story, already filled with fake mysteries. And you would have thought that if he randomly decided to put such huge emphasis on finding out who Ruby's mum is, then why would he not just travel to 2046 and do the DNA sample thing immediately? But then again, at this point, I don't even know why I'm expecting the 15th Doctor to be characterized as intelligent, considering how many times in this series, and this story alone, he's being made out to be a fucking irrational banshee instead of the Doctor. Because apparently in the 2020s, the only person who can be consistently written well as the Doctor is David Tennant. And even his Doctor can't escape acting like a gormless, corpulent shithead as well.
We've run out of time. We've run out of time.
I miss Doctor Who. It also doesn't help this story at all that the reason for these two different plots finally having any sort of natural convergence has come at the cost of making the God of Death an absolute moron and building up someone as important who realistically isn't important to a god, even ignoring the stupid twist later on. The shit flick whiplash between these two story beats and then the unnatural conversion of them, forcing them into one, is all the proof that you need that if Doctor Who is now stuck with only 8 episodes, then stories like this should be told over 2 series, instead of just forcing them into one, making everything feel so rushed and poorly thought out and stupid. Especially when nothing is explained! So the Doctor tries to make the glup shitto nostalgia bait box fly again, and then a whistle falls from the ceiling.
Huh?
Strange.
Handy. Another whistle.
I wonder if that's gonna have any cataclysmic ramifications later. Because the Doctor did quite significantly look up at the ceiling there, So this whistle is clearly going to have some sort of relevance later. Well, personally, I hope it's well explained, and not just another contrivance on top of the Mount Everest tons that we have already. But don't worry, I mean, I'm sure it will.
We can't!
Well, it's 246 doesn't exist, does it?
Yes, but it is preserved in death, because I once landed there, so it's fixed, yeah?
So everywhere the Doctor landed was still preserved in time, yet this damn spoon was still the only bit of metal that he could find in the entire universe. Also, even if a place is preserved in death, how the fuck does that in any way make you think that all of the DNA that was recorded would still be accessible? Considering what everywhere looks like, and I doubt many internet towers are still standing, you stupid bitch! So the trio of unbuttered bread and water land in 2046, lit by the sun, by the way.
Every son is dead.
Lol. As they leave the glup shitto box before we get more dumbass plot holes because this episode fucking pongs. And I'm surprised you aren't expecting one every 30 seconds at this rate, because apparently Russell doesn't respect the fact that I also have to fucking go to bed! The plot holes do come later, but with what we're given in the show itself, what actually happens to the nostalgia box? We never see it again in this story after this point, and it's never mentioned. So like, when everything gets undone, is there now just another, even if shoddy, TARDIS just out there in existence? That's 3 now, by the way. We never get a conversation on what might have happened to it, or where it just is after the fact. We don't know if it ceases to exist after the broken time window turns off. We just don't know anything. So we just never see it again, and it's left up to us to infer what happened to it. You know when you leave like 90% of details in a story that are pretty crucial up to inference? That's not just like leaving stuff up to interpretation, that's just being lazy as fuck. Well, it turns out there was actually something that was supposed to happen to the Box of Shame, and it was cut out of the story.
Obviously, we had to cut this down. This episode's too long, because originally here, the Doctor gives TARDIS a kiss goodbye, and then the remembered TARDIS disappeared. You remember, it collapsed, it faded away. And we had to cut it because we'd had too many effects and the whole episode was too long.
This creates a hilariously bad plot hole later that even Russell himself acknowledges. So it really does then beg the question as to why cut this out in the first place over keeping in some scenes in the story that are just completely unnecessary. Like the whole scene with that damn spoon was so fucking daft and deficient and failed at delivering the feeling it was supposed to because it was over a fucking spoon. And also the fact that the Doctor already had loads of metal that could have been used anyway. Why not just cut all of that bollocks out the episode to avoid creating plot holes in the script? This episode does not function on almost any level. This is genuinely reaching the top 5 worst stories I've ever reviewed from this show. And remember the crap that I've reviewed before this. Also, somewhat related rant here, but you know how the Doctor, for very out of character reasons, fell in love with not Jack? Well, imagine the Doctor has to sacrifice his ring to save the universe here, to get the iPad working again, and he has to melt down something that he holds dear to him. This still wouldn't be a great way to resolve this plotline, because the iPad needing metal to work is stupid in and of itself, and the Doctor and not Jack's relationship was very poorly defined, and built on the Doctor acting out of character anyway, but at least there would be some sort of emotional resonance to this garbage, instead of just this crap. Anyway, so our 3 slags go to the Department of Health.
The DNA list was locked away under top security. But guess who invented the security?
Well, isn't that just convenient? And the Doctor hooks up the iPad to this monitor stand thing, and it works almost immediately. Because I'm convinced this episode is just actively trying to be insultingly bad at this point. And of course, it instantly works because plot.
You better keep watch. The Outtakes service could be anywhere.
Another thing said in this episode that makes no sense because of a deleted scene.
The agents of Outtakes were searching for the Doctor, and and Mel and Ruby, so that's what got cut.
Yet another part of this episode that would have been pretty crucial and actually made this Empire of Diarrhea seem like more of a threat. Actually showing us what the Agents of Death do and seeing them try to hunt down our protagonists. Again, something that was sacrificed so we could get only a spoonful of shitty world building that doesn't even make any sense anyway. For fuck's sake! So, the Doctor very obviously clocks on that there's something wrong with Mel because subtlety is hard, and she starts tweaking outside. The Doctor then shanks Ruby to get a blood sample, and the obligatory Christmas music and snow starts happening. You know, there's 23 minutes of this episode left, but I somehow have a sneaking suspicion that neither of these will actually get an explanation at all. So they find a DNA match for Ruby's mum, and neither of these twonks heard Mel behind them for some reason. So possessed Harriet somehow manages to beam them to exactly where Sutek was. What the fuck?!
I just got to say, because of the absence of the Remember TARDIS, we have complete narrative collapse at this point, where the TARDIS just invents a time beam that transports you through time and space. I did point this out to the production team, because originally the Remember TARDIS took them there. And I remember now, and I did point out to my lovely producer saying, we've just invented something we'll never use ever again. Where we might. I'd rather not. The fact the TARDIS just whooshed you through time and space without a TARDIS. It pains me. But I blame everyone else.
I am at a loss for fucking words right now. The story just pulled this absolute nonsense bullshit out of its fucking disheveled, decrepit old arsehole. Something that has no reason to exist and likely never will exist again. And here is the writer of said story admitting to his own narrative collapsing because of this utter hog's trollop. A plot device that has never been used before and will never be used again, being used to get the characters out of shit when the writers pushed himself into the corner. Guys, the signs were here from the start, and we just didn't notice.
Sorry, say that again?
We demand to search the house. This has been declared a military zone.
Not today, thanks. I think we need to run.
Also, what's up with the producer just saying, yeah, we didn't care? What the fuck, man? Isn't that your job? So the almighty god of death gets really obsessive about knowing who Ruby's mum is, because that's totally a thing he would do, and he paralyzes the Doctor to the ground. Let's hope he doesn't forget he can do that anytime soon. And Ruby then drops the iPad, shattering it so Sutek couldn't see Ruby's mum's name, even though the screen very clearly did not show her name and just had the DNA sample. But we also clearly know that that would be enough to reveal the identity of her anyway, so this scene is just hollow and worthless, because Ruby already has what she wants, and knowing that once the DNA was retrieved that the mystery was solved, leaves this as a nothing moment. Assuming that the memory of the DNA is what they use later in UNIT, otherwise that's just a plot hole, because how could they retrieve that? If they could have just retrieved that from the start, then obviously, like, none of this bullshit would have happened, because they could have just revealed who Ruby's mum is. But we aren't actually showing how they use that DNA, so, like, I don't fucking know. None of this shit makes any sense. If the real Russell T Davies had wrote this scene, it would have had a lot more impact because some sort of sacrifice would have been made to save the day. Rose was willing to sacrifice her life to save the Doctor in the Part of the Ways, leading to the Doctor having to sacrifice his own to save her. Jack in that story as well had sacrificed his life for a greater cause. In Series 2, the Doctor is willing to sacrifice his relationship with Rose to save the universe, only for her to put her own safety on the line again and almost lose her life to save the universe. Which was good, because if she hadn't, the day wouldn't have been saved and the Doctor probably would have been killed. And it also links very nicely to both their character arcs grown across the first two series. You know, because Russell used to be able to write. Martha has to sacrifice the safety of her own family, damn well knowing that they could die in the process to save the Earth from the Master, only for her to move on from the Doctor afterwards because of what he'd inadvertently put her through. Donna ends up having to sacrifice becoming a better person in order to save the universe, losing every single bit of growth that she'd had built up through her character in the whole series. And in the end of time, the Doctor sacrifices his own life in order to save Wilf after already putting everything on the line multiple times. But here, with the way this has been written and with the details being so shoddy and clearly just not explained, it's honestly quite funny how this scene plays this off as a heroic sacrifice for Ruby when nothing is lost and nothing is gained. Because this series has yet to actually give us a reason to care about Ruby's mum, besides just being a mystery box, and we don't even know why Ruby wants to find her, besides the fact that she just does. This is just a nothing moment. No sacrifice is being made here, so this is just stupid. Also, why the fuck does Sutek not just grab the iPad off her? Is he dumb? Why does he not just use his fucking paralysis shit to control her and force her to give him the iPad? Is he dumb? Speaking of dumb, we then get a moment of so much stupidity that it's honestly hard to even break down accurately all the reasons that this is so fucking brain dead. So Ruby drops the iPad, then throws the unbreakable rope around Sutek's neck. He does absolutely nothing to stop her from doing this. The Doctor then acts as if he's clever for realizing that the very conspicuous Mel was possessed. Sutek does absolutely nothing while the Doctor is saying this. The Doctor then blows the magic whistle that fell from the ceiling to reawake the TARDIS. Sutek does absolutely nothing while he does this. The Doctor then continues to blow the whistle until the TARDIS opens up a random compartment that was never established before this and will probably never be used after this, to reveal this massive laser that just so happens to be in the perfect position that shoots the TARDIS off Sutek, wiping out all of the Angels of Death, only for the Doctor and Ruby to use the Super Mario gloves to attach the magic rope to the TARDIS console and then go into the time vortex and drag Sutek with them. And during all of that, Sutek does absolutely nothing to stop this from happening. If only he had some sort of ability that's established to paralyze people on the spot. Seriously, as if we needed any more of this fucking dog being an absolute ignorant, dense piece of shit than him just sitting there helplessly while the Doctor undoubtedly is getting ready to send him to his death. That entire scene, he could have just used his established powers to freeze them, but even if he didn't do that, for some reason, why does he only send the Angels of Piss to try and stop them? Literally, just backhand Ruby out of the way, or use the dust of death, you fucking donut! Also, what the fuck was that whistle? Was that seriously the solution to all of our problems? Where did it even come from? How did it open up that compartment? Why was it not established in any way whatsoever? Seriously, what the fuck?
So here in the script, we shot this earlier on when the Doctor gets the whistle in the Remember TARDIS. He looks up quite significantly, doesn't he?
Yes.
He looks up. Because then when he arrives here,
He's got it.
he takes the whistle and he goes to a little floor compartment in the
And he throws
TARDIS
it
and he drops it down into the Remember TARDIS where the Doctor's waiting for it. So he created the whistle himself and passed the whistle to his younger self. However, we decided in the middle of a chase. Well, I didn't, obviously, because we cut it.
Well,
It was just a bit much in the middle of a chase, wasn't it? It was like, even I wrote it and I started thinking, what's he doing?
oh no, it was good. I thought it was great.
It was good.
Playing
Love my
time.
whistle. And that's when he went and did it.
Yeah.
And we lost it, though. So, you see, look, he's lost the whistle.
Oh.
See, it's gone. That's where he went and dropped it to his previous self and blah, blah, blah.
You do realize, you fucking brainlet, that the way that you've left this story basically means that the resolution to defeat Sutek quite literally fell out of the sky for no reason. Do you have any idea how fucking ridiculous that shit is to write in? And the thing is, had the scene with the whistle been included, this would still be awful, don't get me wrong, because the TARDIS has never had this laser before, and it was completely invented for this bullshit narrative. But at least it wouldn't be as egregious if you at least explained where the whistle came from, because as is, the solution to all of the characters' problems literally falls from the sky onto their lap and then just disappears, which may actually be in contention for the worst resolution to a story that I have ever seen in my entire fucking life! And it's without doubt the worst resolution that Russell has ever written. I didn't think it could get any worse than literally just being a big red button, but here we are. How is anything in this heap of sludge meant to feel remotely rewarding when random shit like this can just happen? Also, since the memory TARDIS was left 22 years in the future, wouldn't all of these bullshit plot devices just cease to exist? Because they're not real?
Meta, not TARDIS memory, something real.
None of this shit would make any sense! Even if the shitto box disappearing was actually kept in. What is happening?
What just happened?
Love my whistle.
And believe it or not, yet again, this bullshit, this absolute hog's trollop, mate, this absolutely disgusting, decrepit, wheezing, pathetic little rat of a story somehow gets even worse. So the Doctor drags Sutekh through the time vortex, while Sutekh doesn't just mind control him to uncuff himself from the leash or anything, because he's stupid. Wait, that's a point as well. Why didn't Sutekh just possess the Doctor at any point? It's somewhat implied that he only managed to find Mel because she had history at UNIT and they had all of her information. But are you seriously trying to tell me that UNIT don't have information on the Doctor? Be fucking for real.
One in the skinny suit. After that I wear a bow tie, after that I'm a Scotsman, after that I'm a woman.
But that's your future. You can't know that. It's forbidden.
Ah, you know what? Fuck it. Well, whatever. I don't even fucking care at this point. The care that I should have for this is overruled by the dumbest shit I've heard in my life.
So I thought, what if you see again? What happens if you bring death to death? You bring life!
Are you restarted? Yeah, I'm not fucking around. They actually resolved this story by having the Doctor pull Sutekh by a fucking dog leash through the time vortex. And that's apparently enough to undo everything that he did. All of the civilizations and planets and people and galaxies and universe and suns and stars and planets that he wiped out is undone because when you bring death to death, you bring life. That is the dumbest shit I have ever seen in my life! What the fuck are you even playing at? Do you actually want to go? Do you actually want to fucking go? No, let's scrap right fucking now, outside, right fucking now! Seriously, like, I know that we all knew that this shit would get undone eventually anyway, but could you at least do it in a way that seems like it's not actively trying to make the ones of us who care seem stupid for being invested in this shit? This is just laughable. Like, it's actually so overtly shit that it's hard to even elaborate on why it's shit. It's just so dumb. Like, you know the absolute deflation that happened when I watched this shit in the cinema? The amount of sighs and facepalms I seen and heard was fucking immense. I want a refund. For everyone. I didn't even fucking pay to watch this shit and I still want my money back. Everything that people say the Series 3 finale resolution is, but isn't, is actually in this story. Not only is it fucking nonsense, with not even an attempt to explain how this brings everyone back to life, like before, but we got here because this stupid fucking whistle fell from the sky. I am so done.
How was this made? Seriously, how was this ever acceptable? That this could not have flown back then, even then, right?
Oh my god. So everyone comes back to life, including the fucking robot. and this overly pretentious happy victory music plays while everyone looks at the sun. Damn, I mean, maybe this moment would have an ounce of impact if any of these characters were actually built up and we didn't just know they'd come back anyway. Especially since you have not earned this moment at all, making it feel more than fucking forced and fake. Like most emotional moments in this series. But whatever, fuck it. Let's get mad at Kate and the Colonel being in a relationship.
Look, this is it, look.
What are you looking at, Vicky DeLo?
I love them. I love them.
I don't know what you mean, Vicky. I don't know.
It's the greatest romance.
Yeah, I don't know why people were that bothered by this, to be honest. Like, my only question with it is that I thought Kate might have been married already since she has kids.
Kate Stewart, divorcee, mother of 2, keen gardener, outstanding bridge player.
But to be fair, that can easily be explained away later. And it's pretty irrelevant to this story overall, so who cares, really? Anyway, yeah, the Doctor name drops a bunch of planets to try and ball tickle fans.
Who's here is alive! Welcome back, the Ooze. Shut up!
And then we get another supposed edgy turn for the Doctor.
And now, I must become a monster.
Damn. I mean, maybe this would have an ounce of impact if you hadn't already condemned a bunch of bird people to slowly starve to death in the last episode. Or if you hadn't powered a ship to fart into a planet, killing everyone on board, or hadn't impaled the Goblin King with a church tower in your first story, then maybe killing the God of Death would have some impact. But because you've already killed so many people pretty cold-heartedly, I don't know why this actually bothers you. You caked up psychopathic doofus. Also, I like how Ruby just stands there blankly as he says this. The Doctor Who companion of all time. Come on, I'm pretty sure even Series 7 Clara would say something to that.
Because if you're dead, then I must represent life. Surely that's what I am! Life!
Do you get it? Because themes! I love how people try to use the argument that a lot of the storytelling in like this series and the 60th is like just subtle little details that people aren't picking up on, when really it's just holes in the writing, even though literally every single theme in every single one of these episodes has been very overtly just fucking spelled out by the characters.
We are binary.
She's not, because the Doctor's
male
and female.
And neither. And more.
Blame them! Because it all changed 2 days ago. Everyone started thinking they're right.
What do I care? I mean, seriously. Why should I care about you?
No change there, then.
Listen, all the anger out there on the street, the lies, the righteousness, that's human, that's you, that's who you are. Using your intelligence to be stupid.
So that they win. I made every opinion supreme. That's the game of the 21st century. They shout, and they type, and they cancel.
I'm adopted.
Oh,
Yeah, I only found out recently.
Hang on. So the planet down below will refuse to stop the babies being born, but once they're born, they don't look after them.
It's a very strange planet.
I think without music, the human race goes sour. Without any way of expressing a broken heart, they go to war without even knowing why.
The what?
Valengard battle products are fitted with AI. The algorithm maintains a fighting force at just above the acceptable number of casualties. Keeps you fighting, keeps you dying, keeps you buying. Medical services optimize the casualty rate for continued conflict.
Did you do it? Are you out?
I don't know how to walk.
What do you mean?
I don't know how to walk without the arrows.
You don't know how to walk?
Without the arrows.
You don't know how to walk without the arrows.
Also, I'm just saying, remember when Russell did this exact same thing 16 years ago in a much better way?
How many more? Just think how many have died in your name. Never looking back because he dare not, out of shame. This is my final victory, Doctor. I have shown you yourself.
Add another to the list of stolen shit from the RTD1 era. So, for some reason, Sutek falling into the time vortex actually kills him this time.
Got to absolutely die this time.
Okay.
Never coming back.
No.
Sure. Yeah, sure, yeah, man. Just contradict your own story for the 100 millionth time within 40 minutes. Nah, don't worry about it, man. It's fine. It's calm. Honestly, it's chill. It's like there's nothing wrong with doing that. You can go for it. It's chill, man. It's good. It's fine. It's so good. It's fucking fine! Because what even is internal logic anymore? Why should anything make sense when you can just do random bullshit every 30 seconds? It makes watching Doctor Who feel so satisfying. Holy shit! Why the fuck did we spend so much time building up this ancient, all-powerful creature who's been waiting for so long and strikes fear into both the previous god villains, only for him to be defeated in such a fucking mentally deficient way? The god of all games, defeated by Catch. The god of all music, defeated by a piano note. The god of all of death, defeated by a fucking dog leash. What even? 3 omnipotent god villains, built up for 40 minutes each time. 3 generational performances. Thrice now defeated in the lamest way possible. And this time, it doesn't even make any fucking sense, man.
There's only one player I didn't dare face. The one who waits. I saw it, hiding, and I ran.
And power like him? Like who? The oldest one? On the night of her birth. He can't have been there. The one who waits is almost here.
Fuck this scene, fuck this villain, and fuck
everything about this fucking episode!
So the Doctor cries for the more billionth time because fuck it, and we shit-flick Whiplash back to unit with everyone all happy and dandy and chill. Because that's not tonal Whiplash at all. Even Susan Triad is just a normal person again. We don't delve into any potential trauma the character might be facing, or any issues she might have out of being turned into an angel of piss or anything. No mention of the hundreds and thousands of them that will still exist across all of time and all of space. No mention of the hundreds of them that will still concurrently be on planet Earth in the modern day. Nothing. That question doesn't even come across our mind, because substance is hard. Haven't we had this issue before? Kate even offers her a job at unit, because apparently her only discernible character trait at this point is that she's annoying. I guess Susan Triad is just gonna leave her multi-billion pound company to work for unit, I guess. No conversation about that, because fuck you.
I want you to say...
Oh, don't, Mum, it's alright.
I want you to say thank you, Doctor. You brought her home.
Imagine how much impact this moment would have if the Doctor and Carla actually had a fleshed out and developed relationship like the Doctor and Jackie did back in the Golden Age. And we then get the moment that we've all been waiting for. What the whole series was building up to. A mystery box character that was able to change history and the Doctor's memories, seemingly linked to the snow and the hidden song in Ruby's soul. The reveal of Ruby's mum. And who is she? Just a random lass. I can see where Ruby gets it from, to be fair. And you know what? If this episode couldn't fucking diarrhea dick on my face anymore, then to drop this shit right now, and all I've gotta say is, I actually don't mind this reveal. In concept. Besides the Doctor very unsubtly smashing the themes into our heads the whole time, again, the idea of Ruby's mum not being of any significance and just being a regular woman on Earth is a good one. She's only super important because we think that she's important, and I think it links quite nicely to what Russell did a lot in his first era, by constantly having people of seemingly no significance with no special talents or skills turn out to later be quite important once they've been built up more, and they've built themselves up more.
Rose, there's a man alive in the world who wasn't alive before. An ordinary man. That's the most important thing in creation. The whole world's different because he's alive.
It's weird. I mean, you're not special, you're not powerful, you're not connected, you're not clever, you're not important.
This friend of yours, just before she left, did she punch you in the face?
And for one moment, one shining moment, she was the most important woman in the whole wide universe.
The problem that then arises with this, which is very fucking obvious, as you can tell, because I don't think you're stupid, and why this theme has completely failed this time around, is because of the absolutely fucking absurdest nonsense way that we got here. Okay, so Ruby's mum is just a normal person. A nurse, in fact. So why did the show go out of its way to tell us that she couldn't be found in the first episode of the series?
There is no trace of your mum or dad.
Can you keep looking?
There's nothing more we can do. If your parents aren't on some kind of a database, we can't find them.
So you're telling me there was no trace of a fucking registered nurse who went to Coventry University? She has no credit or debit history. She has no properties under her name. She might have a car. She's confirmed to have a job for the fucking NHS, so she'd have right to work as a UK citizen. But there was no way of tracking her in any way whatsoever. That is absolute fucking bullshit, and you know it. If Unit can find out that she has a job and the history of her household, then how come Davina's McTeam couldn't? Keeping on Church for a minute, this then also begs the question as to why on earth would a 15-year-old girl in 2004 wear this massive cloak, as girls in 2004 were known to wear. It was very fashionable at the time. It's a very easy thing to just go to the shop and buy.
Why Louise Miller wore an ancient medieval cloak to the church?
Yeah.
I think that, no, I think that's time shrouding her.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that.
What?
What the fuck? Shut the fuck up, you lying boob. Don't pull this utter bollocks out of your arse just because you clearly only had her dressed like this because you knew it would create mystery. We don't need any more bullshit on top of this reveal. If Ruby's mum is just a normal person, then why was the maestro so scared of Ruby? What was the hidden song in her soul?
How could a song have so much power? That's wrong. What is this? There's a hidden song deep inside her soul! This creature is very wrong.
Retroactively, none of this slop makes any fucking sense. Like, there is no reason within the show itself that Ruby could make it snow, and that there was a hidden song within her soul. I mean, the song in her soul, that's not even touched upon in this episode. It's never brought up. Past the devil is a liar. These things were just put there to get us talking. But with the grand reveal that Ruby's mum is just a normal person, it is just a complete slap in the face that makes you feel stupid for even attempting to be invested in this story arc. If Ruby's mum is just a normal person, then how did she manage to make time and history and the Doctor's memories change around her?
My memory of this keeps changing. Time keeps changing.
No normal person should have the capacity to do that. How could she jump in the time window? Why was her face shrouded? And why did she turn around and point at the Doctor? Well, as if this reveal couldn't feel any more fucking dumb, it turns out that she wasn't pointing at the Doctor, but she was just pointing past him to point at a sign that wasn't in the Church of Mid, and she was pointing at this sign so that she could name her daughter. Even though no one was there, and she— What?! Is this episode actually trying to make us all stupid? Like, this absolute brain rot reveal that she was just pointing at a road sign to name her daughter when no one was there is just said as if it's meant to have some sort of sweet underlying feeling to it. But it's just dumb. Like, was she thinking, ah yes, I, a 15-year-old girl in 2004, dressed like the trickster for some reason, now decide when walking away in the freezing cold snow to turn around and ominously point at a sign while there is no one around me so that I can name my daughter. What? The dick! What the fuck? What is this fuckwit logic, you sponge? Also, just saying, if someone wasn't pointing at you and was just pointing past you, you would fucking notice, especially from that distance. This is Russell pulling a Moffat to the worst extent imaginable. Clearly thinking of these cool and interesting ideas to keep the audience hooked before actually thinking of what the conclusion will be. Like, he very clearly thought of the snow and the ominous point way before he thought of what the explanation for either of these would be. And that's really obvious when it comes to the reveal, because the snow doesn't even get a fucking answer. Ruby nor the Doctor actually even consider thinking about why Ruby could make it snow. This isn't a fucking Disney movie, cunt. It's Doctor Who. People cannot just inexplicitly make shit happen because the story says so. Unless it's bad Doctor Who. Which this most certainly is. Every instance of something potentially interesting to happen with this story arc is so retroactively shit because it doesn't make any damn sense to happen in universe. Russell clearly wrote it this way to keep us hooked at the time, but upon retrospect, do you think anyone will think anything of any mystery in this series when they're all concluded in such a nonsense way and don't even matter within the grand scheme of any story? Do you really think this is subtle, well-done storytelling like the rise of the Master that was built up in the background since the Christmas invasion, only to get a payoff after a full series? A plot point so good and so well structured and actually subtle that it still gets talked about 17 years later? Well, in the case of this bullshit, no it fucking won't, because this isn't clever in any way like that was. It's just pointless, substanceless, style over substance, bollock storytelling, and it fucking sucks. The only reason any of us thought that Ruby's mum was important is because you basically lied to us and said that she was important. Even within the universe of the show itself, Ruby doesn't think her mum is of any real significance or, like, importance to the world or the universe outside of her being her birth mother, until she can randomly make it snow when she's discussed or thought about. We only think she's important because you made it so that all of this inexplicable horseshit happens because of her. But there was no fucking reason to. Also, speaking of Ruby, now feels like the perfect time to bring up a very important point about why her character and this series arc and this series as a whole fails. And it's one that I've been hinting to throughout all of these reviews. And that's, why does she even care about her birth mother? Seriously, not once in this series do we get any sort of hint or inkling or any sort of resemblance of a reason as to why Ruby even wants to seek her out. The most we get is that she just wants to know. But why? She has a cushy life with Carla and the Ice Cream Woman. Her character doesn't grow or change in any way from the Church of Mid till Empire of Piss that would make her want to know this information even more, and her character doesn't change in any way after knowing who her mum is. Come on, let's be for real, we know Series 15 ain't doing shit with this. Ruby will remain the Doctor Who companion of all time, and we know it's true, and if you don't, you're lying to yourself. And also, just a simple matter of fact here, most adopted kids don't want to know who their biological parents are. They have no interest in who their biological parents are, because they have their real parents who raised them their entire lives. Why would they have any desire to meet people who gave them away? The context as to why they were given away doesn't really matter for this scenario. There is no character-driven reason for Ruby to want to know who her mother is. Her life wouldn't be changed in any way from knowing who she is. And I have proof from a very special guest. Never in my day did I think I would have to be on camera out of character to amplify a point in a fucking Doctor Who review. But hey, this episode is that shit that there's a first time for everything. Please excuse the shit background, the awful groaning Tash. I can't be arsed to shave for this, and plus I literally just got out of bed and he's fucking just forcing us to do this. and I can't go to the normal spot. Who the fuck do you think you're speaking to? You think you can speak to me like that? Please. Bitch, please. You stand there, you tell your little story, right? And you shut the fuck up. Anyway, so I don't want to ramble on too long here because I don't like putting my personal life on the channel because that's not what this channel's about. It has nothing to do with the entertainment that I make on here, and I don't want to start some sort of like parasocial meme with people notice because nah, you don't come here for me. For some reason you come here for him, so I'll keep this brief. The long and short of the point of me even being here is, before that I was born, my biological dad left my mum. Cue all the jokes you want, I've heard every single one. Leaving her to single-handedly raise me for like the first 5 years of my life, I know, bless her soul. Until when I was about 5.5-ish, close to 6, when she met my stepdad. Now, anybody in a similar position to me would know this, and I mean, I can imagine it's easy to infer as well, but I have not once thought of this man as my stepdad. He's my dad. He is the only father figure I have ever had, and I could not be more grateful to have him in my life. Obviously, the same goes for my mum as well, she's fucking goated. But even after 15 years of this man being in my life, 15 years, by the way, that is longer than most Chibnall fans have been alive. Not once have I ever thought about where my biological dad is, or where he is, or what he's doing, or what he looks like, or what his name is even. Like, I don't care. I don't see why I should care. I mean, I am not in his life. He is not in my life. He made the decision to not be in my life. Whether I respect that or not is irrelevant, but I don't see why I should even hunt him out. Why should I care? And the same goes for this story. Obviously, the context of my own situation and Ruby's are different, and having foster parents and step parents, I imagine, would feel a bit different, but it wouldn't be too different. Like, these contexts are both pretty similar. They're along the same lines. And even not just taking myself into account here, every single person I know who's adopted or had a parental figure leave their life before they were even too old to remember, like, they have no desire to meet their parents because why would they? Like, there's no reason to. Like, who cares? We have our real parents in our lives. Our real parents are the people who raised us into the people who we are now. TLDR, fucking mate, Russell's washed. It sucks, but he's washed. Back to the fucking nutter twat in the corner. I'm going to bed. Well, I don't know why he's talking to a tree, but the point he made still stands. This character's entire motivation is built on something that realistically she should not care about anyway, that causes loads of unexplained stupid shit to happen that also falls in on its own failed themes. Why would the Church of Shit go out of its way to establish themes of found family only for the series to do fuck all with it and have Ruby's ultimate happiness in the series be it finding a biological mother? That is so fucking stupid, and honestly, it's almost sort of offensive. Especially to Carla, as Ruby clearly doesn't think of her as a real mother, which is really fucking ungrateful and low-key makes her come off as very unlikable. Especially in scenes like the one in Boom where she doesn't even consider Carla as her next of kin, despite the fact that she single-handedly raised her for nearly 20 fucking years, you inconsiderate bitch! I mean, even considering the other possible inference of this scene being that the database couldn't find Ruby's mum, that creates a plot hole in and of itself because Ruby's mum's DNA was clearly stored in 2046. So this database should have, if it's as smart as it's made out to be, have that DNA. But either way, why doesn't she say that Carla's her next of kin? Fuck you, I guess. And you know what makes this even worse? The scene where Ruby actually meets a birth mother is fucking brilliant. It's genuinely fantastic. It's Russell T Davies' character drama at its finest, with superb acting from both actors here, and it's really nice. But with the context of the series it's in, and even just the context from this story itself,
I feel nothing.
Why should I care? And it really is a shame because even the stuff with the Doctor in the scene is pretty good, with the context removed. His reluctance to let Ruby go and see her because he's low-key jealous that he can't do the same for anyone in his family was quite good. Even if Russell retconned the Doctor not having kids, but bleh. And hey, if the build of the Doctor missing Susan was actually well thought out and actually developed, then this might have been remotely worthwhile in the end. But because it's not, this is just yet another scenario of Shuey and Millie's generational talent being wasted to absolutely no avail. For shame.
Russell T Davies. What a joke.
So we get no interesting character conflicts between the Sundays and Ruby's biological mum, before Ruby walks in the TARDIS and says the single most distasteful thing that Russell has ever written for Doctor Who.
Because it turns out his mum and dad still live at the same address, but she never told him, my real mum.
Now, if I'm gonna be as fair as possible, I get what Russell was going for here. Trust me, I really do.
And you can almost
I love how she makes that mistake there, because Carla's her real mum.
Yeah.
But it's also new that she calls it, I mean, there's more of this family to come. And in the moment she calls Louise her real mum, which you wouldn't do.
Nah.
But she shouldn't do, but you would do in the moment. It's like, I remember thinking long and hard about that and going for it.
I get that the idea of this is that all of this is new for Ruby. Having her mum and her birth mum in her life is new, and it's viable that she'd make this mistake. But the way this series story is structured, the way that Ruby's character is written, we know that for some reason Ruby has put extra emphasis on her birth mum being her real mum. Her only driving force as a character was to know who her biological mum was. And with no acknowledgement or even correction from Ruby herself, or the Doctor, you've basically just written in that Ruby thinks that a birth mum is a real mum. Despite the fact that she didn't raise her into the person she is today, and didn't try to find her in almost 20 years. So knowing what Ruby's priorities as a character are, you've made this scene, inadvertently, intentionally or not, really fucking disgusting and disrespectful. What a horrible thing to write into the show. And I'm honestly surprised that this made it through because it's inadvertently very offensive to every foster parent who's ever raised a kid their entire life. To have a show like Doctor Who say that they aren't real parents? Wow. Like, actually, fuck you. Like, what are you even playing at doing that without even an acknowledgement in the show of it being a fuck-up?
What the fuck, dude?
Even regardless of that blatant distaste, this scene is still shit. For many, many reasons. But one of the main ones is the complete lack of emotional weight. Because the Doctor and Ruby have been built up as such blank, boring, cardboard nothings of characters, with the Doctor regularly acting like a moron and completely contradictory to how he was introduced, this moment has no impact. Because we have no reason to give a shit about either of these two, especially when Ruby's decision is brought on by the fact that the Doctor doesn't do families.
You could call. You don't do that to me.
Huh? Would you not think that after the 60th and the Doctor healed and processed all of his trauma, that he wouldn't just run away from stuff like this anymore? Isn't he meant to be more in touch with his emotions and the people he surrounds himself with? Why would he run away from this again and try to hide his emotions? Because he's jealous he can't do the same for Susan? Even if that were the case, I thought you'd moved on from stuff like this.
You know, fine. I'm fine because you fixed yourself. We're Time Lords, we're doing rehab out of order.
Would this not be the most perfect opportunity to show this character development for the Doctor? And even if you wanted to, for some reason, be wrong, and even if you wanted to infer this as the Doctor reverting to his old ways, with the 15th Doctor's characterization being so inconsistent and messy, it really doesn't come off that way. It just comes off as yet another case of this Doctor acting out of character. As if we needed any fucking more examples of him doing so. And he then goes on to spout this absolute fucking nonsense bollocks testicle-ridden horseshit, as if he's actually had some sort of character development or growth.
Because you changed me. I talk about family in a way that I never did before. It's because of you. You have made my life bigger and better.
Well, it's all a lie. No.
What on Mars are you talking about, you fucking fork? Absolutely nothing has changed about your character from the Church of Shit to now. Other than the fact that you regularly acted like an out-of-character fucking moron. Why is this episode actually trying to act as if some sort of big character change has happened for the character? And him and Ruby have gone through so much, when they really haven't. These two sexy pricks have been passengers in almost every story in this series, and with them not being integral to the plot 90% of the time, it's hard for us to even attempt to care about them as people, let alone think that they've actually grown and developed. Because they haven't. Even in shitty episodes of Doctor Who before in the RTD1 era, you can at least see how the characters would grow and change from it, given that they aren't just fucking passengers in every episode. The only way you could possibly infer that what the Doctor's saying has any truth to it would be literally just the last scene where Ruby meets her mum. There is no through line through the series to connect anything to the failed themes that this clusterfuck of all things holy that could actually take away from the Doctor. The Doctor mentions that he's adopted in church, and mentions all of his people are gone in the next 2 episodes as well, on top of randomly bringing up Susan in The Devil's Chord. And then, never again until the finale. This is not a character arc. This is just lazy. Compare this to the incredible exits that all of Russell's companions got before, and it's night and fucking day. All of Russell's previous companions had these fantastic character arcs, and we understand what they got out of travelling with the Doctor, and we understand what the Doctor got out of travelling with them. With Rose, we see how travelling with the Doctor gave her life the purpose that she was so desperately seeking.
I'm left travelling on my own because there's no one else.
There's me. And all the things I've seen him do for me. For you. For all of us. He does it alone, Mum. But not anymore. Because now he's got me.
And how she helped the Doctor recover from after the Time War. With Martha, she needed the Doctor so that she could believe in herself more.
Martha Jones, you saved the world.
Yes, I did. I spent a lot of time with you thinking I was second best, but you know what? I am good.
And the Doctor needed Martha because he knows that he always needs someone even if he is in denial of that fact. Otherwise he'll go off on the deep end because he's just too traumatized and broken and will become more prone to making mistakes and fucking up. Allah?
Find someone.
I don't need anyone.
Yes, you do. Because sometimes I think you need someone to stop you.
People have travelled with me and I've lost them. Lost them all. Never again.
They all died. Do you know who that leaves? Me! It's taken me all these years to realise the laws of time are mine, and they will obey me!
I've gone too far. Travelling alone. I thought it was better, but I did some things that went wrong. I need... Oh, my word.
But they split off in good terms on the end when they both realised that what they're doing clearly isn't good for either one of them, and is just a bit unhealthy. Honestly, Ruby's exit should have been a lot more like Martha's. Like, I don't know why they're trying to make this scene so sad, especially with it confirmed that she'll be in the next series as well. With Donna, she needed someone to make her feel like she was special, like she mattered, like she was important, and the Doctor brought out the best in her.
But if he was so special, what was he doing with me? You thought you were brilliant. Don't be stupid. But you are. I just took the Doctor to show you that, simply by being with him.
Why? What can I do?
Every trace of me or the TARDIS, anything we did together, anywhere we went, had to go.
All those wonderful things she did.
I know.
But she was better with you.
Don't say that.
No, she was.
The point being that even after 8 episodes and a shitty Christmas special, we still don't know what these two get out of traveling with each other. There's nothing to their relationship outside of the extreme surface level, leaving this as just such a nothing, wasteful slag bag of a scene. Fuck you. I just want this to be over. Oh, but before it ends, we get another out of character moment for 15, where he doesn't say I love you back to Ruby for absolutely no reason. Does this not feel like we're treading on similar ground? Also, why would he not be able to say that he loves her back? Besides the fact that it's bullshit either way because, like, these two just lack character. Either way, he should be able to say it back given his characterization.
Called Donna Noble. And she was my best friend in the whole wide universe. I absolutely love her. Oh, do I say things like that now?
Sounds like a good thing to say.
I love the ending for the 14th Doctor, even if it was built up pretty poorly, but it's very obvious from this series that Russell writing this was a mistake. This strict, sharp change in characterization for the Doctor has been completely ignored in some stories, acknowledged in some, yet contradicted in others like this. The idea of a Doctor who doesn't bottle up his emotions or carry a burden on his shoulders is still a great idea, but Russell clearly isn't playing to his strengths here, because one of his biggest strengths is writing deep, usually dark and meaningful character arcs that explore aspects of people that most people usually wouldn't want to discuss. And almost all of his greatest characters before this had this, and none of them do now, and they all suck! But wait! There's one more thing left. Oh my god. So after Ruby's mum doesn't react to the TARDIS taking off, because why would a normal person do that? Mrs. Flood gives us an ominous fourth wall breaking scene of cringe, where she confirms that the Doctor's story will end in terror, and I just don't give a fuck.
I can promise you reveals. I can promise you astonishing reveals and a lot of fun with her as well. She's so much fun to work with, so good times with Mrs. Flood to come.
I honestly have no idea why anyone should be expected to care or why we should even believe you. TLDR, fuck off. That I would still take over Empire of Death. So, that was Empire of Piss, and oh my god, that was one of the worst episodes of Doctor Who I've seen in my entire life. If this video's ridiculous length wasn't enough proof on its own, then let's do a little sum up of why this is one of the worst Doctor Who episodes of all time. And yes, that does take into account the Chibnall era as well. Let's start at the plot. Oh my god, what the fucking hell was that shit? The writing in this story is actually embarrassing. There is no structure to anything. The flow is absolutely whack, as you could guess from the shit flick Whiplash meme, having to be brought back from the dead again. There's no narrative cohesion to any of this shit, and it's about as neat as a bowl of spaghetti. Seriously, from start to finish, this episode is a mess. Nothing makes any sense, yet almost nothing even happens in this episode that is near an hour long. Seriously, so Sutekh returns revealing he'd been strapped on the TARDIS for almost 50 years worth of stories, which very obviously doesn't make a lick of sense. Creating such a massive plot hole on such a huge portion of the show for no reason other than spectacle. It's actually so embarrassing. And all he wants to do is wipe out all forms of life in the universe, which is a lame motivation anyway, which he fucking fails at because he wanted to know who Ruby's mum is for some fucking ridiculously stupid reason that I'm sure is in Russell's head somewhere, but regardless if it is or not, it's fucking dumb. And because he let these three twats live in his empire of piss, it comes to an end when the Doctor brings death to death, because apparently that brings life. Yeah, maybe if your IQ is room temperature in the fucking Titanic in its current state, then this may make sense. But it is absolutely, unfathomably fucking ridiculous that this flimsy, futile logic is what holds all of this bullshit plot together. And as you can tell, it's fucking pinheaded nonsense. And we got the Doctor being able to save the universe because of a fucking plot device that fell out of the sky onto his lap. And he puts a leash on a dog. It is pathetic. Oh, and all of this was for the reveal that Ruby's mum is an untraceable nurse who left her there when she was 15. This couldn't be more of a slap to the dick if everything in the series hadn't built up to this god-awful reveal and story. It ruins all of the themes that this hogshit was going for and makes Russell look like he wrote this fucking script in crayons. If Russell's intentions and how he writes stories now weren't made very clear, he very obviously thinks of cool things to happen, but not actual explanations for them to happen, which is just a lazy way to tell a story. Did we learn nothing from the Moffat era? For shame. Now with the characters, and oh my god, what an absolute joke they all are. I touched on in my last review how all of these side characters suck and don't really have any character to speak of, and considering the role just Thanos does for most of this episode, they don't get anything to do. So fuck them, they're all dumbasses. Let's talk about our mains. Sutek has no character to speak of. While obviously being very well brought to life by the VFX artists and performed amazingly by Gabriel Wolf, this villain still fucking sucks. He has absolutely nothing to him besides cool lines and overpowered powers that he fails to use at every opportunity he gets. And it cannot be understated that throughout all the time that Sutek travelled with the Doctor, the one thing beyond his comprehension was the identity of some random nobody. He's a fucking dumbass. Mel's here for some reason. Again. Ultimately just used as window dressing, and she doesn't do anything of note in the story, besides drive a shitty bike and get possessed. Neither of which actually achieve anything in the narrative. They didn't even bother to put Bonnie Langford's name in the title sequence, even though she's in most of this story. But I wouldn't blame you for even forgetting, since the only worthwhile thing she actually does is nostalgia bait ball tickling when she holds a coat and a jumper. I know that a lot of scenes of Mel were cut in this episode, but why on earth would you prioritize shit like that stupid scene where the Doctor gets a spoon over scenes which could potentially develop and flesh out Mel more as a character? You know, so we could potentially get invested in her as a character? It's a mystery to me. Well, I say that. It's not really a mystery, it's clearly just a fucking stupid decision. But overall with Mel, she's a fucking dumbass. Ruby just remains the Doctor Who companion of all time. She had absolutely no character growth in this story or this entire series, for a matter of fact. She is a blank, boring, nothing of a character and a waste of Millie Gibson's talent. While nowhere near the worst companion ever, she's pretty shit. I formed no attachments to her character over the series, as she was just basically a mystery box who could make it snow and wanted to find her mum. That's it! She's a fucking dumbass. And now onto the Doctor. Oh my god, Russell, what the fuck are you doing writing the Doctor like this? I don't even need to use any of the further reinforcements from the other stories in the series, but the Doctor's characterization this episode, and the series as a whole, has just been fucking wank. He remains as an absolute blubbering buffoon who can't control his emotions, completely contradictory to how he was introduced. He makes ridiculously stupid decisions all of the time, like searching the universe for metal despite the fact that you're fucking wearing some. He sends this random lass out to get killed for no fucking reason and continues to act not like the Doctor, never coming off as an over 2,000-year-old intelligent, authoritative fucking badass, and just being a baby! At this rate, Ncuti's about to become the next Capaldi. One of the best actors to ever play the Doctor, ever. With such a brilliant idea behind the characterization, only to be constantly ruined by shitty writing, making the Doctor look like a moron, and just being in a shit era of the show. He's a fucking dumbass. And overall, Empire of Death is fucking awful! And anyone who thinks that Series 14 has almost anything to offer, or is even remotely good in any ways besides the very, very select few that I've highlighted, send them this time code to this video. You are wrong. And with that, that is more than enough from me today. If you somehow managed to make it through this whole video, I honestly really appreciate it, as it has taken me way longer than I thought it would to make this, because this shit fucking sucks for so many reasons that needed way more elaborating than I was expecting. Remember when, like, the average review length was 20 minutes, and the shortest one I've done this series is like 32? Man. Whether or not I'll do Series 15 when it comes out, only time will tell. In the meantime, check out some of my other reviews on Doctor Who, and check out my other channels and my Patreon, where you get access to videos weeks and maybe even months before other people do. And while it looks pretty barren at the minute, if I get enough supporters, I'll start doing exclusive content on there as well. Also, I'm just saying, you could have seen this entire video months before it released, and you know, there's nothing wrong with being exclusive. I have no idea when I'll be back to making videos, as this is the most I've worked on YouTube in over 2 years now, so I'm probably gonna take a bit of a break. But in the meantime, I think there's only one suitable way to end this video.
Sack Russell T Davies, sack Jane Tranter, sack Phil Collinson, sack Julie Gardner, and I'll come back. So can you arrange that?
What happens if you bring death to death? You bring life!
No. You don't want to be like this. This is disgusting. This is awful in every way. If I could kill it, I would. But I legally can't.
And this can lead to some natural exposition. So we cut to our new companion, Ruby Sundley. What an absolute schlocky pile of contrived, half-baked, undercooked, raw, gromlish. Fuck. One of the 7 Doctor Who episodes I had as a child when I was younger. What? Why did I write it this way? What the shit, man? This is actually a thing. What the fuck? It's a thing, yeah. I'd assume so. Fucking hell. Cartoon ass sneeze. My poor dog is so confused. They try a social experiment on the woman by having Carla's... Bleh. Why does it say Carla's? It's... Autocorrect be like... I don't know English. Because it's revealed to us later that the dots are sentient. Sentient? Fucking sentient! Oh my god! I have not been able to read this entire recording, and it's like... Oh my god. The brain rot is kicking in. Burgett... I'm not... No. Sentencing the... Fuck, that's a hard word to shout. Fuck. So we shift flick Whiplash back to the mystery of whether his... Bleh. Kate apparently likes to endanger... Bleh. Kate apparently likes to hire children to work for the most I can't fucking read! Actually showing us what the Agents of Death do, and seeing them try to hunt down our protagonist, bruv. What the fuck? But it is absolutely unfathomably... What the fuck was that?